Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the DC Universe with the Avatar The Last Airbender system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 135, Innocent Old Man. General POV, I see him. An older man of Asian descent, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. He's reading a copy of New Revelations of the Americas before Columbus. And it doesn't seem to be the only history book he has on the pile before him. Superman told Batman. They were perched atop of a building overlooking the library where Aiden had dropped off Iroh. Batman narrowed his eyes as his suspicions were more or less confirmed. He's not a native. His face didn't turn up anything on any database. This man has never had an online presence, which is strange. Batman gave his thoughts only for Superman to shake his head, skeptical. That is hardly a crime. He doesn't seem like someone who can cause trouble, Bruce. The Dark Knight looked at the Man of Steel in silence. He turned up with Aiden at the entrance of the library. The camera stationed discreetly above the entrance captured them upon entry. Superman frowned. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Regardless, just because he showed up with Aiden does not automatically make him a bad guy. In the eyes of the law, he's not guilty of anything. Superman replied. We need to interrogate him and find out what he knows. Batman went on to say, Superman's words falling on deaf ears. The Dark Knight looked to be done with the conversation if the way he palmed his grapple gun was any indication. Bruce, wait, Superman gripped Batman's shoulder and stopped him before he could swing away. I don't think that's a good idea. We have more important problems to deal with other than harassing someone innocent. He's leaving. Batman abruptly stated. What? Superman turned his attention to the library and sure enough, they could see the old man exit the building. What was strange, however, was how he swiveled his head and stared right at them before turning away and leaving for an alley. Okay, I admit, I am a little interested in meeting him now. Superman stated and floated up. He saw the small smug upturn of Batman's lips but chose not to comment on it. Iroh's steps echoed loosely on the abandoned alley. He walked deeper in before stopping and turning around. You people have no sense for respecting your elders. I could feel your gaze boring into me incessantly. Iroh addressed the two superheroes who had followed him into the alley. One of them floated down serenely, making the old general wonder what sort of abilities he had. Maybe a strong form of airbending? Then again, different world, different rules. The other one swung from the rooftop, agilely landed on the railing of a metal stairway before swinging from its bars and landing on the ground with nary a sound. Iroh looked on in interest. That was skill rivaling the Earth Kingdom's secret police, the Daily. He took the chance to study them before they could speak up. Both of their spirits shone with the light of conviction. And the aura they gave off was powerful. Especially the tall man dressed in blue, red, and a little bit of yellow. He felt like the sun. The other one was weaker. Weaker by a very huge margin in fact, yet his spirit was more wholesome and generally stronger than the one clad in blue and red. Of the two, Iroh felt that the black and gray-themed superhero was more dangerous. He was similar to him from before he lost Lieutenant, and Iroh knew just how terrifying he himself was back then. Focused, highly skilled, and relentless. Iroh made sure to pay close attention to him. The thing that bothered him, however, was why they were wearing underwear on the outside. Curious dress choices. I admit, I do not understand your culture fully, but tell me this, is it common to wear your underwear on the outside? Iroh's words made Batman and Superman stare at each other strangely. It was a valid question, but still. That is none of your concern. Batman responded testily. What he means to say, sir, is that this is not an underwear. Just an aesthetic added to the costume to make it unique. I'm sorry, where are my manners? I am known as Superman. The Kryptonian introduced himself. Iroh raised a single eyebrow. That was a very bold choice for a name, Iroh thought to himself. You can call me Iroh. He paid Superman the same courtesy and introduced himself as well, bowing slightly. A brief silence fell upon the three as Iroh directed his sight to Batman. Superman sighed in slight embarrassment at how difficult Batman could be. The Dark Knight narrowed his eyes and finally said one word. Batman. H. Iroh hummed, well, Batman and Superman, to what do I owe the pleasure of your acquaintance? We have questions. Batman begun only for Superman to step in. You don't seem like you're from around here, are you, sir? Iroh chuckled slightly. What gave it away? I thought I was blending in perfectly. Superman smiled slightly. You were. The only issue is that the cameras spotted you with someone dangerous. A misguided child. Iroh's face turned serious. I can't say anything about his intentions before I first met Aiden. But you're right and wrong at the same time. The boy is going through something. Something that might cause him to lash out or clash with your ideals in ways you might find morally unsound. But you imply he's dangerous. You're wrong. What do you mean? Batman questioned, advancing forward to loom over Iroh. Superman flanked him on the right, crossing his hands on his chest. Simple, he is not dangerous, man of bats, the Avatar is terrifying. With that, Iroh simply disappeared, leaving the two superheroes on the alleyway alone. Batman tensed, vigilant against a surprise attack. A minute passed and he stood up. Well, that was enlightening. The Man of Steel stated sarcastically. We didn't learn anything more than we already did. In fact, he left us with more questions than we initially had. Batman ignored the Man of Steel and brought his arm up. He clicked on the pad of the holographic wrist computer and grunted. He's back at the library. The visual feed showed Iroh calmly perusing an high school level history book as a cup of tea sat in front of him. What was strange was how no one was calling him out on the blatant rule break. Foods and drinks were not allowed in that section. We need to go and interrogate him thoroughly. It is now obvious that while he might not be Aiden's accomplice, he himself is a metahuman, alien, or an old Asian master, fluent in the ways of Qi and Kung Fu? Superman added while slightly chuckling. Flash, rubbing off on you? Batman asked, with a slight smile on his face, making the Man of Steel sigh heavily. Yeah. Ever since you left, he's taken me as his go-to for annoying jokes. Most of them are actually pretty funny, if they weren't at my expense. Soup's laughed while floating upwards. Anyway, it's clear that Iroh won't talk to any of us in these personas. So I was thinking, I could go in. As Clark. Yes, that might work. I'll hang back. If Aiden decides to show up, I'll be waiting. Batman hashed out the plan, confident that the teen would most likely come back. He entirely missed the change of expression on Superman's face to one of surprise, distaste, and lastly determination. Batman, I'm going to have to take a rain check on that. Bruce narrowed his eyes. Something felt off with his best friend's sudden change in mood. So he questioned. Why? Superman looked down at him and responded before flying off. Luther. Just after Superman had taken off, loud screams, shouts, bangs and explosions started sounding out from the city. Batman narrowed his eyes and took off running. His grapple gun appeared and he shot a line atop of the roof of a 4-story building, then pressed a button on the grapple gun and he was pulled away. He landed on the roof and rolled, springing up just as he finished pressing a key on his holographic wrist computer. He took a running leap and jumped. The distance was too long, however, and he didn't seem to have any intention to use his grapple gun like earlier. However, the Batwing flew in from under him and in a smooth arc, Batman landed on the cockpit and took off. The holographic projector connected with the Batwing's internal systems and displayed a live clip of what was happening. Monster plants were attacking Washington, D.C., Gotham, Central City, and other places across America. Most likely poison ivy. Pull up surveillance footage on the city and triangulate using news feed and live streaming to find out where the incident is happening. It only took a second for the Batwing to give him the coordinates. Batman changed the direction of the Batwing and pressed on the gas, taking off like a bullet leading a gun. Something burned at the back of his mind though. Why was Metropolis exempt from the planned attacks? Metropolis outside the city limits, abandoned construction yard. Okay, I'm here, Lex. You said you wanted us to finish this once and for all. I think so too. Superman announced, his expression hard like granite. He hovered above a bald-headed man who had a slight smile on his face. Behind him, carrying a suitcase, was none other than Mercy Graves. The woman was tense, while Lex remained relaxed and at ease. Sorry, Superman, but you know me, I don't clash fists like some uneducated brute. He, however, is a different matter. He revels in violence. What? Superman was confused. Up until a presence made itself known, by shouting and then landing a heavy fist on the Man of Steel's unbreakable skin. Superman was thrown away and slammed onto the ground, disoriented. Watch out for the main man. Chapter 136, Vine Monsters. General POV, how long had it been? How long since she lost her chance to escape? Her chance to finally give in to the deep feelings of resentment that had built up for her sister. A sister who couldn't see past her hate. A sister who had betrayed her so many times before in the past. A sister she still cared about even after all the anguish and pain she had caused her. A trail of liquid fell down her cheeks. She had no idea if it was tears or sweat from the heat. The Psions had decided to double their cruelty as punishment. She could feel her cells straining to accommodate the bombardment of energy. Her screams of pain had died long ago. All that was left was a deep and unyielding endurance, horned from her time with the warlords of Ukara. She had used those practices to attain a state of non-presence. A state where your body felt but your mind stayed unperturbed. Still, the strain her body was under went past the metaphysical. She knew she couldn't handle it for much longer. Her last chance to escape had gone, but she was not dispirited. She was Coriander after all, Crown Princess of Tamarin. On Earth, things have taken a drastic turn in DC. Despite the valiant efforts put up by Batman, the huge vine monster seems to have sustained no damage. The police have cleared the scene here at downtown and seem to be coordinating with the Secret Service given to the close proximity with the White House. The reporter's face looked worried as he spoke into the camera. Behind him, one could spot a huge green plant, throwing around cars and smashing buildings. Batman swerved in at times and threw batarangs, setting off a chain of explosions that destroyed the vines only for them to regrow again. The camera panned out to show the news anchor who had a finger on his earpiece, listening intently to something. We have our correspondents from all over the country reporting in. It has been confirmed that the same incident unfolding in Washington, D.C. is happening in a lot of popular cities. The screen behind him went from a single feed showing Washington, D.C. to a grid showing multiple frames of other cities across the nation. Wonder Woman is at Gotham City. We can only assume it's due to Batman being occupied with the Vine monstrosity terrorizing the capital. The Flash is handling the one in Central City, with, strangely enough, help from one of his rogue gallery, Captain Cold. Captain Atom is helping out in New York with, oh my god. Is that Wildcat? That's Wildcat. The New York video expanded to show the feed of a well-built figure dressed in a gray sweater, brown slacks, and a mask with a cat theme, helping people stuck in cars and under rubble escape the scene. The news anchor had his mouth open. I can't believe it, he must be pushing 80 yet. He shook his head and cleared his throat to get rid of the distracting thoughts. Las Vegas has help from Zatara, who was fortunately around doing a show. Icon and Rocket, two independent heroes from Dakota City, are fighting the one in a local home with some success. It seems that once the damage piles on too much, the vine releases a cloud of green gas. Luckily, Rocket has sealed the gas in one of her shields. The anchor went on to list a few more cities where the League had mobilized along with a few more independent heroes to stop the vines from their destruction. However, through all that, everyone wondered the same thing: where was Superman? Aiden's POV, you still haven't told me what she stole. I asked the demonologist as we stopped in front of the crypt. Jason Blood grunted absent-mindedly as he stepped inside the stone structure and walked to the end, where he started inscribing a triangle with 3 circles on the furthermost wall with a yellow chalk. I narrowed my eyes as latent energy started brimming from around our surroundings. Jason cursed out as the circle flashed with orange fire before dying out. The wards damaged the connecting waypoints. We are stuck here, he told me before punching the wall with his fist and cracking it. I smiled. Well, not really. At my urging, a boom tube appeared before us. Blood looked on at the portal, then at me, as if he was seeing me for the first time. This can take us anywhere in the world I've been. So where do you want to go? He sighed. At this point, there's only one place we can get help from. And coincidentally, it is where you came from. A portal to New Orleans, if you will. Aden Strong, I answered, even though I had already introduced myself like 3 times as we left the ruins of his mansion for the crypt. Right. Sorry, my mind is not what it used to be. He has been getting out of hand. Bucking under my control. Blood trailed off, looking unfocused. Are you all right? I asked him, concerned about his mental health. I would hate to bring a fire-spitting rhyme demon back to New Orleans, although I was confident I could stop him before he fucked everything up. Etrigan was seriously strong. That wasn't a fight I wanted to have in the middle of a crowded place like New Orleans. He shook his head, closed his eyes, and nodded with a wince. The haunted look on his face changed as his expression turned blank. Yes. I am fine. We should get going, he told me while moving towards the portal. Nope. The boom tube disappeared. Not until you answer some of my questions first, I told him while crossing my hands. Anger marred his features. Open the portal, he shouted, his voice taking on a growl at the end. My back stiffened as I narrowed my eyes. Even if you attack and defeat me, you're still going to be stuck here in the middle of Foxville or whatever. How are you going to get to Madame Xanadu's without my help? Just swallow your pride and answer only 2 questions and we're good. We entered a staring contest, but unlike the devil where I had had to look away in fear of getting blasted apart for the nerve, I stared down Blood until he closed his eyes and took a few calming breaths. All right. When he opened his eyes, the anger had been replaced by frustration. What do you want to know? He questioned in a clipped tone. First of all, what did that crazy angel chick steal and what do you think are her intentions? Alyssa stole a mystical object called a star compass. I listened intently, racking my brains over whether I heard something like that from canon, but came to the conclusion that I hadn't. An artifact capable of leading you to hidden ruins or places with a high concentration of natural magic. Oh, like Atlantis or Salem? I pitched in. The demonologist nodded. Precisely. It is my belief that she is going to use it to locate the Fountain of Imperium, a well of magical power not native to the planet that casts a mystical net over the world to hide us from most extraterrestrial scrying. The net has been crucial in keeping away the common alien practitioners of magic. If it does go down, we might see magical activity increase exponentially as magi from across the universe try to tap into the Earth's relatively young ley lines for their own ends. Magical aliens. Wow. Only DC can have such crazy fuckery. Okay, second question. I held up the MDP. If I help you stop her, will you help me with this? General POV, the vines dug into the building, breaking through the window and encroaching the room as a mass of tendrils, taking over. The building was only the 3rd this happened to. The only upside to the situation being that it had been cleared already. Batman was getting frustrated at the lack of progress. His holographic wrist computer had already scanned the plant. The center portion of the vine peeking from the ground was its vulnerable spot, but if he destroyed it, then a dose of fear toxin would be released. Something that while he could overcome due to sheer willpower, he wasn't immune to. Not completely. He would have to come up with a new strategy. He couldn't really synthesize an antidote on the spot, but the Flash had picked up the chemicals needed and hopefully, with the man's super speed, they could neutralize the toxin before any real damage could be sustained to the surroundings. That also meant he had to stall the Vine's progress, unaided. He narrowed his eyes, meaning Clark was facing whatever he was facing alone. It wasn't hard to put two and two together. Clark mentioning Luther, right before the coordinated attacks by the Vines had happened, Metropolis being exempt from what was happening in other cities. That was despite the attacks being aimed for the cities where League members and other well-known independent heroes come from. Then there was the fact that the Vines seemed to be a product of magic as well as science. An abomination created by using Ivy's plant as the base, magic for regeneration whenever the Vines were damaged and fear toxin as a countermeasure. It was clear that Luther, and by extension the Light, sought to keep the other heroes occupied. Too bad the junior team was currently suspended. Robin and the others would be coming back tomorrow after their weekend training with Richard. Dragon Batman lost his focus for a split second due to his worry over Superman, and that split second was enough for him to get slammed backwards by the towering plant's multiple tentacles. He hit the ground and grunted, rolling away from another Vine's attack. He threw noxious pellets that exploded and the Vine shriveled in place. Batman flipped backwards, dodging the spikes of hardened vines that shot off the ground in his former position. He jumped from a car and used his grapple gun to swing away. A scream followed by barking rang out through the surroundings, and Batman looked to its source only to clench his jaw. A minivan with a family, 2 adults, 1 kid, and a dog was held up in the air by vines. Batman instantly swung towards that direction to save them, but he was too late. The scream was cut off as the mass of vines constricted the minivan and squeezed. Bruce's heart skipped a beat as his mind buzzed. "No!" Batman shouted, evading a vine, his hand reaching out to the vehicle, only for a towering screen of flames to block out his view. The vine let out a screech of pain, disorienting Batman and making him land on the roof of a building in a roll. The Dark Knight stood up with a groan and surveyed the scene. Heat waves blasted his face as the temperature picked up, hot enough to have him sweating in seconds. A tornado of fire blocked the vine's main body, burning off the numerous vines while the bud remained in the middle of the tornado. The eye of the storm. "I hope you don't mind. I thought it prudent to intervene," a voice said from below him. Standing in front of the tornado of fire was Iroh in a martial arts stance. The old man looked at Batman as he swung down, a slight smile on Iroh's face. "The family is okay." Chapter 137, versus the Injustice League Part 1. Lex adjusted his tie with a small smile on his face, as a hulking figure landed on the ground before them, upheaving the soil on impact. Mercy punched a stray rock headed for Lex away as she glared at the last Charnian's back. Lobo punched a logo Umrabazel. The interstellar mercenary said while walking towards the downed and stunned Superman. Umra Kryptonian Anala Upaleva. He stopped in place as Superman pushed a rock off him with a grunt. The Man of Steel rose up unsteadily. "I don't understand a word you're saying, but trust me, buddy, you don't want to do this," Superman said while taking a battle-ready stance. The Charnian bounty hunter cocked his head to the side in slight confusion, then tinkered with a device on his belt buckle, pressing it in quick succession. "Stupid fucking device. It keeps on breaking down in the middle of the conversation." "There, now, where was I?" "Oh yeah." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Lobo's face. "I'm about to pound that pretty face of yours in, little Kryptonian." Grah. Lobo moved with speed that was highly unexpected and closed the gap between him and Superman. The Man of Steel grunted as his palm blocked the punch headed for his face. Then he squeezed, floating up with a serious look on his face. "Don't make me hurt you." Laughter started bubbling out of the pale-skinned alien. "You're strong. That means I get to have fun." Lobo shot back and whistled. The rev of engine sounded out before some sort of spacefaring motorcycle flew in, guns blazing. Lobo stepped in, reversing the hold the Man of Steel had on his hand, and pushed him from behind so that he got the total blunt of the attacks. Projectiles and energy beams landed on the Man of Steel's body, his form getting buried under smoke and light. Strength almost on the level of Superman. Intriguing. Lex commented. Mercy, initiate the plan. I believe it's time we made our exit. The bodyguard nodded and pressed a button on the briefcase she was carrying around. A gray metallic sheen covered the black briefcase before dripping to the ground in a viscous form. Then the both of them walked away from the fight unfolding. Once in the armored limo, Lex pressed a button on the doorframe and sat back with a glass of champagne in his hand. There was a slight buzz as the car was shielded from Superman's super hearing. Dr. Rocket's research documents helped a lot. The nanites are not advanced as her own, but this prototype will be enough to collect DNA samples from both of them. I doubt Superman will want to take this fight anywhere close to the city limits. And if Lobo gets overwhelmed, well, he knows what to do. Then we have nothing to worry about. The distraction is going smoothly, with all of the League members being occupied. Voton, Poison Ivy, and Scarecrow are also uncompromised. However, I have no idea for how long. It is not inconceivable that the League comes up with a way to locate them and put an end to our machinations. Fortunately, we have a countermeasure to that as well. Ra's al Ghul replied as the car pulled off into the main road, headed to Metropolis. Aiden's POV, we used the boom tube which emptied us into Sanctuary before another one appeared under our feet and spat us out in front of Madame Xanity's shop. I wasn't going to appear inside her shop. Lord knows what type of magical warding she has in place to deal with intruders. I heard a few gasps of surprise and fear, followed by people running or walking away quickly upon our entry. Blood looked at me accusingly, making me flush a little. Sorry. Next time I'll try to be subtle. But then added to myself, you'd think with all the superpowered aliens, ancient demigoddesses, and people who can casually break the sound barrier, this wouldn't be a problem. I turned to head inside the shop before something grabbed my attention. The digital billboard framing the building at the end of the street was showing multiple clips of the League fighting, and I kid you not, vine monsters. There was something familiar about this. I racked my brain and the information hidden deep in my mind hit me like a lightning bolt. The Injustice League. There had been something like this in canon. I didn't know what their motives had been other than causing menace as par the course, but something seemed off about this. All the attacks were confined to cities with superheroes. Let's go. The League will handle that. We have our part to play in this madness. I looked back at Blood and nodded hesitantly. What worried me was the identity of the person fighting alongside Batman, Master Iroh. Fuck, this was going to put him firmly in the world's eyes. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, but this was Iroh. I doubt he would stand back and watch as people got hurt. I just wish I was there to back him up. I turned away. In canon, the team had been sufficient to deal with the ones controlling the plants, so there was nothing to worry about. The familiar ring of a bell greeted us as Blood pushed the door open. My skin shuddered slightly upon crossing the door. A barrier of some sort, I reasoned. My energy sense was getting better unusually fast. The setup of Xanity's shop was just like before. The only thing missing was the fortune teller herself. There was an unfamiliar flavor of magic that saturated the room, however, and it made me place my palm on Blood's shoulder with a frown, stopping him from going deeper inside. Do you feel that? I asked as he stopped inside. Yes. Just follow me. If it's who I think it is, then the world is in more danger than I realized. Blood replied, gently shrugging off my hand and walking towards the next room. The room that had the door which had teleported me across the world to Blood's residence. A magical waypoint, I think. Blood pushed the door open and we stepped through. My energy sense started acting weird. I could simultaneously feel the stranger in the room, while also not. It was weird and disconcerting and sent my alarm bells ringing. I couldn't gauge his strength. Fuck. The British demonologist who had been the exemplary example of respectable diction and manners unexpectedly cursed. Stranger, I was not expecting to see you so soon. How many years has it been? I perked up at the name, remembering the text I got from Maze about someone dressed in a black cape with white hair and glowing white orbs where his eyes should be. The man before us turned around to face us, and he matched up to the description, confirming he was the one she was telling me about. Jason Blood, the world is at stake once more. An upheaval that threatens to destroy the delicate balance. The stranger's voice was deep with undertones of power. So the usual fare, right? Bullocks. John was always a better fit for saving the world. I'm just trying to undo a mistake, Jason replied in exhaustion. For the first time, I looked at the immortal soldier cursed to be the prison for a demon. He looked tired and worn out. These 10 years have not been easy on you. But once again, your purpose is calling. I am aware of the issue with Alyssa. However, this goes deeper than that. I need your assistance. The stranger replied, his tone taking on a noticeable softer note. Blood shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Where is Nimue? I need her to help me locate Alyssa before she finds the whereabouts of the Fountain of Imperium. John, Richie, and I are the only ones who have an inkling on its whereabouts. But I don't think she will take too long to break through the wards. The stranger nodded, sweeping his hand out to show an image on the crystal ball of Madame Xanadu on a boat, floating along a river with her eyes crossed. I moved closer. What is she doing out there? I wondered out loud. Divining. High-level masters of the mystical arts can sense when someone is scrying them and hide their magical signature. Unfortunately for them, Nimue is a skilled magician. She's using the water's natural connectivity with the world to sense out areas with a high level of magical feedback, then parsing through all that to locate who she wants. Blood explained with a sigh. I'm guessing this is related to what you need my help with, he added. The stranger nodded. Okay, fine. We'll help you. The sooner we are done with this the better. A pulse of power, and Nimue looked up, staring right at the crystal ball. She chanted inaudibly before the crystal ball changed to show a different image. An image of a swamp, followed by a huge structure which was covered entirely by vines, and then the image zoomed in through the walls of the building and we got a look of who was inside it. That's Poison Ivy, Votan, and Scarecrow, I said, confirming to myself that I had been right all along. The giant vine monsters were the Injustice League's doing. This is where you come in. Someone needs to stop them if there is any hope of Poison Ivy's plant creations to be stopped. What the League is doing now is delayed tactics. Only 2 of these vine creatures have been destroyed. One in Dakota City and the other in Central City. I looked at the crystal ball showing the 3 supervillains and understood what he meant. There had to be a reason why the one in Washington, D.C. was still active, with Iroh around. That man is a beast. Scarecrow. The answer came to me, prompting the other 2 to stare at my direction. It all makes sense. There has to be a countermeasure in place. Votan must be enhancing Ivy's powers to endure the strain of so many of her plants scattered across North America with magic. Ivy is using that connection to tap into the green, a subconscious connection. I'm not even sure she knows that to regenerate the ones that sustain damage, and I can bet you $1 million that once one of the plants are destroyed, fear toxin is released. What I didn't understand was why the stranger felt the need to send us in. I mean, in canon, the League had sent in Aqualad and the others. Then again, my presence had changed everything. Each passing day, my meta-knowledge was getting more and more useless. I guess I didn't have a choice now. Okay. Let's deal with this first. When we're done, we go after Alyssa, Blood announced. Chapter 138, versus the Injustice League Part 2. Aiden's POV. I just realized something. I hate swamps. The phantom stranger had swept out his cape towards us, my energy sense briefly getting a taste of the stranger's magical power, and oh boy, this dude had hidden depths. From what I could feel, his power was of a higher tier than what was accessible to mortals. In fact, it was distinctly angelic. Just missing an aspect of miracle, or if you want to get technical, holiness. It was only for a brief second, and I could confidently say that the phantom stranger was at least as powerful as an elite angel. Which begged the question of why he didn't personally interfere. I didn't think he would tell me even if I asked, but I was curious about him. I made a mental note to myself to grill Blood on who, or rather what, the phantom stranger was. My vision was briefly obscured by darkness for a second, and then light assaulted my eyes, making me realize just how dim Xanadu's place was. Make haste. For the longer you linger, the more harm they inflict on the world. The stranger's voice echoed out before disappearing. I looked around and found myself standing on a mushy ground, with my feet sinking into the mud slowly. I grimaced and floated up. All around me was an eerie atmosphere that was not in the least bit diminished by the sun peeking through. The buzz of mosquitoes and other insects along with my surroundings culminated in one undeniable truth about myself. I fucking hate the swamp. Blood merely grunted and started walking towards the massive green plant peeking through a few trees, some distance in front of us. Nice of the stranger to teleport us close to the structure, but not too near. I can't imagine wading through all this murk to get where we need to go. Blood spared me a look that said, "Bruh, you can fly. I'm the one wading through the murk. Hey, you want some help? I could levitate you with my powers. It would be faster that way." I offered, only for the centuries-old man to shake his head. "I'm fine. Let us hurry. We need to stop Votan and the rest so that we can move on to more important things." I spared him a look from the corner of my eyes. This fixation on Alyssa seemed a bit odd. Something told me there was a lot more that the demonologist was not sharing. Then again, everyone had their own secrets. If it was important enough, there was no way whatever Blood was hiding would stay locked up in a void of obscurity. Call it karma, fate, or sweet baby Jesus, but such things found their way into the light eventually. On another note, something worried me. I was yet to receive a mission from the system. Did it mean that as long as I had a chain quest active I couldn't receive a different mission? Or did the system vet my missions based on a criteria that I didn't know? It bothered me not to have clear answers, because Lord knows I needed some training points. Back to the mission, I had my energy sense, air sense, and spiritual attunement on ever since the stranger dropped us in the swamp. All three skills were in an active state, scanning our surroundings as we closed in on the megastructure that was growing bigger and bigger in our vision. For starters, the building was shaped like a dome from what I could perceive. The sunlight from above hit the top of the building and was reflected off, meaning it was made of glass while the foundation was concrete. Its size was huge. Like, why waste so much time and resources building this thing in the middle of nowhere if it was a one-off strategy? Somehow, despite Lex's bullshit amounts of money, I didn't picture him as the sort to just waste it. Which meant this was something that the Light had been planning for some time. I remembered only the part about the Injustice League being a cover for the Light or something. Nothing too concrete. I tensed my neck muscles as something made itself known before us. Without thinking too much, I jumped in front of Jason just as a huge albino gorilla leapt from behind some trees a couple of dozen meters away from our position. How the fuck had I not felt him before he consciously moved to attack us? Could there be something in the air masking their presence, or was it the swamp itself? Bullets pelted my air shield, making it ripple like the surface of water without breaking through. "Blood, we seem to have some company." "Yes, I can see that," the man replied, scanning our surroundings for any more attackers. "So what's the plan?" I asked while flicking a finger towards Ultrahumanite's position with my left hand, sending wind bullets to pelt his position too in a sort of "can you take what you dish out" courtesy move. The other hand was outstretched to maintain a strong shield around Blood and something broke through the ground, aimed at us. I neatly controlled the sphere of air surrounding our bodies and floated us away from the spike vines. Poison ivy. Luckily, it didn't seem like she was around. She could probably sense us all the way from the building. Still, it was frankly terrifying how powerful she could be in her element. The plants all around us moved to box us in. The sphere in my control changed to a whirlwind of sharp wind currents that made short work of all the branches and plants seeking to ensnare us once they got too close. I rounded up on my colleague, a little angry. You never freeze when you're on the field. Get your head in the game, blood. If this is too much, tell me and I will create a portal for you to leave. It was a low blow. Insulting even, given that I knew of his condition. Loosening the tight grip he had on Etrigan's chains to allow the demon to come out must not have been easy. Especially considering that they didn't really like each other. Throw me, came the Englishman's response. I looked at him in confusion. What? I studied his face and questioned. Throw me towards the building. You handle the ones on the outside and I will handle the ones on the inside. I hesitated for a split second before nodding. Okay. Give him hell. I laughed internally at the stupid joke before slamming my hands down onto the ground. A shockwave of wind blasted out with us at the epicenter, blowing everything close to us away. The pale white gorilla rolled away from the worst of it, though I could feel him smash onto a few trees, losing his machine gun in the process. Was it even a machine gun? With no more assault, I grabbed hold of blood through aerokinesis, just as he crouched and started to chant, "Change, change, O form of man, release the might from fleshy mire." I enclosed him in a bubble just as infernal, hot energy with the flavor of sulfur registered in my senses. My spiritual attunement distinctly felt two souls inside the body. With the prime soul, that of Jason Blood, taking a back seat as Etrigan came out. The bubble floated up and then shot off towards the building in subsonic speeds. Meh, he could survive it. Probably. I moved to ran forward when something forcefully stopped me. A battering ram. Or, at least what I thought a battering ram would feel smashing onto my forearms. The force behind it slammed me away as I cradled my very likely broken arm. My back punched through the mangrove, vines and trees before I released a blast of wind from my shoulders and feet to forcefully stop myself. The air rippled behind me, sending out a tsunami of murky water, broken branches, leaves and vines. Someone strong, very strong, had decided to enter the scene. I looked up at the face of the Kandak royalty. Black friggin' Adam. You're going to pay for that. I promised with a slight smile on my face, wincing slightly at the pain on my left hand. There was something about fighting someone who had you outmatched physically that was addicting, because then, you're forced to use your brain to counteract your opponent's overwhelming speed, strength and durability with skill or long-range bombardment. You can't hope to defeat me, brat. You are not worthy, Black Adam told me while flying down in an upright position. He had me outmatched in all physical parameters, but if I wanted to defeat him, I had a few options open to me, though I wasn't sure they would work. First off, I could deny him air. And, yeah, that's it. I got nothing else. That's how freakishly strong this dude was. Just kidding. I waited for him to get closer before opening my mouth and letting out a sonic scream, the most powerful one I could handle without making myself lose my voice for a few hours. The ripple of sound washed over the disgraced champion of Shazam, his hands clasped over his bleeding ears in a grimace of pain. I jumped towards him and buried a fist on his belly, pushing him towards the sky, while following him closely behind. The next strike caught him on the left cheek, whipping his head to the side. Damn, it felt like I was punching hardened rock. Despite being disoriented, Black Adam was conscious enough to sweep his hand out. I ducked under the move and landed a chi-blocking blow on the underside of his arm, then at his armpit. The larger, faster and stronger man winced in pain as his arm seized up but didn't completely lose control. He pulled away, but a wind blast from his back pushed him towards me again, so he changed tactics, and instead of a close-quarter combat attack, I felt the brimming of supercharged energy before the first sparks of lightning exploded from his form. The streaks washed over me, but I was ready. I grabbed onto the energy and instantly understood that I had made a mistake. This energy was not natural. The divine essence inside it fried my arms, and I released it just as quickly as I absorbed it, redirecting it to the ground where I felt Ultrahumanite hoisting his weapon up to shoot at me. I felt the lightning connect absent-mindedly while I tried to focus on the fight I was embroiled in. Black Adam landed a glancing blow on my chest that I barely evaded, but he pulled his hand back quickly and grabbed my arm in a vice grip. Before I could extricate myself, the world started spinning around me before he let go of my arm. I smashed onto the murky ground, sending mud and water flying off while coughing as the breath was knocked out of me. Shit, both of my arms were in a sorry state. The left one was probably broken or at least had a cracked bone on the forearm, while the right one was dislocated at the shoulder. How the fuck did Black Adam reduce me to such a sorry state in only a few seconds? I had the upper hand. Therein lied the problem. I was too cocky. Changing tactics. I looked up at the sadistically grinning man above me. Like David facing Goliath. Like Hercules facing the Nemean lion. I was outmatched, and it was thrilling. Okay, let's try this again. Chapter 139, versus the Injustice League Part 3. Aiden's POV. Okay, let's try this again. I said while rising to my feet. I had two unusable arms. The left, as mentioned earlier, was likely very broken. Moving my fingers sent sensations of agony across the whole limb, ending with a stabbing pain in my chest. The right shoulder was dislocated. I could easily set it back if I could use my left hand. My enhanced healing would likely get rid of the broken forearm in a little over 2 hours, but that was a lot of time when you're fighting someone. Especially when that person could destroy you quite easily. I also forgot to mention Black Adam's lightning had left burns along the skin of my palms and wrists. All in all, I had lost the first round. That didn't sit well with me. Black Adam floated down, hovering a few meters off the ground with a cruel glint in his eyes and a sadistic smile on his face. Ready to start begging? Not that it will do you any good, brat. I'm going to break you. His voice was gruff now that I took the chance to listen to it a bit more. Instead of the fear he was expecting, I held up my arms. Look what you did to me. I pointed out a bit sourly. The champion of the gods looked at my injured arms and snickered. I'm going to break more than just your arms. Your legs will be next, and then I'll snap your... What? No. I'm not talking about the arms, you idiot. I mean the sleeves of my coat. You think it's easy finding something as cool to wear as my costume, instead of the spandex you heroes and villains love so much? Black Adam pulled up short in confusion. I snorted while cocking my head to the side. It's already bad enough that you subject me to the side of your hairline that clearly doesn't want to do anything with your forehead, but you had to wear a black onesie with a white cliché rendition of a lightning bolt like you're coming from a cosplay event. I can't believe that this is what Shazam has to deal with. At least he's a kid, so it's understandable, but you have no excuse to walk around looking like all the wrong reasons someone goes to the gym. Black Adam's face morphed into a picture of anger. You little fucking... Nah. Are you sure you should be insulting me rather than dealing with that? I asked him, pointing at something behind him. A massive humanoid face made entirely of wind currents was swirling above us, scowling like an angry god. Making Black Adam angry had been a distraction while I created this huge construct. Black Adam was so shocked by the sudden appearance of the construct that he hesitated when the mouth opened and started sucking him in. I breathed in and let out a sonic scream that pushed him towards the construct. A boom tube appeared under me and I fell through. My surroundings changed as I instantly dialed the time difference in my dimension to 3 times as fast as in real life. The construct was not going to keep him occupied for long, and I wanted to fight Black Adam at my level best. A single mistake and he had shown that he had no qualms about knocking my head off. I'm trying to avoid death. Which is why I'm going to cheat. Says A, do your thing, buddy. The small dragon happily complied, sending me feelings of concern mixed with understanding that I was a badass doing badass things, so he had no reason to be worried. A white flame washed over me and I instantly regained my stamina and health back. Keyword being regained. Sazae's healing powers were not centered on healing the damage down, but instead reversing the damage inflicted on the body and resetting it to its prime state. It was the reason why I couldn't go on a crazy break my body through torture exercise and take advantage of his healing powers and my adaptive physiology to grow immensely powerful. But even with that, his healing came in handy due to how quick it was. I stretched my body languidly, feeling everything was back to tip-top shape. Thanks, Saze. Say hi to Breeze and Hawkeye for me. I'll see you all later. I jumped across the boom tube and landed on the ground a few meters away from my last position. The connection to my construct was still there, but its form seemed smaller and misshapen. Around it a trail of black would flash from one side to the other, using the shockwaves from his pure flight speed and super strength to carve out chunks of the construct. I tire of this nonsense. Begone! Black Adam announced, darting in through the eye of the construct. A huge amount of energy was released within my creation, making me widen my eyes as the ridiculous amount of electric energy exploded out like a bomb, destroying the construct and making me shield my eyes from the light. As the light show died down, Black Adam's energy signature lost more than half of its brilliance. I looked up and saw him huffing at the exertion, slowly floating down. The move had taken a lot from him, it seems. I narrowed my eyes. Time to take him down. Suddenly nausea hit and I was left reeling, stumbling on my feet as the world spun around me. You thought you could take us down? How far the League has fallen that they send in a child to do their dirty job. A voice with a heavy accent said as a figure appeared from the swamp. The miasma in the area was clearly messing with my senses. How the fuck had I not sensed them again? I fell to one knee, trying to stabilize my body and avoid puking all over. Calming breaths, Aiden. Calming breaths. There was a huff as Ultrahumanite appeared on the new figure's side. I lifted my head to look at them, but the feeling of vertigo increased tremendously. That's also when his possible identity hit me. Count Vertigo. An evil son of a bitch that was under Batman's watch list for possible fratricide. Or killing of his brother and his wife, leaving behind their little daughter to rule as the Vladivan called constitutional monarch. And I also suspected that the princess's 2 previous assassination attempts that had aired in the news had to do with his fucker. They stopped near me, with Ultrahumanite leveling his weapon towards my head. Checkmate. Count Vertigo said, his lips stretching out into a smug smile. Up close, after a delve into his soul with spiritual attunement, I understood that this dude had no redeeming qualities. It was a new function of spiritual attunement that required the subject to be in close proximity. If they were 2 meters away from me, I could do a deep scan, showing me the purity of their souls. Most souls retained a grayish color, falling into the not evil not righteous side of the coin. Count Vertigo's soul, on the other hand, was as murky as the waters of the swamp. That decided it for me. A dark grayish color that bordered on black. My face went blank. I held out my hand to the side as they watched. Don't move! Count Vertigo ordered as his companion shoved the gun in his hands on my face. My adaptability was assuaging the feelings of imbalance plaguing me, enough to get to my feet unsteadily. Vertigo brought a hand to a device on his shoulder and pressed it. Waves of nausea hit me, but I remained steady. He widened his eyes, turning to the albino gorilla. What are you waiting for? Shoot him! Ultrahumanite grunted and pressed the trigger. At this close of a proximity, there was no way I was going to avoid the energy beams. Fortunately, there was another option. I've always wanted to do this. Equity appeared in my outstretched hand just as I pulled on my inner energy, streaks of lightning enhancing my speed to crazy levels. The rapier transitioned into a katana midway through the swing, slicing apart the energy beams which exploded before me, the shockwaves rendered useless by my air shield. My hand danced in the air as I used energy sense and my increased reaction speed to block everything that the huge albino gorilla shot at me. The 2 of them seemed almost frozen. I bent my knees slightly, with Equity held to my side, then stepped forward. A loud bang exploded from my position, my eyes glowing with sparks of blue energy. The same erratic energy powering my muscles for more than regular speed. The katana shone through the air, a whistling sound ringing out after I had appeared behind them. Silence dominated the area before the weapon on the gorilla's arm fell to the ground, followed by the gorilla's arm as well. The spray of blood expected from such an injury was nowhere to be seen, Equity's edge having been so hot that it cauterized the wound. R from the animal supervillain knelt on the ground, shouting and groaning in pain. He looked at his companion, only for him to suck a deep breath. Count Vertigo's body flopped to the ground, his head rolling down the terrain only to be stopped by my foot. I looked at the head with a dispassionate gaze. I didn't want to kill him. Truly. But for the future of Latava. For the future of Princess Perdita, now Queen Perdita, and all the innocent lives Vertigo had taken or hurt in his pursuit for the crown, this sacrifice had to be made. I was always talking about how my conviction to doing the right thing was correct. Sooner rather than later, I was going to kill. Would this escalate things? I don't fucking care. How could things escalate when masses of people were already dying due to supervillains? And now that I had my own way of seeing deep into their souls to judge whether or not they could change, or at least if they had a smidgen of light within them, I could actually do this. I could save this world. If it meant killing people like Vertigo, then so be it. You're a hero, heroes do not kill. A regal voice that was highly panicked now escaped the mouth of the albino gorilla that had just bared witness to my actions. I hummed, bending down and plucking the device on Vertigo's head before sending it to my hammer space. It might prove useful in training myself to overcome such effects in the future. With that done, I turned to Ultrahumanite, walking towards him while twirling my blade. Heroes don't kill. You're right. But, who said I'm a hero? I saw as the realization dawned in his eyes that he could lose his life here. The terror in them increased as he crawled back, cradling his stump. Please, I was. He was scared. Scared of me. I don't know how I looked, but I didn't know what to feel about his fear. I didn't like it. But I was conscious enough to know that when I did start liking it, that's when I should be worried. As it stands, an avatar couldn't make a good superhero. That's because an avatar's duty was to maintain balance. If that meant using extreme force and killing your foes when it was imperative, then the avatar had to be willing to reach that level. Aang was an exception. He was just a kid raised by peace-loving monks. In that sense, he was both strong and weak. Kyoshi, on the other hand, she killed. And because of that, Roku wasn't left with a clusterfuck to deal with once Kyoshi passed away. Not like Aang had to do to Roku, giving mercy to a ruthless and insane Fire Lord who went on to inflict war and pain to so many people over the course of a fucking century. I could learn from their actions and the results of their lives, but at the end of the day, this was my life. My choices. And I chose to trust my gut. My judgment could be flawed, but not my understanding. And my understanding told me to do what was right up until what was right stopped being right anymore. I don't know if I was mistaken, but I felt my spirit get lighter somehow. As if, using the life lessons of all the past incarnations of the Avatar to arrive to my own truth, made my spirit attain more substance. All this went through my head as I neared Ultrahumanite. His back hit a tree, with sweat matting the fur on his face. I held up a hand and froze him with wind bindings, tying up his body on the trunk of the tree. Then I did a deep spiritual scan. His soul was not as far gone as Vertigo, but close. It also seemed bigger, meaning he had lived for a longer time. Done with the scan, I leveled Equity at him. All in all, only 10 minutes had passed since Blood and I had been attacked by Black Adam, who was still out of it. I needed to end this fast and go back up Etrigan. But not before Ultrahumanite answered a few questions I had. I needed to know the purpose of this attack other than the Injustice League acting as a smokescreen and scapegoat for the light. Savage knew that Batman and the others knew of the light. So the scapegoat thing wouldn't really work. Which meant they had another purpose. Tell me what you know before I turn you into nearly headless Nick. Chapter 140, versus the Injustice League final part. Aiden's POV, after telling me everything he knew, which as it turned out was not much, I took a minute to mull over his words. Because you see, While what he knew was little, it was very shocking. Vandal Savage was out of commission. Had been, in fact, for more than a few weeks. That timeline lined up perfectly with the time he had arrived to see Lucifer. The man's wariness had been a real thing. Tangible and significant, showing that he knew what sort of being was standing before him. I hadn't stuck around for that meeting. Nor had I asked any questions, but it seems like Savage did not get out of that meeting in one piece, if what Ultrahumanite told me was true. Of course I took his words at face value, even going further to sneakily scan his mind as he talked. Unfortunately, the albino gorilla had dense mental walls, which wasn't all that surprising given how long he had been alive. But still, my telepathy had steadily been getting better, even though I didn't pay it that much attention. I couldn't break past his walls as that would alert him about the intrusion, so I asked guided questions on what the light's intentions were. Normally, a thought cannot be separate. Except in times of great distress, when the mind is overtaken by strong emotions. Like fear. When you're afraid of something that's chasing you, the only thought in your head is going to be gotta get away. Gotta get away. However, in normal cases, when you think of something, that thought holds a precedent up until it's relevant. It also forms a chain when stimulated. A chain that leads to procrastination if your attention is not broken. Asking pointed questions prompted him to instantly think of one thing and then another as he discarded the initial thought to follow up the link whenever another question was asked. What is the Lights planning? Who's in charge now that Savage is indisposed? How many of these vine monsters are there? I touched upon his mind gently and used the slight waver in concentration as he discarded the first thought, grabbing onto the fluctuations of the initial answer he was thinking of, and because his attention was actively focused on another thought, getting through the walls was easy. It wasn't part of the lessons the Martians had taught me, but was instead inspired by something so mundane it was funny. When you go to the club and the line is crowded, if the bouncers get distracted for a little bit, you can take that chance to slip in. And because it's fucking loud inside and filled with lots of people, no one will even bother to come looking for you. No one will know that you ain't supposed to be there. It was the same here. The mind is a jumbled mess of half-finished thoughts and memories. Only a true telepathic master, or with the help of one, can you have an organized mind. Getting inside the Martian's mind undetected would be harder than fighting Omni-Man as a base human. That's never happening. See, they had a big advantage that normal humans, with the exception of human telepaths, don't have. Awareness. If the mind of a normal guy was a club, then that club had no bouncers or closed doors, you were free to enter. If a human like Batman was trained to shield his mind from telepathic influence, then their clubs had bouncers on the door and the club was always on lockdown or hard to push through if you were especially good at it. Now, a master telepath is a different case. There was no club. Just a blank void where they could exert full control of their mental faculties to welcome you with full force even before you could fully knock on the door to their mind. Now back to the matter at hand, I combed through Ultrahumanite's mind with more than a little difficulty. Which, while expected, was also off-putting and bothersome. For starters, I wasn't used to this, and secondly, his way of thinking was so analytical. You'd think that would be a good thing due to how straightforward his memories would be, but the problem with trying to understand a mind that is very unique from how you yourself think is the little cues and placement of detail. He had code words for information, all placed in a bundle of scientific observations that getting the actual details needed in-depth analysis. Luckily, after 5 minutes, which in real life translated to barely 2, I understood what Lex was trying to do. The bastard was trying to acquire DNA sample from Superman for something called Project Rebirth that would end up helping Savage regain his health back. That was the extent of Ultrahumanite's knowledge. The Vine monsters were simply distractions for the other League members and independent heroes who would try to intervene and help Superman in his fight. And it seems like the light had gone all out. The one fighting Superman was an interstellar mercenary. Ultrahumanite didn't know who he was, but I had a pretty good idea. Ending this whole affair just became all the more important. I didn't want to deal with whatever Project Rebirth was. That means I had to go to Superman's aid. Knowing Lex, There was no way the Kryptonian would win if he was faced up against Lobo. Not because Supes wasn't powerful, but because Lobo was a fucking maniac who wouldn't stop. Before I pulled out of the albino gorilla's mind, I left a little surprise there. I blinked my eyes open in the real world, letting go of the now dull-faced gorilla. His eyes were unfocused, and in my telepathic senses, his neural activity was quiet. That's what happens when you detonate the equivalent of a telepathic C4 bomb in someone's mind. You scatter their psyche, leaving them brain-dead. Let's just say, he more than deserved that. After all, his analytical way of thinking had made him conduct various cruel experiments. Some of them on even kids. I turned away, while sighing. This was necessary. And now for the last one. Like a roaring tiger, his energy signature reared its head at me. Black Adam was back. Had been for some time actually. Just content to watch as I dispatched his colleagues. Finally, you got rid of the weaklings, the man said as he flew down. This time he touched the ground and curiously studied me. You are a strong child, but make no mistake, you will fall like the rest of them. I will show you no mercy, he declared, his muscles seeming to expand even more as he tightened his fists. You didn't intervene as I killed your friends. That's rather heartless. I thought there was at least a bit of camaraderie among you villains, I commented, leveling equity at him. The Kondak ruler snorted. They were weak, he replied as if that answer was sufficient enough. And in his eyes, I suppose it was. The megastructure that was to my left suddenly blew up with flames, the large vine at the center burning with hellfire. I tightened my palm on equity. Etrigan was keeping his end of the deal, time for me to do the same. This tile I wasn't going to lose. His fingers twitched. I channeled the air element through equity, constructing a wind dome around my form that was super condensed. The lightning bolts from Adam's hands hit the shield and parted to the sides. It had already been established that his lightning was unnatural. There was no way I was redirecting it. My vision was occupied by erratic blue energy. I expanded the dome unevenly. Most of the wind changing forms from a dome to a pillar of rotating wind that shot off towards him. Fire appeared along its length and burnt everything around a 50-meter radius to my front. But Adam had disappeared too. The sky. Energy sense wasn't working as it should, but I could feel the massive power level hurtling down from the sky towards me. I pointed equity at him, creating weapon constructs made up of wind and fire that shot off as I slashed out my weapon. Black Adam didn't evade. The first of the constructs hit his body and activated. An explosion of super condensed fire was the result. Throwing him back to the sky, the bombardment continued, the area around his immediate vicinity being covered by wind arrows and spears. I snapped a finger more for show and they all exploded, covering his form under smoke and light. But I knew it wasn't enough to put him down. I took off to the sky, equity changing to its lance form, lightning clad my legs and feet as I skated in the air, enhancing all my parameters while pulling in closer to the scorn champion of the gods. Equity was currently one of the only things in my arsenal that could hurt him. The sword was sharp enough to slice the skin of an angel. I doubt Adam would offer that much resistance. A buildup of power pulsed in my senses, and lightning exploded out of Black Adam as he snarled. Okay, still can't pull in too close to him, it seems. I negated the air shockwaves that resulted from his blow-up and quickly shifted equity to its broad anime-style form, anticipating his counterattack. The punch that landed on the flat side of the blade saw me pushed back, struggling not to let go of the weapon. Adam's speed shot through the roof as he punched out at me, each time landing a blow that my sword intercepted, pushing me away in a cinematic rendition of Superman vs. General Zod from Man of Steel. The only difference was the absence of skyscrapers to demolish at my back. Each blow that connected helped me study his movements, his patterns, and his form. It was clear that Black Adam had more experience and skill than me. But skill took a back seat when he was in the heat of the moment. Were it anyone else, they would probably lose this battle. But I was patient, understanding that I couldn't trump over him in physical parameters. So I studied and learned. evading when I could and blocking when I couldn't. Little by little, I started pushing back. At first it started by leaving behind a trail of cutting winds and exploding fireballs that were only a minor distraction. Then I combined the two elements into a funnel of flaming wind that singed his eyebrows a little. The flame fell below us and started a fire on the vegetation that was unnaturally snuffed out, which made me curious. Lastly, a curtain of thunderbolts that I attracted with a combination of using the air, inner fire, and energy sense to direct them from the sky, falling onto the path that Adam had to take to reach me. The lightning bolts slammed onto his form relentlessly, coming out on the other side, with his body smoking faster than I thought he would. His visage showing frustration and anger at how I had been evading him. "You're finished." He pulled his hand back and slammed it onto my chest, breaking past bone and flesh as the arm came out on the other side. His face betrayed a smile of conquest, filled with begrudging respect. "You fought well. Die with honor." His words were barely out when he felt something was wrong. "So did you." His face changed as equity speared him from the back. A moan of pain escaping his mouth as his body trembled and lost strength. The figure before him was an air construct that was humanoid in shape but didn't look at all like a person. So I knew he was wondering what the fuck had happened. I pulled out equity from his body and marveled as the blood covering the blade was absorbed. I filed that away for later, sending the blade back to my hammer space. Black Adam floated down along with me, covered in a wind bubble. We landed and he looked at me with a surprised and pained look. "How?" He coughed out blood, barely managing to ask. For a second, I contemplated telling him. It was the honorable thing to do, plus the dude was dying. But this was DC, death wasn't permanent. In fact, I think she loves taking vacations when it comes to collecting the souls of villains and heroes to help them move on. So fuck no. I wasn't going to give my secrets away to an enemy. Simple. Round 2 goes to me. Chapter 141, A Favor. Aiden's POV, I watched as Black Adam's breathing grew shallower. Adam had accelerated healing, gained from Mehen, so it stood to reason that despite the nature of the injury, he wasn't going to kick the bucket that easily. But I could see it in his eyes that he knew he was at my mercy. I could easily kill him right now if I wanted to. And that, coupled with the fact that Adam didn't know the meaning of the word give up, made me take some extreme measures. Erratic power started brimming inside him, but a mind stun, which is just a crude telepathic hit to the mind, sent him to dreamland. His upper body flopped back to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Blood from the wound equity had left on his chest started pouring out in faster quantities. Damn, I was getting used to this. Not the blood, the mind attacks. Though the only reason it had even worked on the champion of the gods was because he was badly injured. For added measure, I used Dragon Fist, the air variation of chi blocking, to ensure that he wouldn't suddenly spring up and attack me. Doing that had the risk of worsening his injuries, but I had Saga who could stabilize his condition. An in-depth scan of his soul revealed that although this dude was violent, arrogant, and ruthless, he wasn't far gone. Not like Vertigo. It's ironic actually, how a normal human being like Vertigo could actually be worse than someone with the power of a god or several gods in this case, and a penchant for violence. That didn't mean Adam was a good person. Far from it. But his power made him more valuable alive than dead. That and the fact that Equity had behaved like a demon sword when exposed to his blood convinced me to let him live. The sword in question almost hummed in approval. A boom tube appeared below us and we disappeared into my realm. Black Adam could have some use to me. I especially wanted to know why my lightning bending seemed to have no effect on him when I remember that thunderbolts were also part of his weakness. Or am I wrong? Fuck, DC's timeline has always been confusing. I gave a final look to the huge Injustice League headquarters that was now burning with hellfire. A single minute later, I appeared back in the swamps after tucking my prisoner away in a secure place. Saga had stabilized his condition enough that he wouldn't die on me before we could talk. I twirled Equity in my hands while walking towards the huge but now wrecked building. Smoke was covering the area already, and with the way no plants or vegetation was trying to attack me, I think it was safe to assume that Ivy, Voton, Scarecrow, and any other supervillain we hadn't anticipated were dealt with by Etrigan. I only took a few steps before a figure appeared from within the smoke. I stopped and waited, before easing out of my battle-ready stance once I felt through my spiritual attunement who it was. "You look like you've been through hell," I commented with an upturn of my lips. Blood sighed in exasperation. "I love that shirt," he responded. His clothes were horribly burnt, but fortunately, he didn't seem to have any injuries. "So, what happened?" I asked while looking further behind him. My air sense and energy sense were still behaving weirdly, so I couldn't see it for myself. They escaped through a portal once Etrigan destroyed the antenna the woman was using to control the plants. He narrowed his eyes. "The portal looked similar to the ones you use actually." "I'm not surprised. It's clear they were working under or with someone else. The way they escaped was by using a device called a father box to open a stable portal to a place the user has been to before. My portals are different though," I told him without explaining more. "Still can't believe you took on an immortal sorcerer, Poison Ivy, who was clearly in her element, and that other dude by yourself. You're packing some real power underneath that prim and proper stiff British demeanor, Blood." The compliment was well deserved, though it was a way to change the subject. Blood saw through my intentions but chose to let it go. He looked back at the wrecked building and frowned. "Etrigan, he had some help from an acquaintance of mine," he stated, surprising me a little. "An acquaintance? Who could he be?" I then remembered how the fire from my fight with Adam had caught on the trees only to be snuffed out right after. I leveled a stare at Blood. "Let me guess, huge, green and mean. Concerned only about protecting green life, fuck everything else, right? You talking about Swamp Thing?" Now it was Jason's time to look surprised. "You have met him before?" I shook my head at his question, waving my hands in skepticism. "Nah. He's not real." My response confused him. "What?" "I assure you." I slung a hand around his shoulder and chuckled. "No, I'm just messing with you, man. Trust me, that kind of a guy leaves an impression." He sighed, shrugging off my hold and walking away. "Children," he said, which made me laugh and hurry up to catch up with him, only for my foot to sink into the sludge of the swamp up to the thigh. "Goddamit!" My curse made him look back at me disapprovingly. The look on his face changed from a frown to a slight smile when he saw my state. The older demonologist held out a hand and pulled me up. "Thanks. I understand building an evil lair in places where they aren't easily accessible is the whole fucking point, but God. A swamp? Are you kidding me?" My rant was carried out as I used air to remove the mud and water as best as I could. They chose this place because of the natural mystic energy concentrated here. Such volume of magic cannot be found in places with a lot of human activity. Blood explained while casting his sight over the surroundings. Could that be the reason why my senses were acting weirdly in this place? The miasma totally confused my perception. Mage. I suppose it makes sense. Though, that begs the question, if human activity is the reason why natural energy is lower in other places, why the hell did Swamp Thing decide to help us? It seems like his job would be easier if there weren't any humans around. Blood sat on a half-rotten trunk and gazed out into the swamp. It certainly would be. But humanity is necessary. It's how the parliaments maintain a balance. Plus, although he's different now, Alec was human once, he understands that just as there are bad people, there are good people as well. He rose up after saying his piece. Seeing as I was done with cleaning myself up a little, I did too. A boom tube appeared in front of us. "What now?" I asked him before we went through. "I have to find Alyssa before she locates the fountain. That much power should not be in anyone's hands." I sighed at his response. "I have something else to deal with." Before he could protest, I raised a hand. "I know, we made a deal. You help me with my little problem and I do the same. But, what I need to do is equally as important if not more. Blood thought about it before giving a curt nod. Very well. Thank you for everything else. I nodded and we walked through, finding ourselves on Sanctuary. Blood looked around in slight wonder before the sound of a boom tube activating stole his attention. This time 2 boom tubes appeared before us. That will take you Xanadu's. I pointed and he nodded, starting to walk away towards it. I sighed inwardly, well, time to start looking for another magician to help me. Jason got within close proximity to the portal before stopping. He sighed as if coming to a decision. Hey lad, maybe I can help you. Go to Giovanni Zatara, he owes me a favor. Tell him Jason Blood sent you. Tell him it's for Corenson. And with that, Blood plunged into the boom tube, leaving me standing in place, speechless. Zatara, huh? I wonder where this adventure of mine will take me next. Still, I was grateful for Jason. I had made a connection with an expert demonologist who knew a lot about the mystic arts, fought and defeated 3 supervillains, so the world could sleep a little safer now, and I had a literal champion of the gods imprisoned in my realm. All in all, this hadn't turned out bad. Not at all. I looked at the MDP in my palm and frowned. Did future me know that this would happen? That in my quest to make sure he wouldn't fuck me over by leaving a hidden function in the device, I would personally interact with characters like Madame Xanadu, Jason Blood, and now in the near future Zatara? Was it some kind of self-fulfilling loop? Or had he changed his / my own future by leading me to these actions? Then again, I knew frighteningly little about him. And I tried my best not to think about the information he'd given me, or else I would go insane with trying to come up with contingencies. I'm living my life the way I want. I sent the MDP back into my hammer space, replacing it for equity. The place I was going to next was actually very dangerous. I was going to see if I could break up a fight between a Charnian and a Kryptonian. Oh goody! My feet started walking towards the boom tube with conviction. The world wasn't ready for the Man of Steel's death. So I guess I know what's on my agenda now, time to save Superman. Chapter 142, Trust Me. Lobo spat out the broken teeth and grinned with bloodlust. I felt that. 8 broken bones, 1 lung punctured 3 times, my spleen and intestines ruptured from a single punch, and my jaw dislocated with 5 teeth missing. Who would have thought you had it in you? He pressed his foot harder on the Kryptonian's chest while laughing. Superman groaned. One of his eyes was completely shut. His thigh bone was exposed through the flesh of his leg, cutting through the Kryptonian suit that was made from very durable material. His left arm was bent the wrong way at the elbow and blood was pooling at his back, dyeing the rock his body was lying on red. The surroundings had undergone a drastic change. Craters dotted the area, some blackened with soot from the Space Hog's energy beams and Superman's heat vision. A dust cloud that could be seen from afar hung overhead as well. This was a battlefield. And finally, a victor had been decided. Clark couldn't feel his legs. His spine had been broken on the other alien's knee. He faded in and out of consciousness. He had never been in such a fight like this before. The pain he was feeling had evolved to agony. All he wanted to do was give up and just sleep. To forget the agony and just relax his exhausted body. Yet, he couldn't let go. He couldn't leave them alone. He wondered what Lois would do without him. They had so many plans, and Ma and Pa would be devastated. That's why Superman didn't lose hope. If only he could move, or just hold on. He wasn't sure, but he could hear the telltale sounds of something coming closer. The worst part was that they had been evenly matched. Up until... Lobo sniffed in disdain while staring at the small box in his hands. Opening it revealed a green glowing rock. This feels like cheating. But what the heck, I need the credits and time is running out. He turned his attention to Superman and smiled in bloodlust. Sorry little Kryptonian, but the main man always collects his bounty. It's a matter of good business ethics. After that, he reached out behind him and unsheathed the sword strapped to his back. Without wasting a single second, Lobo lifted the sword and plunged it towards Superman's chest. Aiden's POV, the boom tube disappeared behind me. I hovered in the skyline of Metropolis looking around for any green monster vines. I didn't find any, which reinforced the fact that all this was target the Man of Steel. People stopped and started to point at me. I could easily turn invisible, but I didn't see the point in it. In fact, this was better. A way to prepare them for me. I closed my eyes and delved deep into my unique perception. The world instantly opened up. The first thing I noted through my senses was the crazy power signatures coming some ways off in the outskirts of the city. I immediately started flying towards them. Getting closer, I could read the energy signatures more clearly. One felt like oil, ash, and the musk of blood similar to Galil's underground fighting rings, and the other felt like warm summer heat, morning pancakes, and sunshine. The latter signature was, however, precariously dancing on the edge of death. I increased my flight speed, a sonic boom erupting behind me due to the crazy speeds I was going. But I wasn't going to make it. Which is why I tried something I hadn't done before. I used my energy sense to scan the area and then opened a boom tube near the pair. I plunged into the portal, which was layered on top of another, granting me a small glimpse of sanctuary before I immediately flew through the other end to find myself in a close enough position to intervene. Lobo stood with a foot placed on Superman's chest. The Man of Steel's cape was torn up to shreds like the rest of his uniform and his body. Oh fuck. His body was broken. Blood ran down the rock he was lying on in a macabre fashion. Like the floor on a butchery. My eyes widened as I caught sight of what was about to happen. Lobo had a sword raised up in a two-handed grip. The pointy end was aimed at the Man of Steel's chest. Then he plunged it down. I didn't think, my body merely reacted on its own. Lightning surged from deep within me, heightening my senses to ridiculous levels. My energy signature shot through the roof, steam escaping my mouth as my clothes crinkled up due to the heat of the electric shroud covering me. Then I disappeared. A clang rang out. The resonating sound pulsed out in a wave of chaotic sonic distortion that sent me and Lobo careening away from each other. Superman's leg was turned into paste before a part of me seized control of the sonic wave and covered his form with a bulwark-like air shield. Splitting my attention like that and also taking into account the suddenness of what had transpired caused me to hit the side of a crater painfully before I could protect myself. Fun fact, no matter how super durable you are, slamming onto the ground always knocks your breath out. I unsteadily got up, before an energy signature was tagged through my senses, falling down at me. I rolled out of the way, Lobo smacking onto the ground feet first, resulting in a mini crater as I fell back to create some space. The dust died down to reveal the Charnian leveling a wrathful stare at me. No one comes between me and my contract whelp. He snarled before bringing his fingers to his mouth and whistling. The boom tube I had left open disappeared just as a dome of wind covered my position. A split second later and death reigned from above. I widened my eyes in shock as I felt my wind dome struggle to maintain its form from the onslaught of energy beams, the source of which seemed to come from a sort of space bike that hovered in the air above me. I couldn't stay pinned down like this. Lobo chuckled, seeing me suppressed under the heavy fire, and turned to finish what I had timely stopped him from doing. Stop! The world slammed onto his mind like a freight train off its rails. Lobo stiffened in place, body and mind straining under the telepathic order I'd given him. It only took a second for him to break through my control. But a second was a long time in a fast-paced battle such as this. The wind dome protecting me compressed and then changed form to a sphere of elemental air which turned out slightly yellow. I swiped out with equity and the sphere sailed towards the space bike, slamming onto it and releasing all the compressed air slashes in one go. The space bike flew away out of control. Lobo almost immediately jumped towards the downed Superman. I stepped forward and disappeared into a layered boom tube, coming out on the other side with equity in its lance form. A pillar of fire slammed onto the Charnian, who widened his eyes and covered his face with a crossguard. He fell to the ground, managing to land on his feet rather skillfully. He didn't say a word. Merely dropped his sword to the ground, revealing an attached chain that he gripped and swiped out at me. The weapon cut through the air at crazy speeds, only for me to slap it aside by its flat side and pull in closer to him. Jet flames appeared below my feet, propelling me towards the bounty hunter. Lobo flipped out of the way, but I managed to skate through the ground in lightning-fast speed and extend equity out. He evaded by leaning back only for a leg sweep to send out an arc of flame that flipped his body to the side. My fist found itself buried in his gut at full strength. Spit escaped out of his mouth while his body folded in on itself. Lobo smiled conspiratorially and grabbed on the lapels of my trench coat before he could fly away due to my attack. I found myself seized as the world spun around me. Then I hit the ground and the breath was knocked out of me again. I landed with his knee on my chest and I felt my ribs crack. "You're good, kid. Now stay down." The fist came in hard and fast. My nose broke and my head went fuzzy. My body dug in deeper to the ground, the earth caving in under my form. I could hear the tremors through the ground as Lobo left. "Get up. He needs you," a huge part of me screamed out as I wheezed in pain. "Why?" I shouted back. "Why should I? Superman and I are enemies. You don't save your enemy. Why the fuck am I even doing this?" It took only a second for the answer to come in. Because it's the right thing to do. You promised yourself that you would become the greatest hero the world has ever seen. That you would do whatever it takes not to give in or give up without achieving that dream. This is the moment to prove your conviction to yourself. The world needs Superman, but it also needs the Avatar. So get up! I sucked in a deep breath, sending waves of pain through my body and stumbled to my feet. My fingers touched my tender nose and I winced. Well, that is most certainly broken. I can't beat him. Half of the fight is hitting someone hard enough that they stay down. Unfortunately, I didn't possess the physical strength to do that to Lobo. I hit him with my full strength backed with lightning bending enhancing my parameters, but he shrugged it off. My flames hadn't done any damage, and while I knew I could probably whittle him down with lightning and slice him apart with equity, he would just come back due to his regeneration. Even if I managed to escape with Superman and get him healed by Saga, Lobo could get bitter and decide to take it out on innocent people for someone stopping him from completing his contract. No, I needed him out of the planet. General POV, stop. Please. Lobo looked back and saw the boy. He was on his knees trying to get up. He cradled his ribs painfully and his eyes were bloodshot as he begged for mercy. Lobo liked it. And why should I? His life was forfeit the minute I received a bounty order. And I always complete my kills. The space mercenary turned away while laughing. His left hand grabbed Superman by the neck and lifted him up. No! Don't do it! The world needs Superman. You can't kill him. Lobo shifted his stance to let the boy see. A bloodthirsty smile spread out across his face. Watch me. His sword shot out and speared through the Kryptonian's chest, coming out on the other side in a spray of blood. Disbelief hit the kid's face. Disbelief and despair. Both of which turned to anger. Slashes of wind and fire shot out of his body and hit Lobo. He chuckled as the attack did nothing. They were too weak. Too unfocused. The space mercenary dropped the Kryptonian's body on the ground and whistled. The space hog flew in, looking scuffed up but still functional. Normally he would cut off the head of his bounty to take it to the one who hired him. But the human had told him not to. They needed the body intact for something. Lobo had done his part, gotten his credits, and the other half would be sent over to him. All in all, a good payday. This planet was interesting. Backwater and poorly developed it might have been, but it had some strong opponents. Maybe Lobo would be back someday. Aiden's POV, my head felt like it was going to burst. That hadn't been fun. It was the same trick I had played on Black Adam. Using my wind construct to form a foundation to anchor the illusion, I messed with what Lobo's mind was proceeding to deceive him that he had killed Superman. But his brain was a feedback loop of hard metal, blood, and carnage. It hadn't been easy. Fortunately, it had worked and he was off-planet. I got up and ran towards Superman in urgency. His condition did not look good, though his skin was slightly less pale than before. I heard and sensed through the air a craft that was similar in design to the Batwing land close to me, and two people jump out. Two very familiar people. Batman ran towards Superman and I, shoving me out of the way as he looked down at his best friend. His mouth was open in shock and disbelief. My surprise came back when I felt Iroh's hand on my shoulder. What was he doing with Batman? No, that wasn't on the agenda for now. The light put out a bounty on his head. When I arrived, he was fighting a pale-skinned alien called Lobo. I explained when Batman leveled an intense stare at me. Iroh squeezed my shoulder and I nodded at him, sighing. I hope Batman is reasonable enough to put our issues to the side this once. I can heal him, Bruce. But you will have to trust me. Chapter 143, Alpha Phase. General POV, the boy's continued intervention is growing stale. I propose we deal with him. He doesn't need to be alive for the next step anyway. Queen Bee advised. The screen showed her seating on a royal throne, looking regal and beautiful. Like a diamond, pretty to the eyes, precious yet harder than anything else. Lorraine is right. Superman's death was a necessary sacrifice. His biomaterial would have helped me immensely in advancing my research on stabilizing the cobra venom. The brain added, his tone growing cold. As it stands, I find Moamine Prive of good research substance. A great affront. But the plan was still a success. Luther pointed out. We achieved the objective, mercy. He snapped his finger and his loyal bodyguard stepped forward, placing a large container hard case on the table. She flipped the locks and opened it, revealing a dozen sets of vials separated in two sections. The upper section had the 6 vials marked with the Kryptonian crest of the House of El, while the lower section were just featureless vials. Both sets were full to the brim with blood. Our friend was gracious enough to ensure we got more than enough DNA samples from both of them to complete Project Rebirth and Godblood. Luther informed the rest. I suppose that is enough. Though, I reiterate the boy should be brought to our control sooner rather than later. It will avoid complications down the line when we initiate Project Rebirth. Queen Bee stated. A sentiment that was shared amongst two of the others. Them being Ocean Master and the Brain. Luther frowned. We find ourselves at an impasse. I propose we wait. We already have the upper hand. I understand your concerns, but were we to rush and lose the advantage of anonymity we have, it would spell catastrophic failure for all of us. Queen Bee frowned. Luther was clearly reminding them of the threat hanging above their heads. Perhaps we can reach an accord. A way to observe the child and keep him within our sights. Ross spoke up, his hand steepled in thought. A scary intelligence could be seen shining through his eyes. That is easier said than done. Ocean Master interjected. We lack any means of tracking him. Our spy informed us that he had a falling out with the League's covert team. They have been trying to track him, but he evades even Batman's sights. H. The other issue being Clarion. At the drop of Luther's words, everybody's mood soured. Let us drop the matter for the moment. Aden Strong still has some uses for the light. When the time is right, he shall be dealt with. Luther decided. He nodded at Mercy, and the loyal bodyguard closed the hard case and turned on her heels, leaving the room. The samples will be taken to our associates and Alpha Phase shall commence. Moving on, what is the status on the Underwater Kingdom and the Superboy? The question was directed to ORM. His lips were set in a thin line while anger colored his response. Bad. Clarion's ongoing altercation, if you can even call it that, with the trench, is turning out to be a hindrance to the mission more than I anticipated. As a result, Poseidon's is on lockdown, the mystical barrier has been reinforced and Orin has doubled down on security. He likely foresaw a scheme to oust him from the throne by taking advantage of the crisis. That does present a challenge. But I'm sure you can improvise, right? Luther waved him off. After all, the rightful king of Atlantis should be able to handle something as trivial as getting into the science center. Luther's tone was neutral and devoid of any ridicule, but everyone could feel the mocking. Ocean Master ground his teeth in anger. The situation with the trench has already blown my cover. I had assets I needed to save due to Clarion's rampage, and that brought Orin's attention to me. He knows I've been undermining his influence for quite a while now. The silent war between us is over, now that he has confirmation. I cannot be seen in the city or else I will be thrown in jail. Then what use are you to the light? Queen Bee did not try to hide the sneer, unlike Luther. Ocean Master bit back his rude rebuttal, but it was clear to see that he furious. The hand gripping his trident tightened on the weapon. He was a royal prince. How dare they mock him? But he knew he couldn't explode in anger. Not yet. Not when he needed them still. And when he was king, all these surface dwellers would understand the true might of the Atlantean army. It shall be done. With that, his screen switched off. What a fool! Queen Bee chuckled in derision. So quick to anger that he fails to rationalize. To see the bigger picture. General POV, the boy's continued intervention is growing stale. I propose we deal with him. He doesn't need to be alive for the next step anyway. Queen Bee advised. The screen showed her seating on a royal throne, looking regal and beautiful. Like a diamond, pretty to the eyes, precious yet harder than anything else. Lorraine is right. Superman's death was a necessary sacrifice. His biomaterial would have helped me immensely in advancing my research on stabilizing the cobra venom. The brain added, his tone growing cold. As it stands, I find Mwamine Prive of good research substance a great affront. But the plan was still a success. Luther pointed out. We achieved the objective, mercy. He snapped his finger. And his loyal bodyguard stepped forward, placing a large container hard case on the table. She flipped the locks and opened it, revealing a dozen sets of vials separated in two sections. The upper section had the 6 vials marked with the Kryptonian crest of the House of El, while the lower section were just featureless vials. Both sets were full to the brim with blood. Our friend was gracious enough to ensure we got more than enough DNA samples from both of them to complete Project Rebirth and Godblood. Luther informed the rest. I suppose that is enough. Though, I reiterate, the boy should be brought to our control sooner rather than later. It will avoid complications down the line when we initiate Project Rebirth. Queen Bee stated. A sentiment that was shared amongst 2 of the others. Them being Ocean Master and the Brain. Luther frowned. We find ourselves at an impasse. I propose we wait. We already have the upper hand. I understand your concerns, but were we to rush and lose the advantage of anonymity we have, it would spell catastrophic failure for all of us. Queen Bee frowned. Luther was clearly reminding them of the thread hanging above their heads. Perhaps we can reach an accord. A way to observe the child and keep him within our sights. Roz spoke up, his hand steepled in thought. A scary intelligence could be seen shining through his eyes. That is easier said than done. Ocean Master interjected. We lack any means of tracking him. Our spy informed us that he had a falling out with the League's covert team. They've been trying to track him, but he evades even Batman's sights. H. The other issue being Clarion. At the drop of Luther's words, everybody's mood soured. Let us drop the matter for the moment. Aden Strong still has some uses for the light. When the time is right, he shall be dealt with. Luther decided. He nodded at Mercy, and the loyal bodyguard closed the hard case and turned on her heels, leaving the room. The samples will be taken to our associates and alpha phase shall commence. Moving on. What is the status on the underwater kingdom and the Superboy? The question was directed to ORM. His lips were set in a thin line while anger colored his response. Bad. Clarion's ongoing altercation, if you can even call it that, with the trench, is turning out to be a hindrance to the mission more than I anticipated. As a result, Poseidonis is on lockdown, the mystical barrier has been reinforced and Orin has doubled down on security. He likely foresaw a scheme to oust him from the throne by taking advantage of the crisis. That does present a challenge. But I'm sure you can improvise, right? Luther waved him off. After all, the rightful king of Atlantis should be able to handle something as trivial as getting into the science center. Luther's tone was neutral and devoid of any ridicule, but everyone could feel the mocking. Ocean Master ground his teeth in anger. The situation with the trench has already blown my cover. I had assets I needed to save due to Clarion's rampage, and that brought Orin's attention to me. He knows I've been undermining his influence. The silent war between us is over, now that he has confirmation. I cannot be seen in the city or else I will be thrown in jail. Then what use are you to the light? Queen Bee did not try to hide the sneer, unlike Luther. Ocean Master bit back his rude rebuttal, but it was clear to see that he furious. The hand gripping his trident tightened on the weapon. He was a royal prince. How dare they mock him? But he knew he couldn't explode in anger. Not yet. Not when he needed them still. And when he was king, all these surface dwellers would understand the true might of the Atlantean army. It shall be done. With that his screen switched off. What a fool. Queen Bee chuckled in derision. So quick to anger that he fails to rationalize. To see the bigger picture. Batman found himself standing on the palm of the gigantic figure and threw the batarangs he had at the huge construct, but the bombs failed to even reach its body. The giant brought him closer to its face, allowing him to see that it was me. His mouth opened as he palmed his utility belt only to find himself bereft of it. Batman blinked his eyes and found himself right where he had been standing before. His utility belt was missing and Saga and I were attending to Superman. His utility belt was held loosely in my hands as I watched Sai work his magic. Through my senses, I could feel Batman getting ready to do something before Iroh gripped his shoulder. Don't. There was a battle of wills before the Dark Knight acquiesced and settled down, content to watch. The first time ever that he was not in control. Superman's body rose up to the air in a bright shower of light as his body was healed. Now, bringing Batman to my dimension was not in any way a smart thing to do. Saga could have easily come through the boom tube and healed Superman in the real world. The thing is, I wanted the process of Superman being healed to occur in my dimension for one reason. A reason that was worth the risk of Batman being here. I connected to the Skoniad Tower remotely pissed. Download the app for Realm, monitor the process. Copy and compare Superman's DNA to matches and find a way to completely stabilize his biology using the results. Affirmative. Chapter 144, The World Needs the Avatar. Something is wrong, Iroh stated with a frown. I narrowed my eyes while trying to find out what he meant by delving deep into my energy sense. The light show around the Kryptonian hero's body ended and his body floated back down. The myriad of colors that were mainly a shade of green wisps coalesced into Saga's familiar form, but as Iroh said, something was off. His energy signature was weak. Father, I don't feel so good. I immediately ran forward and covered him with my wind elemental energy, gently cradling him. Hawkeye and Breeze both flew to hover above their brother. Their thoughts matched the worry I had in mine. I absent-mindedly noted that Saga had just called me his father, which, while unexpected, was fitting, I suppose. I mean, I did create them. Well, the Avatar state did, but semantics. That took out a lot from him. I'm taking him back to the fire plane for some rest. I informed Iroh and nodded at Bruce. The vigilante surprised me by stepping away from the diagnostics he was running at the Man of Steel, who looked wholesome after Sazae's healing and gruffly offering his gratitude. Thank you, Aiden. I was tongue-tied for a second before settling for a curt nod. I'll be back in a few minutes. With that, Hawkeye, Sazae, Breeze and I disappeared. General POV, Bruce sighed just as Aiden teleported away. The last 12 hours had been way more exhausting than his usual taxing days. He felt like removing the cowl and just easing his body in a sauna to get rid of the stress. But, being Batman, he knew he didn't have time for such luxuries. And even if he did, he most definitely wouldn't spend that time in a sauna. He would be at his personal gym, polishing his skills. Trying to get even a smidgen faster, stronger, better, because he knew just that small difference could save a life. H, would you mind having some tea with this old man? Iroh's voice stole his attention from his thoughts. Bruce turned to face him and was more than a little surprised about where the tea set and table had come from. Even weirder was the way the kettle was steaming with freshly brewed tea, if the smell was any indication. Bruce contemplated refusing. But looking at Clark, who was stable now, there wasn't a reason to. Plus, with Aiden gone, they didn't have a way to go back to Earth. Not to mention, Bruce wanted to study, investigate, this dimension a bit more as well as its residents. What else was Aiden Strong hiding? So he sat opposite the strange old man who could control high levels of heat and graciously received the tea with a thanks. He took a sip and found it bitter, yet his exhaustion was immediately abated. He could feel all the bruises he had sustained during the fight with the vine monster start healing. What is in this? Batman questioned. Instead of answering right away, Iroh took a long and slow sip. I know what you're thinking. You're asking because you want to know what type of tea it is so that you can use it to help you in your relentless fight against crime. Batman gave no reaction to the accurate dissection of his intentions. A commendable reason, one might even say selfless. But? Bruce wondered when Iroh finished his statement. The older man looked at him in slight confusion. But what? I was just observing. In any case, it's an ability of mine. Sadly, it is not as effective as Sazae's own healing capabilities, or else I would have been happy to heal your friend in his stead. He is still woefully young. Batman narrowed his eyes. What is this place? He finally asked, going straight to the point. More times than not, that usually helped instead of skirting around the issue with someone like Iroh. Honestly? The old general leaned in closer. I still have no clue. Iroh laughed. Batman grunted. And what does that mean? Well, Aiden has explained it to me a dozen times already, but even his explanation itself cannot begin to encompass the full scope or meaning of this place. Iroh waved his hand out. It is a realm all on its own. A planet sustained by the will of a singular being, yet independent. It cannot be stolen, control subverted, or even destroyed, because it is anchored between a veil of the physical and the spiritual. This is the closest you might ever get to a heaven. He doesn't know it yet. I'm looking forward to seeing the look on his face when he understands what he has created. Batman's heart skipped a beat. He brought the cup to his lips, hiding his shock with practiced ease. How many times should I reevaluate his threat level? Chapter 145, Public Enemy. General POV, the room was dim with mood lighting. A grim atmosphere that exuded a certain level of relaxation. Especially when the late evening city lights could be seen through the transparent windows. Ultra-Humanite, Count Vertigo, and Black Adam. The former two dead and the last one missing. Lex pointed out, throwing a folder containing the forensics report on the table. Mid-level associates with a small degree of importance to our cause. I foresee our operations in Kondak and Vlatava suffering a hit and stalling for some time. Roz observed, flipping through the folder with mild interest. This boy, he is brutal. The hint of a smile appeared on his face. Perfect for my shadows. Lex nodded in agreement. Indeed. Taking out Count Vertigo and leaving Ultra Humanite brain dead is not something that exceptional, but the fact that he managed to make Adam go missing, that even Simon's ability enhanced by magic couldn't locate him, spells on the versatility and skill he has been likely hiding from the heroes. Luther concluded, loosening his tie a little. He just keeps getting more and more intriguing. The bald genius held up his glass to the side, prompting Mercy to fill his glass up till it was halfway full and drop 2 ice cubes. Roz shook his head a little when Mercy offered him a drink. "What do you want, Luther?" The demon's head narrowed his eyes. "Not really in the mood to play guessing games with the billionaire. Your proposal, I believe in its merit. A way to monitor the boy's activities. The problem up until now has been a way to pin him down." Luther begun. Roz leaned in, interested. "Forgive me, but not even your shadows have the ability to find out his whereabouts or track him. And if your shadows failed, then it wouldn't be a lie to say that no one else can." Roz took the insult of his men's inadequacy professionally, knowing that Luther wasn't lying. Even Cheshire, who was on scene and had great tracking skills, had said the trail had gone cold at one point, likely due to boom tube use, which had prompted the shadows to use boom tube tracking tech sourced out from Apocalypse before the relationship between them and the light had grown tense. That had turned up nothing still. "That is true. Loath as I am to admit it. It is a failure on my part, and my agents are being disciplined as we speak," the centuries-old man said. He might have taken the criticism from Luther professionally, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to punish the shadows for failing such an important task. And that in itself made me think. How do you keep track of someone that shows up when and where they want? Luther took a sip as Roz mulled over the question. A glint appeared in the eyes of the leader of the League of Assassins. "Simple, you can't control them, but you can control their surroundings, their environment. You turn it into your eyes and ears. You make it so, anywhere they appear they cannot hide or blend in. And then you can act accordingly." A smile appeared on Luther's face. "Precisely." He then turned to the table, grabbed a remote and switched on the TV mounted on the wall to their side. The GBS logo appeared before the image switched to an anchor seating in a newsroom. Shocking new developments have been made known to the public, as the authorities continue their investigation on what has been coined as the Injustice League incident that saw the attack of multiple cities across the United States. The death toll rests at 32 confirmed casualties and over 300 injured people before the League's timely intervention saved the day. Through all that, the lack of an attack on Metropolis and Superman's missing status left many questions ringing through everyone's minds, especially when the attacks seemed to happen in cities with a League member or independent hero's presence, which suggested a pattern. The reason for that was more nefarious than anyone could imagine. I urge everyone to please proceed with caution, as the images we are about to show you are very graphic. The next image showed a black-clad figure standing above Superman's broken body. The figure was dressed in a huge trench coat, a visor on his head, and a katana gripped in his hands. Blood from Superman's body dyed the rock he was lying on red. The anchor's face was grim. The attacks were a diversion meant to keep the other heroes too busy to help Superman as he faced down this menacing figure that the police have dubbed Cape Killer. His identity has similarly been released to ensure everyone is aware of who they are and what they are capable of. The Cape Killer's real name is Aden Strong. Lex pressed the remote and the screen switched off. "You changed the camera feed." Ra's al Ghul stated more as a confirmation than a question. "And I am guessing paid off the news crew or maybe used Simon to change their memory of the events. All for you to pull of this scheme. I am impressed, Luther. Really. However, how will you account for when the League reveals a contradictory statement?" The demon's head-sharp intuition showed him enough scenarios to poke holes in Luther's plan. The other man, however, seemed to have expected the question. The plan wasn't to turn the world against the boy. It was to reveal him to the world. If we can't pin him down, then we'll make sure that everywhere he goes people know him, fear him, love him, abhor him, or reject him, it's all the same. They will be our eyes and ears as well as the driving force to bring him to us. For he will face none of the wariness the League and everyone else will treat him with. We will give him a true purpose. A sense of belonging. Ambitious. But it can backfire tremendously, Luther. People hang on to the League's every word. The opposition they face is minimal when compared to how much support they get. They are an umbrella, and you don't stab holes in your umbrella lest you get soaked. Al Ghul stated while rubbing his chin. Even if the plan should fail, the doubt that will bloom on the veracity of the League's statements as opposed to what they see will be enough to start a spark. That juxtaposition will be the first step towards evolving from questioning their actions and motives to questioning their presence. It will only snowball from there. You have clearly thought about this deeply. All right, I do not know what it is you seek from me, but I am on board. Roz told him. Luther's smile went feral. Nothing much. Just consider it a countermeasure in case Project Rebirth goes horribly wrong. The demon's head raised his eyebrows. I see. That answers the question I had about why you felt the need to hide this information from the others. They want the boy serving his purpose or dead. You, on the other hand, want to use him for another agenda. Pray do tell what you know that we don't, Luther. Luther trailed his finger on the rim of the glass absent-mindedly. I am a businessman, Roz. And as a businessman, we know when to take risks. One might perceive my actions as a bold and stupid move, but as a businessman and a talented one at that, my vision goes farther than what everyone else can see. It's a skill you cultivate off the backs of so many failures and successes. Aden Strong is an investment worth my attention and risk. That's merely all there is to it. He replied with a shrug. Aiden's POV, because the world needs Superman. And because I could. My reply seemed to surprise him a little, which made me roll my eyes. Yes, Batman. I have a conscience too. I can care about these things and still oppose your ideals. Just because I think extreme measures should be taken when dealing with villains doesn't mean I want to see the end of the Justice League. I told him as plainly as I could. Tell me everything you know about the mercenary you said attacked Superman. He grunted, pressing a key on his holographic computer to project a few unclear images that showed Lobo on his space bike flying away, while I stood below him next to Superman. And why left without finishing the job? Well, I don't really know much about Lobo. I started only for him to cut me off. You mentioned his name in the meta-knowledge report you gave us once. I compared it with the images I managed to acquire to almost a 100% compatibility. The sparse information we have states he is the last of the Zarnians, a galactic mercenary, bounty hunter, and very powerful. What could such a person want with Superman? Meta-knowledge? Iroh questioned from the side. I will explain later. I answered him before turning to Batman. Other than the obvious? Superman is the last known Kryptonian survivor. I can think of a few beings who would want to add him to their collection or experiment on him. But no, this stinks of a scheme by the light. I had the pleasure of working with Jason Blood to take down the ones responsible for the creation of the Vine monsters in the first place. You're welcome, by the way, and one of them had something interesting to say. So I told Batman everything I'd gotten from Ultrahumanite. They've grown bold in their actions. I need to talk to the Justice League and prepare an appropriate pushback after assessing the damage. We can't suffer another attack like this while they try to take one of us out. Not to mention, Superman's family might be worried about him. Can you create a portal straight into the Watchtower? He wondered, making me shake my head. That's not a good idea. With you no longer being a member and me being a free thinker, which means fugitive to you guys, the tower's new security system, which I'm sure the League most likely implemented to deal with me, might shoot first and ask questions later. You're right. He nodded. Then a portal to Metropolis will do. I stood up and rubbed my hands. Okay then, let's do this. Let's get Superman home. Chapter 146, I Will Come in Peace. Flash, I just got a ping of Batman's position by tracking the signal in his holo device. Hawkwoman informed the Scarlet Speedster. It's very near. Approximately 16 miles to the northwest from your current position. Got it. the Flash said and started running towards where he was being directed. I'm pulling up satellite images of the whole area. Be careful while going in. He just appeared from nowhere, suggesting possible teleportation. Green Lantern is on his way to act as backup in case something happens. Thank you, Hawkwoman. Do you really think the kid could do something like that to Superman? Barry added unsurely. Shiera went silent for a few minutes before answering. My instincts tell me, no. But, we cannot take that chance. If you come across him, take him down fast, Barry. We can question him later and find out the truth. The goal is to make sure he doesn't escape like before. Aiden's POV, I saw the way Batman looked at the swirling yellow boom tube behind us and smirked. He was probably thinking of countermeasures to that too, aware that I could basically come and go unrestricted as long as I had been there before. My portals were a godsend. They were a ticket out of anything I couldn't handle. A way to escape, regroup, and come back even stronger. Some might call it a cowardly move, but, sue me, I love my life. I'd tell you a picture lasts longer, but I'm sure you've already seen enough, come to conclusions, assess countermeasures, and are well on your way to implementation and test runs. Fuck, I will even offer my services for a certain fee. How's a mill sound? I spoke up, looking around at the surroundings. I had portaled us to the outskirts of Metropolis, a bit far away from the Lobo vs. Superman battlefield. Funny. The Dark Knight's tone was as dry as the Sahara. You know me, the very definition of humor. Comedian extraordinaire. I said with a shrug, reaching out with my air sense to give me a, well, sense of how far the city was and our approximate position to the battlefield. So what now? Batman looked down at the Kryptonian in his arms and frowned. The sun should have helped him wake up by now, he said with a grunt, placing Superman on the ground. For now, I will contact the League and secure their permission for you to boom tube to the Watchtower. You need to give a formal recount of the events. I frowned, not liking the sound of that. Batman continued as if he didn't see the look on my face. If the light was behind this, it means they have stopped scheming in the dark. People died due to this recent move. Had you not intervened, we would have been too late to save Superman. This means war. A shiver went through my spine at the badass way he said that. I smiled. A genuine smile this time. Count me in, Bruce. I punctuated my statement by slamming my left fist in my open right palm. That sounds fun. I have a bone to pick with a certain Baldy. I saw the hint of a smile before his face went back to its impassive state. But first we need to find out why they targeted Superman specifically. Batman's words were suddenly cut off as my body pulled away from my previous position. My perception felt an object cut through my air sense faster than I could perceive. My brain only registering the fact I was being dragged away by a red blur after the action had happened and my back had slammed against a wall. The breath was knocked out of me as I felt my healing ribs go back to their initial state of being cracked. I had foregone Sazay's healing for my own enhanced healing as well as Iroha's concoction after seeing the toll healing Superman had taken on him. I swallowed the pain shout and merely grunted, taking a knee, while holding my hand close to my torso. I pulled on my inner fire, using lightning bending to increase my speed and cut down reaction speed to see what exactly was attacking me. My eyes flashed blue and I widened them in surprise. Red suit with a lightning bolt insignia on his chest, and a determined set to his jaw. Barry. Despite the fact I could see him, he was still too fast for me. I felt my legs give way, swept out from under me before I impacted the ground on my back. I rolled away from the impact that followed, power-dampening cuffs missing where my hands were, by barely a centimeter. The cuffs hit the ground and broke under the Flash's hasty move. I looked at him and then the broken cuffs. Barry got up slowly. Give up, Maelstrom. You're not escaping like last time. Shit. Were they still salty about the Watchtower thing? Fuck. This complicates things. Now I'm not even sure if it will make a difference coming and come peacefully. They might decide not to let me go after giving my statement. But still, This was important. What would Iroh do? The old Grandmaster Firebender would probably tell me to exercise patience and understanding. To not get lost too deep in my thoughts, to see things from an outside point of view. What was the worst the League could do? Probably lock me in a secure place that I would escape from, or keep me in place using certain incentives, be it guilt, threats, a sense that they could relate, or whatever. This time they would probably be ready. Maybe a stronger magical device to keep me from saying I'm out of this bitch. The previous Magitech manacles had failed to work though, so who knows? Could they even keep me captive if I didn't want it? The question boils down to one thing. Was I willing to put the vendetta between the League and I away, placing my freedom at risk if it meant dealing with the light once and for all? Surprisingly, yes. Destroying Lex's little band of Let's Play villains was worth it. Doing so with the League would make it much easier to avoid mistakes or unforeseen situations. Plus, it would give me the credibility I needed to the masses so as to make it easier for when I started my own team. I was trying to change things for the better. That meant arguably making smart decisions and being prepared rather than going in guns blazing and initiating a doomsday countermeasure that the Light had in place should they mysteriously die. And after we've taken them down, I would know exactly where they would be, a quick soul scan, and I would decide who could reform and who was going to get the ultrahumanite treatment. I wouldn't even be killing them. Not really. I think. So I raised my hands up, the pain in my chest protesting, but I pushed through it. Okay. I give up, I said, stopping the fight from continuing. The Flash looked a bit taken aback. Really? I don't want to fight. We have more important things to worry about. My tone was sincere, throwing the other man out of loop. The Flash studied me for a few more minutes before pressing on his earpiece. Hawkwoman, inform Wonder Woman and Zatara that I'm bringing Maelstrom in. There was a brief silence before my enhanced senses picked up on the response. Are you sure, Flash? The signal on the power-dampening cuffs shows that they are inactive. What is going on? Shayura's voice, something that I hadn't heard the pleasure to hear that often, said warily. Barry spared me a glance. Yeah, he's complying and wants me to bring him in. Copy that. Green Lantern is close to your position. Coordinate with him. Also, Flash, be careful. With that, the earpiece went silent. I frowned and thought. None of this felt right. It was like I wasn't privy to some obvious information. Hey, so I was wondering, where's the team? I was half expecting you guys to send them on the mission to stop the Injustice League, you know, the ones Kant. What did you do? The voice shouted from above us. Of course I'd felt Green Lantern arrive, but what I wasn't expecting was the anger. A fly swatter construct fell down on top of me only for a shield of wind to stop it in his tracks. Whoa! Hal floated down, with Batman carrying Superman standing on a green platform. Green Lantern, stand down. Batman ordered from the side. The green and black Galactic Enforcer ignored him, changing the fly swatter into a drill made of energy that rippled across my air shield, trying to cut through, and would have succeeded had I not reinforced the air shield even more. Hal, stop! The Flash shouted. I don't appreciate being attacked out of nowhere, Lantern. I told Flash I was going to come in peacefully, but don't make me change my mind. The construct disappeared and Green Lantern sneered at me in suspicion. I'm watching you. One misstep. Just one, and we'll see if you have the strength to back up that confidence. I narrowed my eyes but chose not to say anything. By now, I had a feeling that something was very, very wrong. I spared a look at Batman and noted the crease in the corner of his lips. Superman wasn't waking up and Batman was worried. This shit doesn't look good. Maelstrom, you're cleared to boom tube to the medical room. The Flash informed after another conversation with Hawkwoman, who was manning the console. Cool. Let's get this over with. I nodded with a shrug, second-guessing my decision. The swirling yellow portal appeared before us in an explosion of sound. I thought about making a joke but decided not to, given the gravity of the situation. What are you not telling me? I asked Batman as he stepped up to my side. "Let's move," he stated without answering, and we all entered the layered portal, meaning a boom tube that was connected with another one to make the transition from point A to point B as seamless as possible without fully stepping into my realm. I had been letting people inside willy-nilly, and that didn't sit right with me. The next portal emptied out into the medical room, and instantly, I found a sword leveled at me from a very pissed off the Missern princess. The room, despite its large nature, seemed small when the whole roster of the Justice League was present, barring Hawkwoman, who was, as stated earlier, on console duty. And all of them looked as if they wanted was to skin me alive. Oh goody, I sighed. I'm thinking this is not about last time when I invaded the Watchtower, is it? I questioned and received a response. Just not the one I was expecting. Don't play dumb. Did you really think you could get away with trying to kill Superman? Why, Chapter 147, Superboy and Aqualad. The attack came in quick and fast. Connor was in a three-way sparring match with Aqualad and Garth. The latter was a strong sorcerer who challenged Connor to think outside of the box more than straight-up punching and kicking. Aqualad, on the other hand, was his usual stellar self, using the water that was present all around them to make weapon constructs more easily than he did on land. He had also gotten better, not requiring the use of his water bearers anymore, but too familiar to stop utilizing them. Garth flexed his hands, and the water around Connor changed to a shark construct. The Kryptonian clone kicked his legs and fluidly flipped away. His feet hit the wall of the sparring chamber, and his body bounded back even faster, hand pulled back for a fist. The punch landed on Aqualad's glowing water shield, and the water rippled around them. Aqualad's shield changed into a hammer that he swung swiftly at his teammate's torso. Connor crossed his hands together and received the attack on his forearms, getting pushed back just a little. Before Aqualad could capitalize on that opening, lightning streaks exploded out of Garth towards him, making him jump away too. The three teens smiled viciously as they eyed each other. Not that I'm complaining, and this is fun and all, but when are you going to show us your new move, Superboy? Garth asked Connor. He's setting it up for a dramatic finish, hoping to catch us off guard. Aqualad answered in his steed. As sharp as ever, Calder. Connor laughed. Yes, but there's another reason as well. I can't control it that well. It seems to manifest in a... Hey guys. Tula interrupted Superboy's explanation by flying in. It was easy to see how stiff Aqualad's back became. He kept a smile on his face, but Superboy could pick up on how his heart rate quickened. Learning that Tula and Garth were dating had been hard on Calder. However, being the understanding and kind person he was, he wished them well and acted like it didn't bother him. Oh hey Tula. Garth swam closer to his girlfriend and tried to kiss her, only for Tula to give him his cheek and admonish him a little while looking at Calder. Realization dawned in Garth's eyes, and he threw Calder a guilty look. So, you seem excited. Connor spoke up to ease the tension that was quickly building up. Oh. Yes. Huh. She stepped back and clasped her hands between her chest. The Queen and King have invited the four of us over for dinner tonight. Connor and Calder shared a look. Not to sound disrespectful, but what's the occasion? We see her every day when she's kicking our asses in Sorcery 101. Connor joked a little, making the other two laugh and bringing a grateful smile to Tula's face for trying to thoroughly change the subject. It's a secret. Another look was shared among the three boys. Oh, then please inform Anax Orin that we shall avail ourselves. Calder bowed slightly and stated. Tula looked a little hurt by the formal tone, and a brief silence reigned. Well then, guess I shall go. See you all later tonight. She made to leave, and Connor nudged Aqualad by his elbow, motioning to him to go talk to the girl. Before he could make a decision, an explosion went off suddenly. The building shook as cracks appeared on the walls. What was that? Garth asked in urgency. It sounds like it came from the Science Center. Tula answered, swimming out of the building in haste. They followed after her closely, making it out of the sparring chamber in the Conservatory of Magic just as another explosion, this time louder and bigger, came from the opposite direction to the first one. Neptune's beard! That was the palace. It's under attack. Garth shouted in alarm. The Queen and King! Tula shouted and started swimming as fast she could towards the palace. The huge grandiose structure now spotted broken sections on the left side. An armed squad of black-clad figures jumped off the black aircraft responsible for the damage to assault the palace guards. Tula, wait! Aqualad called out, but the young Atlantean ignored him in favor of the palace. Calder grabbed Garth's shoulder before he could leave as well. Let go of me, Calder. The latter turned to face Aqualad in anger. The Science Center has been attacked too. You go and protect Tula while Superboy and I head to the other explosion. Calder ordered, to which the other boy nodded. And Garth. Don't worry, I'll keep her safe. Garth assured and left after Tula. Aqualad sighed and turned to face Connor. I'm ready. Let's go. Superboy answered without prompting, and the two of them made their way to the Science Center. Science Center, hurry up with that. We don't want to be here when they manage to spare forces from the palace to investigate this place. We are lucky they are more concerned with protecting Orin and his ilk. Black Manta spat out, supervising the men attaching cables onto a massive ice structure. Inside the structure was a figure of distinct alien origin, given by its size and the number of limbs it spotted. Black Manta pressed a key on his helmet and opened up communications with the second squad. Ocean's Master, I have secured the objective. 5 minutes until evacuation. Good. You get 2 minutes. The voice replied before the communication was cut off. Prick. Black Manta muttered, ironically not appreciating the way the second prince was ordering him around. He then tapped into his own channel, aiming to communicate with the men patrolling the Science Center. Team 3, status report. He received a confirmation before we moving on to Team 4 only to hear static. Black Manta narrowed his eyes. Someone had taken out his men. He swept his gaze out and primed his heat beams. There! One of the patrols had 2 water bearers strapped to his hip. Without saying a word, he let loose the heat beams only for him to be punched on the side of the helmet, rocking his head sideways and messing up his aim. The hot red beams took out the main cable primed to lift up the ice structure, and it slammed back onto the ground in a massive clash. The whole thing cracked apart to Black Manta's consternation, but he was too busy dodging Superboy's attacks to assess the damage. On the other side, Aqualad was darting in agilely, attacking Black Manta's men with a slew of weaponry and winning. Damn brats! You think you have the power to stop Manta? Let me show you how wrong you are. The supervillain shouted, his heat beams shooting out towards the Kryptonian xenomorph. Superboy held his hands in a crossguard before him. Unfortunately for him, he was pushed back onto the wall and smashed onto it. The look on his face changed. So his new ability couldn't block energy beams, huh? Seems like it could only negate some physical attacks. Good to know. Black Manta turned his sights onto the ice structure. If I can't have it, no one can. His armor opened up at the shoulder piece and small missiles exploded out. He's going for the structure. Aqualad shouted, but was too occupied fighting the rest of Manta's agents to do anything. A look of determination appeared on Superboy's face. His leg muscles tightened as he pushed off the wall, leaving more cracks running up its length and a brief shimmer of a red force field around him. He arrived before the missiles could land and spread out his hands. There was a single second of silence before a massive explosion of psionic energy blew out of Superboy's body in a red wave, decimating the missiles, which blew up prematurely as well, pushing Manta away. The last thing Connell saw before losing consciousness was the beautiful shine of the ice making up the structure floating down onto the ground. His move had been indiscriminate and uncontrolled. He had destroyed what they should have protected. Then his body lost energy and went on lockdown. He stirred, feeling thirsty water. He muttered, taking a minute to inwardly laugh about the irony of it all. An enchanted glass was handed to him as his vision adjusted to the bright light in the room he was in. His body instinctively feeling that the light was made to give off sun radiation which his cells soaked in with glee. Still, if he wanted to get back to 100%, a trip to the surface would be needed. "You gave me quite a scare, my friend." Aqualad's voice sounded from the side where he was sitting, still dressed in the attacker's black suit. "So it hasn't been that long, huh?" Superboy asked after gulping down the contents of the glass. Aqualad looked down at himself and chuckled. "It must have slipped my mind to change because of everything that's happened. So is everyone okay? The Queen? King? Garth and Tula?" Superboy wondered in concern. Last he checked, the palace had also been attacked. "Yes, they are all fine. There were a few casualties among the palace guards, but we managed to stop Black Manta from getting what they wanted and even captured Ocean's Master." Connor slumped down onto the bed after Calder's words. "Oh, that's good." Aqualad went silent, making Connor frown. "What is it? Is something wrong?" The Atlantean sighed without giving a concrete response. He reached for his hip and removed the pad strapped there before adding it over to Superboy, a news clip playing. Superboy's face changed as his heart sped up. The video ended with him going scarily calm, placing the device on the bed next to him. He made eye contact with Calder. "Aiden is a lot of things. Competitive, arrogant, stubborn, much like I am. But he would never do something like this, Calder. As much as we clash over ideals, it's not him. He's not capable of this. We both know who's responsible." Aqualad nodded. "The light. They're coming out of the woodwork. This latest scheme of theirs was too high profile." He sighed, standing up. "I'm sorry, my friend, but it seems like we're needed elsewhere." Connor nodded, standing up as well. Luckily, he had already gotten what he came for. All that was left was to get better at his control, and that power he felt so deserving of, that power would be his. "I agree. Time to go home. General POV, you have impressed us with your dedication towards completing the mission, Manta. Although you lost the specimen, you still managed to collect a sample of it." A clear voice came from the first terminal. The screen showing static. "Yes, most impressive, monsieur. The sample is a very crucial step." A second voice added from another terminal. Manta removed the helmet from his face, revealing a face that resembled Aqualad closely. "I am more than happy to serve the light." Chapter 148, Back Together. "How long are we supposed to keep at this, blindfolded?" Wally complained for the umpteenth time. He was crouching in a horse stance, his hands stretched out before him. A flat plaque of wood was held above his wrists, and on both ends of the plaque was a round ball half filled with water. The balls were made out thin clay. The goal for this exercise, as their torturer/teacher had told them, was to practice balance and coordination through subconscious body control. The half-full nature of the clay balls made it really hard for them to stabilize in one place. So they had to keep the balls from falling to the ground or crashing against each other just by feeling alone. It was a task that was nearly impossible, given by the hundreds of broken clay shards on the ground. A pebble was released from the side that Wally leaned his head away from, extending so far back that he fell on the hard ground. A second later the clay balls fell and burst apart, splashing water onto the surroundings. Wally's heart sank knowing he couldn't escape the punishment for failing the task. Again. Ouch! What was that? He wondered out loud while getting up. Ha ha ha, Wallman's scared of a little pebble. God, I can just imagine your face right now. Artemis teased him before her face changed a little. Wait, how did I know that? She exclaimed. A second pebble was released from the side. This one was much faster than the last. The expert archer's brows scrunched up as she lowered her center of gravity. The pebble sailed above her head and slammed onto Wally's nose. 2 sentences, 2 pebbles. 1 more hour added for Wallace, dropping his clay balls. The voice of one Richard Dragon said, Wallace, plaque up. Horse stance. No talking. The ginger-haired sidekick would have complained if he didn't know that his punishment would only get worse. He didn't even notice when he absent-mindedly reached for the plaque, somehow knowing where it had landed. He settled on a horse stance, hands outstretched to his front with the plaque lying above them like a bridge. Two weights suddenly made his hands sink a little as two new clay balls were placed on both ends. It only took a second for Wally to control the motion, sinking into a rhythm that stabilized the balls in each of their positions. That done, Artemis bit her lip. The earlier pebble had been meant for Wally, which meant she was in trouble. The first one came from the opposite direction of where she was expecting. From her back. She pulled her right leg behind her, blocking the pebble with the underside of her foot. The small stone was bounced off the heel and above her head, where she waited until it fell before hitting it like a soccer ball. A small clash-like sound happened at her front as the first pebble intercepted the second one. The action done without destabilizing the clay balls and failing her task. A smile appeared on her face before a small thunk. On the side of her ear messed up stance and she fell. 3 sentences, 3 peebles. 1 more hour added for Artemis' masochistic tendencies. The blonde swallowed her outcry at the dig and stood up, going back to the exercise, which was now extended for 5 more hours due to each of their slip-ups. The whole thing had already been going on for 7 hours before then already. Something that was completely impossible anywhere else. The next day, Sunday, day of the Vine Monster's attack. Richard smiled from where he was meditating. They were learning, and with the island's help they had truly come far on just one weekend. Remember, the body is the instrument, the mind is the control force, and the soul is the engine. Strike with intent and not emotion. Emotion is the fuel for the soul, not the weapon. Strike with intent and not logic. Logic is merely the raw form of intent and not the weapon. Intent is achieved by an awareness of the battlefield. Intent is the fight before it happens. Intent is the active state of your sixth sense, the culmination of your awareness. Understand this, and you will be impossible to defeat. Wally snickered at the contradictory statement. Yes, Sensei, and we can fly like an eagle and shatter boulders with a single fist. Artemis nudged the speedster with her elbow. Hard. Oh. Dude, did you forget yesterday? She asked, referring to the punishments. Which you're both to blame for, by the way. Boy Wonder pointed out from Wally's other side. Richard cleared his throat. It seems that I have failed to instill discipline in you. We shall rectify that immediately. Remove your blindfolds. They complied, a sinking feeling coming over them. They all winced at the light coming from in between the leaves and branches of the tree. All eyes on me. They turned their attention from glaring at each other to the martial arts master even Batman respected, standing at the courtyard above the stairs from them. This island is special. He started off easily, with a smile on his face. It has a ley line crossing through it and a shrine dedicated to Zhenhua, the god of martial arts. A figure of great power and martial skill in the Chinese mythology. Robin frowned. Isn't that a myth, Sensei? Richard shrugged his shoulders. You tell me. You have a champion blessed by the Greek gods, the princess of an island made up of only women and an underwater kingdom sustained by magic and science that worships Poseidon. Throughout history, the god's presence has been felt, either through embellished tales by humans which elevate their presence from strong mortals to divine beings or naturally occurring sentience in special places. Places filled with mystical power like this island. You cannot deny their influence. The three of them listened in rapt attention. This island is a legacy of the O-Sensei School of Martial Arts. He smiled sadly. I remember the first time my master brought my fellow disciples, and I hear. The trials we underwent were even more strenuous than what I have had you do. But although we complained, we understood. Progression and motivation. One fuels the other for a steady improvement, and the island makes you actualize that improvement by opening your mind. That is why I brought you here. Boy Wonder nodded in understanding. So that's why I feel my senses are heightened beyond anything else. he said, turning to Artemis and Wally. You must have felt it too. Like. A scratch at the back of your head, showing you a hazy image of what is going to happen before it does. Artemis answered in amazement. And I can vibrate my body now. The resident speedster said, his hand doing so with small sparks of yellow energy. Not for long, but I feel like I can phase through things now. Without getting a nosebleed? Robin wondered. Yeah. You have all improved, Artemis. Your awareness of your surroundings will aid you greatly in your archery. Kid Flash, you seem to be in more control of your metahuman ability, and Robin, your improvement is astounding. Your moves are more fluid and in sync. You can now better leverage your agility. Batman is known as one of the strongest combatants in the world. Your potential is not any lesser than his. All this is due to the boost granted to your comprehension by the island. He stepped towards the huge boulder sitting on the corner of the courtyard and raised his hand. No, Kid Flash said in disbelief. I was kidding about the boulder thing, Sensei. Don't tell me. Shut up and let's watch. Another elbow nudge and Wally turned to Artemis with a glower before his interest in Richard's next move went out. And in time, you might get to do this. This move is called the leopard paw, he said, his fingers held in a clawed form. Then he struck. His speed was so fast, none of them saw it barring Wally, who only caught a blur. The rock exploded into chunks and dust. That is the power of true martial arts. All of them were speechless. Hey, can Batman shatter a 2-meter-tall boulder into tiny fragments? Artemis whispered to Boy Wonder, who nodded his head. Batman can do anything, he answered without any confidence. Dude, that was so cool. Wally finally picked his jaw off the ground. Thank you. Now. Richard's smile turned predatory. Let's go over your punishment. A collective groan passed over the three teens underneath the Atlantic Ocean bioship. Your control is still too shaky. The goal is not to split your telepathy into tiny streams. That might work, but it is extensive and draining. Focus your mind, delve into one mind, and then use the innate connection it has with the rest to connect to their minds into one singular unit made up of all. Miss Martian nodded after listening to Martian Manhunter's explanation. She retracted her mental energy from the family of sardines that she had been trying to control individually, leaving only one connection. The mind of the fish was basic as expected. The exercise was not to dominate them, as that would, according to Manhunter Blur, the lions too much for comfort, but instead to guide them, nudge them slightly in one direction. She used the singular connection she had to tap into the instinctive frequency of sound they communicated with, and with that, she found her connection to the rest of the sardine family grow. The load needed to keep up the connection was considerably lessened. Miss Martian allowed herself a brief smile as the sardines swam in beautiful patterns and shapes. Well done, Gan. Your control has gotten exceptional. Thank you, Uncle John. The Martian girl smiled brightly while controlling the bioship to fly out of the water. They broke through the surface, both happy that she had completed the exercise successfully. What's next? Instead of answering, Manhunter went stiff as a transmission came through his earpiece. He pressed on the tiny device and responded to the transmission with a rumble of his deep voice. I'll be there shortly. Gan, something came up. He started explaining about the multiple attacks going on throughout the country. I am coming with you, the green-skinned girl said, as if challenging him to say no. Manhunter smiled proudly. Of course. From there, the day only got more active from Gan. She saved people, coordinated with the police to set up a barricade, and used the bioship to ferry out the ones too injured and take them to the hospital before they could lose their lives. And a few hours after everything had settled down, the news came in. No, Aiden wouldn't No matter how angry he got or impatient, he is a good person. I refuse to believe this, Mgan said and left her uncle's apartment with a multitude of feelings roiling inside her. There was only one thing she could do now, try and find Aiden herself. The next 2 hours seemed to pass in a blur as she used the bioship to scan for his mind in the places she thought she would most likely find him. LA. Her search came up empty and she was about to give up and go somewhere else when an incoming transmission from Atlantis interrupted her search. Her worry was somewhat abated after seeing Connor and Aqualad. They exchanged a few words and Gan used the bioship to go and get them. Her heart skipped a beat in concern when they gave her an account of the attack from Black Manta and Ocean's Master. Turns out they also knew of Aiden's accusation and the reveal of his identity out to the world, which was a huge thing. She breathed a sigh of relief when they too informed her that they didn't believe he had done it. It was too out of character for him. The talk ended with her flying to go pick them up. From Poseidonis, Washington, D.C., 3 hours after Aiden's identity had been revealed. Recognized Kid Flash B03. Recognized Robin B01. Recognized Artemis B07. There was a flash of light from the Zeta Tube terminal and the 3 teens appeared. They had taken a Zeta Tube from Japan and instead of leaving for their respective cities, they decided to come here for some answers. The best choice had been the Watchtower, but unfortunately, you couldn't use the Zeta Tube to get to the Watchtower from just anywhere. Plus, the League seemed to be busy with something and hence had blocked off access. Robin immediately broke off from the team without even saying hi to Red Arrow, merely giving an absent-minded wave, heading straight for the League's computer. Okay. The taller teen frowned at the back of Boy Wonder before his attention was stolen by Kid Flash. Hey Speedy. The speedster spoke up. What's going on? We just saw a viral video clip saying that Superman's dead, killed by Aiden. The red-themed hero shook his head. I don't know what that's about either. I was occupied fighting a vine monster, one of Poison Ivy's creations. The news clip surprised me too. Green Arrow was just called into the Watchtower and he left without telling me why. I think they found him. You mean Aiden, right? Artemis asked from the side, her hands crossed above her chest. Yes. Archer girl. Your little boyfriend is probably in the League's hands answering their questions. He told her bluntly. Surprisingly, the one who came to her rescue was Wally. He's not her boyfriend. And you don't know Aiden, man. Sure, he's a dickhead that seemingly cheats his way into power. Based on how quickly he left us all behind, but he's not a heartless monster. Artemis' mouth opened in shock, matching the look of surprise on Red Arrow's face. Why the sudden change of heart, Wally? Don't you remember him breaking your leg and hurting your teammates? Speedy shot back, rising up from his seat. Look, I can't really explain it because nothing has changed. I still don't like the guy. Trust me, I don't. But when you interact with someone so much in life and death missions like we have, you get a sense of what they're capable of. The lines they would cross and not. I will probably never have a decent or amiable conversation with the dude. We're just too different. But part of being a hero, part of what my principles stand for, is sticking to the truth. And I'm telling you, Aiden is not capable of something like this. Tell that to Superman's family. I'm going out. See you when you stop lying to yourselves to assuage whatever guilt you carry for kicking out someone who deserved it out of the team. Speedy spat out and left. Technically, he left by himself. Artemis muttered under her breath, but by the look the other Archer threw her, he must have heard it. The expression on Speedy's face changed from angry to pensive as the light of the Zeta Tube washed over him. The one thing running in his mind was confusion. It had only been one weekend, but the 3 teens seemed vastly different. For one, they were focused, calm, and the way they carried themselves. Artemis had this quiet confidence, even with her back to the entrances of the library, something that he knew she wouldn't have had before. For anyone in their level of skill, your body should always be facing the entrance in anticipation of an attack. They all seemed so different, it was confusing. Wally watched Speedy leave and sighed, turning to Artemis. You know you don't always have to provoke him, right? She scoffed at his statement. He's a prick. If I don't do it, he'll see it as a chance to throw around cutting statements about my skills and try to walk all over me. She defended herself, to which Wally nodded. Yeah, but he's just highly competitive. Plus, anything he would say about your skills would be a lie. You're frigging amazing, Artemis. He held up a thumbs up, leaving her standing in place with her heart going miles. What just happened? Hey, guys, I just got access to the Watchtower's systems. Seems like they've brought in Aiden for questioning. Robin spoke up just as Wally arrived at his position. Dude, I thought Batman told you not to hack the League computer again? Wally asked. I like to think of it as a strong suggestion not to hack into the systems. A very strong suggestion, the boy wonder replied cheekily. Besides, why are you complaining? Because of moi we get to crash a party we weren't invited to. Let me guess, you can hack the Zeta Tube transmission as well? Artemis wondered, only for Boy Wonder to shake his head. Not can, I already did. The reply came in first as he swiveled in the chair. We are going to get into so much trouble for this. Wally groaned. Don't look so worried, Wallman. In fact, I suggest you get trot. Another collective groan. One thing I have not missed is your skewed sense of humor, Robin. A voice said just as the doors from the hall to the library were opened, revealing Superboy, Aqualad, and Miss Martian. Gan. Calder. Connor. You made it. As being one of the 3 best martial artists on the planet. Lady Shiva was with the League of Shadows, and Richard Dragon was probably a friend of Bruce, which left only Ben Turner as my choice. Chapter 149, Innocent. And then I intervened before he could land the finishing blow. I concluded, the lasso of truth glowing golden in confirmation. He is telling the truth. The lasso compels him to. Wonder Woman informed the other two. Are you sure, Diana? He could bypass that restriction the last time. Canary asked the demigoddess, who shook her head. Not anymore. I commissioned for the divine enchantments to be strengthened. The gods were strangely eager to help me, especially when Hephaestus learned of a mortal able to subvert its immutable nature. I chuckled. Not subvert, merely misdirect. And it was true about it being stronger. I could feel it. The lasso had been very powerful before, but now? Now it felt completely inviolable. My energy sense was on, trying to decipher the essence of the energy it used, yet all I got was the feeling of trying to collect water with a sieve or trying to hold a wet soap with very slippery hands. It didn't take. I held up my hands, feeling the divine influence of the lasso at the back of my head, forcing me to be truthful. So I answered all your questions truthfully. Batman even showed you the image he managed to capture before Lobo went off-world. The Dark Knight grunted, standing in the corner. Due to this being League business, he had decided to give precedence to the actual League members. Canary and Wonder Woman were interrogating me. The former due to her psychology expertise, and the latter was the current president of the Justice League. There was a camera above the door that was transmitting real live footage to the rest of the League members. And Martian Manhunter was in the next room over, trying to sneak into my mind without me finding out. He was in a state of being that I found really strange, a pseudo-intangibility that didn't register in my air sense. Luckily, it didn't seem like they knew about my ability to sense energy or someone's soul. So their ploy didn't work. I wasn't going to tell them that though. Whenever I felt a brush across my mental walls, I started thinking of Wonder Woman's shapely fundamentals, as well as she doing some naughty stuff with Canary, and John pulled back in a little disgusted understanding. I probably soured the opinion he had of me. Then again, what did he expect? I'm a teenage boy, of course that's what I'll think of. It's my word against Luther, an evil genius megalomaniac with delusions. I paused. Say what you will, but Luther could walk the talk. So I corrected myself. Ambitions of grandeur. Think about it, how many times has he tried to kill Superman? Ah! It was only time before he pulled this kind of crap. I was just unlucky enough to be the guy at the right place and in the right time. And now because of that, despite knowing who's really responsible, the League can't do anything because you're all shackled by the law. I'm not. Wonder Woman shared a look with Black Canary, who had been treating me with a cold shoulder ever since I was brought in. The implication that I was going to do something to Luther was neatly grossed over. I was sure it would sooner or later come up though. They just filed it away as ammunition for later. Then why did you agree to be brought in, knowing full well that we would interrogate you severely? And hold you accountable for your past misdeeds? The Themysciran princess asked. I leaned forward slightly. Because I motioned at Batman. Told me that the League would recognize who the real enemy is. Because I'd like to think the League would understand putting our differences to the side for the sake of taking down the light takes priority over a spatting match against a 17-year-old. And lastly, because I am actually innocent. I leaned back and let them mull over my words. Wonder Woman's earpiece started blowing up. I caught the telltale end of Hawk Woman's words and smiled a little. The team had arrived. Oh, this is about to get very entertaining. Keep them somewhere secure for the moment. I don't want any interference before we're done. She ordered, making me smile a little lewdly. Then I remembered I didn't want to get punched as my cracked ribs were still healing, and wisely swallowed my next words. So, am I free to go? I held my lassoed hands out and inquired. Batman pushed off of the wall, coming out into the light. There are still a few questions you need to answer. Oh, I guess now it's his turn. Wonder Woman didn't look too happy with his intervention, but nonetheless she didn't oppose him. Why did you lie your way into the watchtower? Oh shit. My mind went blank for a second. That question came out of nowhere. I could feel the influence of the lasso, urging me to tell the truth. So I used my previous trick, drawing upon the influence of the Avatar system security measures, and answered I was trying to see if I could familiarize myself with it in case I ever needed to portal in for something. He narrowed his eyes. It wasn't your first time on the watchtower. Why would you need to sneak in again when you could already make a boom tube to take you there? Yeah, you're right. I started slowly. But before that, the only places I could create a boom tube to were the medical room, the meeting hall, and one of the private rooms. All places under heavy monitor. I was trying to look for places I could easily sneak in without being found out. He placed his hands on the edges of the table and loomed above me. Why? He insisted. I thought it might be useful in case the good guys were ever taken out and the watchtower, which is a technological marvel, fell into the hands of the bad guys. The world would not survive. I answered with a shrug, though I was sure that neither of them bought the explanation. It was pretty weak, but what could they do? The lasso glowed to show I was telling the truth to the best of my knowledge. I felt another brush of psychic energy along my mental walls and pretended not to notice, still lost in my fantasies about the two women in front of me. Moving on. I swallowed a groan. Seems like we were going to be here for some time. General POV, I can't believe they stuck us in a room like kids. Kid Flash complained. While lying on the couch, an empty packet of chips was strewn across the table. We technically did break into the watchtower uninvited. It makes sense why we would be put on house arrest. Artemis pointed out. Don't you mean room arrest? Miss Martian tried to joke, only for the joke to fall apart and for the rest to give her weird looks. She blushed and looked away. Robin is better at this. Connor rubbed her back affectionately, making the Martian smile. Speaking of which, what is the boy wonder up to now? Artemis questioned, prompting all of them to stare at Robin, who was busy tapping something out on his holographic wrist computer, a cable run from the device to the terminal present in the room. Hopefully not hacking any more League systems, not after the severe warning we just. Aqualad started out with authority. Relax, Calder, I'm just trying to see this from a different perspective. There was a hum and the screen installed on the wall came on. Accessing League database for the viral clip, got it. Mapping out a 3D remake of the video using the holocomp and, there. Oh! I knew it! Robin shouted in glee. The video was 5-second only long. The rest scrambled towards him as the device on his wrist projected a 3-dimensional outlay of the paused clip. The image showed Aiden hovering on top of a broken Superman. Boy Wonder motioned with his finger at a point in the video. ABD explained the discrepancy. The rest gasped, being quick on the uptake. We now have all the proof we need to show that Aiden is innocent. He smiled. But how are we supposed to get this to them? Did you forget we are still on? Connor stopped and looked at Gian with a smile. Room arrest? The Martian girl preened in happiness. I mean, I've hacked into the most secure database before. A single automatic door is child's play. Robin stated. Everyone turned to stare at Aqualad. The Atlantean sighed before nodding his head in determination. We have already come this far. Do it. In the meeting hall, a live footage depicting the ongoing interrogation was playing as the rest of the League members, barring a few missing figures, watched. Batman had asked almost any conceivable question he could, going as far as to inquire on the nature of Aiden's realm. That question hadn't particularly made the boy happy, but he stuck to the truth, yet still managed to be awfully vague. The interrogation had gone far and beyond the scope of the questions they needed to ask, and although it left a bad taste in a few heroes' mouths, it was necessary. Aden Strong was an unpredictable element. And finally, the interrogation was over. The holographic visual feed switched off as the League members all stared at each other with grim faces. Well, that was both enlightening and not. Everything he said is a version of the truth we either suspected or knew. The Flash stated. He is right though, we need to marshal up a correct response to the Light's continued schemes. Sooner or later they will deal the world a blow that we won't be able to recover from. The King of Atlantis pitched in. Aquaman is right. I propose the same. Hawkman added in his support for Orin. How? Green Lantern Steward held up his hand to stop any misunderstandings. I am not saying that we do nothing. In combat situations like this, the strategy is to low-key carry out an attack on the aggressor without concrete proof of them making the first move. A covert operation. That's not how the League works. Despite already knowing the Light's secret identities, we are shackled by our principles. Which is a selling point. My question is, how are we going to justify going after a monarch, a billionaire philanthropist, not to mention the rest, lawfully? The members went silent. I propose we go back to our discussion on what to do with Maelstrom. It's better if we deal with one thing at a time. Green Arrow spoke up. While his words had merit, it was clear to see that he still held a bit of vendetta against Aiden. Before any of them could say anything, a young voice interrupted. Nothing. Aiden is innocent and we can prove it. Robin's entrance was dramatic. The doors to the meeting hall were pushed in as the whole junior team walked in. How did you? The Flash started before he snorted. You hacked the Watchtower's system, didn't you? Robin merely smirked. Some of the other Leaguers were not too thrilled with their actions, however. This is a private meeting. Time and time again, you have gone against direct orders and our authority. Last I checked, this team was still in suspension. Stewart said in a no-nonsense tone. Explain yourself, Aqualad. Aquaman ordered. Calder stepped forward and saluted. I apologize for our disrespect, my Anax, but frankly speaking, the League left us with no choice in the matter. Aiden Strong was a member of our team. Not the League. He is our responsibility and we should have all been included in the proceedings. It is not only a blatant show of distrust in our capabilities but also a gross mistake to judge him harshly without sufficient evidence to prove his innocence. Evidence that only took Robin a few minutes of keen observation to acquire, while the League has experts more than capable of doing the same. At this point, we are wondering why the League seems intent in prosecuting him for a crime he did not commit. The Leaguers shared a look, and some of them did not look too happy by the conclusion of the mental conversation going on among them. There was a haze in the air, and Martian Manhunter appeared through the walls of the meeting hall. "The floor is yours, Robin. Show us this evidence," the Martian said, taking a seat. Robin and the rest released a sigh of relief as the tension in the room bled out a little. Boy Wonder stepped up and cleared his throat. A short tap on his wrist computer and he gained access to the projector placed in the middle of the long table between all the League members. The same image he'd showed the team appeared, this time in large Ned. "Look at the shadow placement. It's subtle. Very subtle, but given the height of the sun in the sky, Aiden's shadow should have extended a few degrees to the left. And his leg too. His costume is a unique blend of material that Batman went to the trouble of making, to not reflect any light whatsoever. The gray undertones should be even more faded than the cloak, which is a personal recent addition, yet they seem to have the same visual shade. That is not the case for his right leg, which perfectly blends in with the shadows cast from his cloak, making the leg placed on Superman's chest a deep fake." The Boy Wonder's explanation left the whole meeting hall silent in surprise for a few seconds. Why would they go to the length of framing him and then leave behind mistakes like this? Hawkwoman questioned while steepling her fingers on the table. Because that was not the goal. They knew that this wouldn't hold up. That the League would release a counter-statement. The goal was to use that as an excuse to release Aiden's identity out into the public. The gruff voice belonging to Batman answered. The new group arrived from a different set of doors. Aiden was placed in between Captain Atom and Wonder Woman, with Batman at their front and Canary along with Green Lantern at the back. Surprisingly, Aiden was not in cuffs as the teens had expected. He smiled at the team, hiding the turmoil in his emotions. He couldn't believe that they were actually standing up for him. It made no sense whatsoever. Man, with people like you, who needs a lawyer? Chapter 150, The Final Act, Part 1. They had spoken. A mortal with the power to not only ascend to a divine being but also the feel of a lord of order and chaos. A split between them. A true lord of balance with a slight lean on the side of sympathetic order more than pure chaotic alignment. They had been trying to locate him, to source him out, but the enchantments placed upon Aiden by none other than Lucifer kept him hidden from their gazes. It kept him safe from their hungry gazes. Until it didn't. It happened without warning. A beacon of high-tier power was suddenly revealed. The aura subtle enough to be felt by only the truly powerful, yet not diminutive in any way. An accord was reached due to a fear of irrelevance. To maintain their power and influence, measures were taken. Lucifer Morningstar stood on the balcony of his palace, Mazikeen behind him and to the side. His gaze was cast below him, far and wide. At the trillions of demons. Most from different factions of demon lords. Time and time again Lucifer contemplated waving his hand and disintegrating everything. But he relented once more. Though different, some had once been his own brothers and sisters. Now the angelic glow had diminished. Changed into something other. Infernal. A demonic heritage that made it seem as if that was all they had ever been. "Are you sure about this, my lord?" Mazikeen asked formally. Lucifer had stopped concealing Aiden's aura, which would spell unending trouble for the boy she had come to like. Maze herself was different. Her entire demeanor had changed. Now she was colder and subservient to the Morningstar, just like her role dictated. Just like they expected from the consort. Azazel, Astaroth, Beelzebub, and many more Hell Lords were always observing. She could feel their ever-watchful eyes, waiting for a slip-up to scheme. Of course the schemes would be simple nuisances for Lucifer to deal with, but to them every little bit of victory was enough. One would have thought that, based on the recent upheaval the dimension had gone through, they would keep their heads down, but no. Lucifer was powerful, but that didn't mean he concerned himself with the happenings of the realm 24/7. Not to mention that the ancient laws demanded a certain conduct to be observed. It's the way things had been. That gave them enough loophole to push and pull. Are you questioning me, Mazikeen? Lucifer's soft voice drifted over to the Lilim, who stepped back and bowed. He was dressed in a white suit, his hair blonde and black wings prominent behind his back. This was the persona they knew him by. His presence rippled with a substance beyond mere godhood, beyond conceptual essence. He was the true archon of power. The shaper of reality. Of course not, my lord. I only aim to serve your wishes. She smiled a little. And to counsel you when you request it. Mage. The Morning Star snorted in amusement. I see. And to further extrapolate on your question, Maze, think of this as a test. The final one. He paused, his eyes glinting with a scarlet light. I have never had to lower or debase myself to schemes against those under me. I won't start now. Despite his voice being soft, those meant to hear it heard it and bristled in quiet fury. Lucifer smiled as if he was gazing down at a particularly adorable scene. Oh, petty little creatures. You sought that which is not yours to have, and I find myself eager to see how you shall all fare against my pet champion. Should you lose, well then, we shall see just how powerful that small authority you proudly wield measures up to my whim. Maze straightened up and stared at the back of the Morningstar in fervor. She was already wet. This was the real Lucifer Morningstar. Lucifer's gaze speared through the trillions of beings surrounding one thing. A dome of unbreakable glass, and inside that dome was an angel, glowing with tainted light. His brow scrunched up a little in curiosity. What are my intentions? Even I do not know. Have I truly changed this much? Were it my past self, no, I would like to think I've always been fair. I have not changed. My side has only been open to the reality I had chosen to ignore. I will do it differently this time. It should provide some entertainment value, I suppose. He turned his gaze from Alyssa to the direction of the dungeons where a man was chained. A man housing a rhyming demon. The reason the demons were all gathered here was obvious. After the angel and the rogue demon had been captured, the princes used the excuse of an ironclad law Lucifer himself had put up to demand a live execution of the angel. To show their defiance to the Silver City. He could have simply abolished the law, but unfortunately, his own power would rebel against him. Not enough to matter, but enough to annoy him. So he made a bet. Aiden had better not fail. Or else the lives of Blood and the angel were more than forfeit, their souls were in it for an eternity of torture. I know you have another question, Maze, spit it out. The Lord of Hell addressed the silent consort. Not a question, my lord, merely a concern. She swallowed, timing her words carefully. What if heaven intervenes? Lucifer didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised up his head, followed by a single hand, the index finger outstretched. A pinprick of light exploded out, hitting the ever-gray sky of the hell dimension and dispersing. They won't. I am the sovereign here. No one may enter unpermitted. The stage is set, it's time for the final act. Aiden's POV, a different range of emotions crossed over everyone's faces upon my entry. Every single set of eyes was on me. The League members did not look too happy to see me though. Gee, I wonder why. Watch him. Wonder Woman gave the order to Aqualad, and the adults all gathered a distance away to have a private conversation. They would probably have sent the junior team and I away from the room if they weren't afraid I would use the boom tube and leave. Whatever assurance that gave them, as I could still lead no matter if they watched me like a hawk or not. I stared at how they hurtled together like gossiping cheerleaders and felt like laughing. Would have, if it wasn't for how awkward it was, seeing how eerily silent they were, most probably having a mental conversation. I turned to my 5 ex-friends/ex-teammates. I had a million questions to ask, but of course, me being the asshole I was. So this is awkward. How's your leg, Wally? I teased. The teen frowned. Thanks for reminding me why I hate you. I laughed, accepting I would probably never make any friends. Come on, you know you deserved it. Plus, you got the speed healing thing going on for you, so you're good. Probably. He looked like he was seconds away from attacking before he sighed and smiled. You're a dick, you know that? That earned him an elbow nudge from Artemis. Those two seemed awfully close. Glad to see she moved on from the one-sided crush. I identify as an asshole, not a dick. There's a difference. I educated him on some 2022 wokeness and turned to arguably the smartest of the team. Robin, you've grown taller. I observed. The still short teen looked me up and down. Wish I couldn't say the same for you. I chuckled. Yeah, I was close to hitting that good old 6 feet. These few months had seen me shoot up like a reed, might be the influence from the cobra venom or any of my other powers really. And then my eyes landed on my favorite person in the team. Hey Ngan. I missed. The sunny Martian interrupted me by flying forward and slamming into me for a hug. I widened my eyes as I felt her warmth against my chest. How long had it been since I was hugged like this? The team weren't expecting that either, but I didn't really see anyone who looked at the scene with negative emotions. Even Connor had a small smile on his face as he stared at the Martian's back. I raised my hands and pulled her tight to me after a few seconds of hesitation. And for a few seconds I felt myself regain a semblance of the belonging I'd left behind. This is what I'd sacrificed for my ideals. Was it worth it? Yes. But that didn't mean I couldn't miss it. Or that I couldn't get it back again. The faces of Iroh, Sazay, Hawkeye, and Breeze went through my mind. I pulled away, with an even more sincere smile. I'm happy to see this world hasn't tainted you, Ngan. Your heart will always be your greatest weapon. She gave a teary smile. I missed you. We all did. Her smile dimmed a little. But I understand that things are different now. I wish they didn't have to be. She floated back to stand with the team. I swept a gaze through them and confirmed what I was feeling with my energy sense again. You've all grown stronger. But Connor, you're a different beast altogether. I complimented. You have no idea. Connor responded, tightening his palm into a fist. I felt my own battle mania surge. I wouldn't mind a spar actually. I told him and he nodded. Soon. When there's time. That fight would be interesting. The last time we had fought he hadn't exactly been himself. The next time we sparred promised to be very fun. Hey Archer girl. I addressed Artemis. Hey Air boy. She replied before we both laughed. That was so bad. Air boy? Could you come up with anything lamer? Artemis rolled her eyes. You just caught me on a bad day. She defended herself. Yeah, I bet. I snorted. Good to see you though. I added after a few seconds. She smiled sadly at me, fidgeting with her bow. Yeah, you too, Aiden. And I think it's time you tell them the truth. I added telepathically. She looked unsure, so I pressed. Artemis, you and the team came to MY defense. You really think they would judge you if they were willing to go to all this trouble for me? These guys are solid, you've all created something good for yourselves. You belong with them. Believe me. That finally got me a smile from her and a weird look from Miss Martian. I winked at her and turned my attention to the last, but certainly not the least. Hello, fearless leader. You've clearly outdone yourself, Calder. Mobilizing the team to come to the aid of a villain? Shocking. But thank you. Calder's face had the same calm smile on his face I was so used to. This time, however, it seemed somber. Calder understood what they'd done. He could see that far ahead, which made him the ideal leader. We couldn't stand back and let you be framed wrongly despite our differences. It's not what a hero would do. I nodded and looked at them all. My emotions were prevalent in my eyes, and I made no effort to hide my gratitude. Thanks. To all of you. I didn't expect this. I owe you one. We would probably never go back to where we had been before. That ship had sailed. And I knew we would clash a lot in the future. What I had planned would no doubt put us in opposing sides. But just for the fact that they had tried, I would owe them one. The conversation was timely interrupted as the League broke off from their own discussion. Wonder Woman stepped up with Batman and Zatara on both of her sides. I idly wondered how professional both had to be to not steal a glance of that ass, sigh, puberty. After careful deliberation and discussion, we have determined that Aiden is indeed innocent. She stated. I frowned in annoyance. Her words grated me. I am sorry for the way we treated you with suspicion, Aiden. At least she genuinely looked sorry. It wasn't enough to get rid of the little bit of anger at the way she worded her earlier statement, but I kept quiet. I was exercising tolerance. It was hard. And the only reason I was keeping a tight lead on my aggression was because of Iroha's voice ringing at the back of my head. My soul being at constant strain had likely contributed to some of my dumb decisions. This time I wasn't going to be the one to mess this up. I spared a glance at the team and nodded in understanding before turning to Wonder Woman. Thanks, I guess, let's just leave it behind us. We have more pressing issues. I sighed, at least that shit is in the past. Let's get down to business then. So Batman and I had a few theories. The Vine Monster's carnage was meant as a way to distract you. While you handled the planned abominations in each of your cities, Jason Blood and I dealt with the ones controlling them. I walked forward to the huge table and looked at Robin. Boy Wonder, do you mind pulling up a map of the country? He shrugged and tapped a button on his holographic wrist computer. Thanks. I told him as a second later a map of the U.S. appeared. I pointed at a spot on northeastern Carolina. Zoom into this wetland. The image expanded as the region highlighted became clearer. Aiden. Canary called, but I raised a hand, distracted. Just a second. According to Blood, this swamp is a place full of natural mystic energy. Votan took advantage of that to boost Poison Ivy's powers immensely while also blending Scarecrow's fear toxin into the bud controlling the plants. In the meantime, Metropolis was left unharmed while Superman faced off against Lobo. By the time I got there, he was seconds away from killing him. Chances are the reason why Superman went down so easily was because Lobo possessed either Red Sun tech or a Kryptonian ring. Both things that could be procured by Lex. The goal seemed like to kill him, but it was too elaborate, so I'm thinking they needed something else. Probably his DNA or something. And it matches up well with what Ultrahumanite told me. Vandal Savage's immortal body is failing him. He's dying. This could be the last chance. That's enough. Batman cut me off and I turned to face him in confusion. What do you mean? A silent talk went on between Wonder Woman and Canary. The latter was stuck with the duty of telling me why they all suddenly looked sus. The Justice League will handle the light, without your help. What? I couldn't believe what she was saying. I held up a hand. Wait, let me just process this. I breathed in. So you're telling me that despite the fact that I've been cooperative, even in my growing anger, I could see individual members spread out to the sides, probably expecting a fight. A fight that I wanted to give them more than anything. And open to having a peaceful and level-headed discussion on how we can handle the light once and for all, you still stick to the same old stubbornness that got Superman where he is right now. In the fucking medical room. You need to calm down, son. Now. Captain Atom ordered in a hard voice. Green Arrow had his bow in his hands, Hal's ring was resonating with will energy ready to create a construct, Black Canary's shoulders were tense and stiff and I could feel magic brimming inside Zatara. Stewart's body was outlined in a green shroud and the two Thanagarians took to the air. The only one who seemed at ease was Manhunter. They were anticipating a fight. Had expected it. Wow. I glared at Batman. This is bullshit and you know it. Wonder Woman started talking. The Justice League was created for one prime reason: to keep the world safe. But we will not allow someone else to fight our battles for us. The light is our responsibility, Aiden. Let us leave it that way. My hands tightened into fists so hard that I felt the nails dig into the flesh of the palm. Do you also agree with that? My question was directed at Batman. The Dark Knight's gaze was unwavering as he answered me, not even pausing for a second. Yes. But not for the reasons you think. I had a talk with Iroh, and while most of what he said would need a second reliable source to verify, I can confidently say that you're trying to do the right thing. You can't help it, Aiden. For some reason, this responsibility to bring balance to the world is on your shoulders. Some of them stirred in place. Seems like Bats hadn't told them everything. Uncaring of that fact, the Gothamite continued. But this is our world. We get a say. And your current methods will not suffice for an encounter with the light. With anyone really. The League didn't kill when I was in it. They are not going to start now, for any reason. His words didn't do anything for the anger and indignation I felt. I never stated I would go for the killing blow. I am not a murdering scum. Extreme measures exist for those who will continuously plunge the world in chaos. I swept my gaze to the more desensitized to death League members. Surely you can understand where I'm coming from. Steward, you have had to kill for the United States government. How is this any different? And it's not necessarily killing. I have constructed an impenetrable prison where supervillains too dangerous for the real world can live out their lives in relative comfort. Some of them looked curious about that. I doubled down on it. Zatara, imagine a world without Felix Faust and his tendencies to bring demons over to terrorize the planet. Or Green Arrow, how many times have you had to fight and best Marilyn only for the people in Star City to suffer each time he makes a comeback? For once Green Arrow looked dumbfounded and contemplative. Flash, I cannot even begin to describe the clusterfuck caused by the Reverse Flash future or in his case past actions. Almost all the bad choices you make are as a result of your rogues gallery's continued aggression. You fucked up the world, Barry, with a full system failure in the timeline called Flashpoint because you couldn't say fuck it and end some of these cruel bastards. Some of them looked ready to blow. They didn't want to listen to my honest words because of how I distorted their worldviews. And it was true, I was preaching. The first person to lose control was unexpected though. That's taking the easy way. In time, these actions turn you into the same thing you're fighting. Black Canary shouted, losing her cool. Everyone became uneasy. It wasn't easy to set off Canary. My words seemed to have had a major effect on her. She stepped up and placed a slightly trembling hand on my shoulder. Her closeness took me back to the past. When things were different and she was just teaching me how to use my sonic abilities. In her eyes, I could see anger, fear, and pity instead of the small smile of pride she used to give me. I hated it. How will you stand yourself in the future, Aiden? How will you be able to look at your hands and not see the blood of those you have killed? Can't you see it will change you? Make you into something you're not? Her voice turned soft. How far can you possibly go before you break? Will you give up everything to save the world? Yes. I answered firmly, without breaking eye contact. Why? Canary asked. I contemplated the question. Thought it through deeper than I had ever thought of something else. And I got my answer. I could have told her my resolve was simply stronger than theirs. That my ideals were something I would die before discarding, but I decided not to. It was high time I properly introduced myself. Shrugging off her hand, I stepped back and straightened. Because I am the Avatar, master of all the elements. My task is to maintain order and balance. It's my sole and only purpose. I felt a pulse from deep within me as the words rang true through the room. This time I didn't mistake it. My soul had grown stronger. A brief silence dominated the room as the League took time to internalize what had just happened. I complimented them inwardly because despite my overpowering presence, they never seemed fazed, still ready for a fight. The junior team were also in various states of battle readiness. Problem is, I had no idea which side they would fight for. I wouldn't be surprised if they stabbed me in the back despite trying to prove my innocence a few minutes ago. So I did what they weren't expecting. I stood down. My time was wasted. But I didn't come here to start a fight. If you truly wish to handle the light on your own, then suit yourselves. Just stay the fuck out of my way. This is the last time I am ever extending an olive branch. One day you shall understand that the League has outgrown its usefulness. If it were up to you, it would only be 500,000 lives to get there. Canary looked as if I'd slapped her. A boom tube appeared before me and I turned to catch a glimpse of the team. I gave Aqualad a nod that he returned imperceptibly before walking forward, only for someone to stop me, floating down between the boom tube and I, blocking my way. One last thing, kid. I raised an eyebrow at Hal Jordan, not really in the mood to deal with this clown. What do you want now? Green Lantern crossed his hands together. Superman. How did you heal him? He has been in a coma for the past 2 hours despite being under artificial solar energy emitters. A reasonable question, but I wasn't going to answer him. First, his attitude pissed me the fuck off, and second, I wasn't giving up Saze. No matter what. I looked back at Batman. At least he hadn't betrayed my trust and told them about Sai. Hey, I'm talking to you. Answer my question. And I heard you the first time, Jordan. Fuck off, I ain't telling you shit. Maybe put your ring and the extensive galactic knowledge it holds to see what's wrong with him before thinking you can demand anything from me after the kind of shit you guys just pulled. Jordan's anger was almost a tangible thing. You fucking brat. He hissed, his face changing. You really want to do this? You really want to fight me? My bullshit meter was now close to fuck everything, let's nuke this bitch. Equity appeared in my hands, buzzing with electric energy. Aiden, no! Miss Martian's voice cut through the din. Green Lantern, stand down. Hal! Stop this! Wonder Woman commanded, her anger getting the best of her. The green and black clad hero threw me another scathing look before flying out of the meeting hall. I'll go talk to him. Stewart informed Wonder Woman and followed after his fellow galactic police. You! The Themysciran princess turned to me. Leave! Gladly. I snorted. The mood had quickly soured dye to my confrontation with Hal. I will say this though. Just because I respect you, does not mean I fear you. And you would think that fate would let me have that one. That she would be considerate enough to me that I could leave them with that cool line, but of course, my life is never that easy. Fate seemed hellbent on making me fight someone. Anyone. A yellow ink appeared over my boom tube and I felt a sudden snap as the energy from my realm was instantly cut off. I could still make a boom tube, but I didn't think it was going to be that easy. Not when this new arrival seemed very interested in meeting me. What was even more worrying, however, was the sudden mission I received from the system. Chapter 151, The Final Act Part 2. One would think you'd learn by now. Between the two of us, I have always had the better ideas. Kent Nelson addressed the golden helmet of fate in a white room that seemed to have no end in sight. This is not up for discussion. The Lords have decided on the best course of action. I trust in their judgment. A hard voice came out of the helmet, ringing through the featureless space. Kent shook his head. There is a difference between blind obedience and loyalty, great Nabu. You were once human like me, you understand why some sacrifices, no matter how insignificant the life of one matches up against the life of many, is wrong. The old man's words made Nabu snort. What do you know of sacrifice, Kent? 60 years stuck with you. Enough to understand that it is never simple. Let me break it down for you. The old man was soon interrupted. That will not be needed. Your incessant chatter is exhausting. Kent frowned. Fortunately, he knew how to handle the grouchy bastard after nearly a lifetime together. Well, too bad for you because I am starved for conversation. He shot back, causing Nabu to growl but otherwise keep quiet. Kent cleared his throat. The moral conundrum is such as this. You seek to sacrifice one life for the lives of many. In a pragmatic viewpoint, the trade-off seems worth it. But then, you come to realize that the single life you sacrificed could have saved more lives down the line, and because you decided to play God, you doom them all. The likelihood of such a scenario happening is abysmal. Our sights stretch far and wide. Such a thing would not escape our sights. We would make the right decision. Nabu answered. So in that scenario, you would sacrifice the lives of many for one person just because that person may or may not prevent a disaster in the future? Too late, Nabu understood Kent had trapped him with his own logic. Do you not see the discourse? Then what choice would you make, Kent Nelson? Nabu questioned after a period of silence. Kent sighed. Truthfully, I do not know. What I do know, however, is that wanting to save someone does not come with conditions. And my darling Inza would skin me alive if I didn't do my best to save all of them. The aged sorcerer laughed, remembering his feisty late wife. Soon, my dear. Soon. These old bones have outgrown their usefulness. Even Ted beat me to it, huh? The old cat would be so insufferable about it. Your words are even more illogical. You would try to save them all? Even if it was futile and in doing so you all perished? Nabu's voice brought him out of his thoughts. You do not understand, Nabu. We are creatures of emotions. To emote is to understand is to care is to love. Even if we all perished, as long as you tried your best to understand their fear, to care that they are losing something as precious as life, then accompanying them to the other side should not be viewed as a tragedy but as the greatest expression of humanity. It is the reason why all the best positive emotions are shared. This time, the silence was longer. I see. Human sentiment has clearly changed. Whether the change is an evolution or a devolution remains a mystery. Nabu finally said, to which his friend and partner of many years laughed. Exactly. A shining door appeared on Kent Nelson's side, glowing with a beautiful resplendent light. Nelson looked at the door with a somber smile on his face. I believe the time has come for us to part ways, my friend. Kent's face changed to a disappointed one upon the Lord of Order's words. Then he sighed and brightened up. I understand. Great Nabu, it has been an honor serving alongside you to keep the machinations of chaotic forces away. He bowed and rose up a second later with a cheeky smile. I pray that your new host is someone of great patience, because you are not easy to deal with, old friend. Nabu surprisingly laughed. That remains to be seen. He has the potential, but potential takes time to be realized. Don't be too hard on the boy. He has shown a great aptitude and an even stronger moral code to do what is right. Kent supplied. What went unspoken was how much that sort of thing was dangerous. Pairing Nabu up with someone who believed in doing what was right for the greater good did not seem like a good idea. Unfortunately, it was out of Kent's hands now. Farewell, Kent Nelson. Farewell, Dr. Fate. Nabu bid him. Kent gave one last nod and then walked over to the door and opened it. His soul crossed over as Nabu broke the link between him and the helmet. In the real world, Kent Nelson had passed away 2 weeks prior. As Dr. Fate, his last mission had been to find his successor. The Lords of Order had led him to a certain hidden village in Kenya. A place where mystics protected a hub of the green from taint and those with nefarious ends. And there he had found his successor. 2 weeks later, Kent Nelson truly passed away. Aiden's POV, I increased my perception to read through the updated mission before whoever this was stepped through, though I was very sure I knew who they were. Chain quest updated, destroy Galeel's known associates, 3/5, updated 3/4, associates remaining 1, due to the actions of the client who issued the chain quest, one of the associates has already been dealt with. You made the devil wait, wow, so much for good work ethic. As a result of this, a replacement mission has been issued, the final act saved Jason Blood and Alyssa from the schemes of the Hell Lords, who seek to use this chance to undermine Lucifer's influence in the recently tension-wrought realm known as the Hell Dimension. The client wishes to test your mettle before this challenge. As a consequence, he has revealed your position to a few interested parties. Think of this as a test. Survive, get to hell and kick a few demon asses. Mission objectives come out on top in the following encounter. Find a way into hell, preferably without dying. Defeat the Hell Lords. Just survive. Mission parameters. Mission time limit. Do you really want to keep him waiting again? Mission difficulty hell, pun intended. Mission rewards, to 25 training points for each objective cleared for a total of 100 training points, if all objectives are cleared. To 100 training points for mission completion. To 1 boon from Lucifer Morningstar. To mysterious reward. To a new perk. I read over the quest and struggled to keep my emotions under control. First of all, the rewards were insane. Secondly, and most importantly, the mission was even more fucking insane. Go up against the Hell Lords and defeat them? Was Lucifer serious? Is he talking about Beelzebub, Azazel, Asmodeus, Belphegor, and other high-tier powerhouses in hell? Because if that is the case, then current me is fucked. I was under no delusions I could take on a high-level demon in their home ground and win. This quest was suicide. The last and most urgent thing to note, however, was the fact that before I even started on the clearly fucked up quest, I still needed to clear the 5th level of this uphill battle, which was to come out on top in the following encounter. The system's words, not mine. Which meant, as Dr. Fate stepped out of the Ankh, I had one more thing to worry about than the thing I should have been worrying about in the first fucking place. Mystical energy of a flavor that I, like, made itself known along with his appearance. Looking at the faces of the Justice League, I could see that none of them had anticipated this. Zatara stepped forward just as the Ankh behind the Lord of Order disappeared. Great Nabu, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Zatara amiably greeted. I extended my telepathy out and, for lack of a better word, gently knocked upon Miss Martian's walls. She was maintaining a sort of telepathic monitoring system on the others, where she wasn't actively reading their surface thoughts but aware enough that she could form a link or guard their minds in case of an impromptu attack. It was an advanced skill that I knew I couldn't pull off yet. My telepathic abilities could be summed up in 3 facets. 1. I could project my mental energy out for offense. 2. I could use my psionic energy to form a defense around my mind. And 3. I could sense other people's minds and try to communicate with them. Offense, defense, and support. That's it. The Martian's eyes turned to me and I could feel her sort of open the door and step out to talk to me outside as opposed to allowing me inside her mind. I hid a smirk at how careful she was being. Miss Martian was learning. Aiden, you've gotten better at the mind arts. Her soft voice held a tinge of excitement that made me almost smile, if it wasn't for the circumstances. Thanks, Mian. But let's leave that for now, we have another pressing issue. I think Dr. Fate is here for me. Things might get a bit ugly, so I wanted to inform you and the others to be careful. The girl gave the equivalent of a mental gasp and I cut her off before she could say anything. I am going to see if I can lure him somewhere else. A fight happening in the Watchtower could spell doom for most of the team and League members. If things don't go as planned, get the bioship ready for immediate evac. I can't. She's out of range. Fuck. I could see the faces of Robin and Connor change as they immediately felt that something was off, catching on to the tense vibe. Dr. Fate was yet to say anything. All he did was hover in place, ignoring Zatara. His eyes swept through the room and found me. Yup, he was definitely here for me. I said one last thing to Mgan before cutting off the link. Okay, then just be on your guard. Aiden Strong. You must come with me. The voice that escaped the helmeted figure was twofold. One was deep and the other was relatively young. I also couldn't help but notice how familiar it sounded. Equity appeared in my grip as I leveled the weapon at him from across the room. It couldn't be Kent. The energy signature felt powerful but uneven, as if the host's own mystical ability was not vibrating on the same frequency needed with the helmet. Thus it was safe to say that Nabu had found a successor after I refused him. "Where are your manners, Nabu?" "You're supposed to say, pretty please." Chapter 152, The Final Act Part 3. Wonder Woman came to stand in between us, crossing her hands. "Dr. Fate. Any business you have with Aiden should be conducted outside the League's premises. You came here uninvited." She narrowed her eyes while I marveled at the steely resolve in her voice. "I can overlook that if you tell us precisely what you want with the boy." "I'm not." "Can it?" She interrupted my words without even sparing me a glance. I heard a snicker from the side and saw Wally trying to hide a smirk. "Okay, running boy, take whatever small victories you can get." I turned to face Wonder Woman, who was clearly playing the mother hen. "Why?" "I have no clue." Maybe she sensed that something was off with the whole thing. "My business with the boy is of utmost importance." The power emanating from him almost doubled in intensity as he added, "and personal." Wonder Woman refused to back down. "Where is Kent Nelson? What have you done with him?" "Oh. So that's why she was sticking her nose in. I just happened to be on the way." If I remember correctly, Wonder Woman was with the Justice Society of America, right? Gone. That one word shifted the whole room. "Wait, sorry. Kent is dead?" Zatara looked the most shaken out of everyone. I frowned. Were they close? Probably. The magician circle was pretty much tight. How did we not hear of this? Batman growled out. He seemed almost disappointed in himself. Was he keeping tabs on the Justice Society? Again, probably. "Oh man, Jay is going to be heartbroken," the Flash said with a downcast expression. "How did he pass away?" Hawkwoman questioned the Flying Lord of Order. "Peacefully," Nabu answered formally. "His last task was to find a successor to the Helmet of Fate, which he did admirably. He shall be dearly missed." Green Arrow snorted. "Yeah, you seem so broken by it," the Archer sarcastically observed. Loath as I am to admit, Queen made sense. Nabu did not look particularly sad. Then again, being a centuries-old Lord of Order, he must have lost quite a few wielders. This conversation is testing my patience. "Aden Strong, will you come with me or not?" I could feel through my sense the junior team positioning themselves to Nabu's side, ready to jump in. Miss Martian also seemed to have informed the League members about my suspicion that Fate wasn't here for niceties. Not that they needed it. There was a certain aggression and determination as he stared me down. Paired with the mission, it was obvious that my presence had really been revealed to the Lords of Order. Now the question left was, who else was coming for me? "No, he is not." Canary stepped in. "Not until you tell us what you want with him." I looked at her back weirdly. What the fuck is going on right now? She's right. The kid is insufferable. Fucking annoying, but something about this whole thing doesn't feel right. And we need him in case Superman's condition doesn't change or worsens. Hal announced, flying in with Stewart in tow. Okay, these people were crazy. Meanwhile, I didn't waste time. I was trying to break through the magical restrictions Fate seemed to have constructed to block me from making a portal to create a big one for the team. Dr. Fate was a powerhouse. And getting captured by him wasn't the same as the League. It wasn't inconceivable he had a way to actually stop me from escaping. And even if I could, I wouldn't escape, my time was limited. So the plan was fairly simple. Teleport out the squishy sidekicks who had my back a few minutes ago, and take down Fate with help from the League. The junior team were insurance in case shit went south and the world needed protecting if the League was out of the picture. But this dude went all out from the start. Very well. A blast of magic exploded out of his body in an unexpected, massive shockwave that slammed everyone away. I disappeared in a single step and appeared before the junior team with equity in my left hand. The palm of my right hand shot out as a wall of hardened air covered the front. My eyes widened when I started getting pushed back by the torrent of firepower. I brought my right arm to the front as well and channeled my bending through equity. The wall of air glowed blue for a second before holding fast against the torrent. What the heck was that? Wally shouted. His hands, much like everyone else's, were shielding the eyes from the bright burst of light. The power of a Lord of Order. I answered him grimly. A sudden boom reached us from Fate's previous location. I waved a hand and the smoke from the scorched floor along with the destroyed seats and huge table cleared. Wonder Woman strained against the ink that had appeared to protect Fate from one of her punches. She flew back, just as two streams of green light exploded from the two gathered lanterns. Hal created two gigantic palms on either side of Fate and slammed them together. There was a power struggle as the will constructs were held at bay by Fate's arms. Stuart's ring fashioned him a heavy-duty machine gun that he pointed at the Lord of Order and opened fire upon, sending him to hit the wall of the room and leave cracks. Energy blasts from Captain Atom assaulted his position, digging him even deeper into the wall. Fate flew out of the wall like a bullet aiming for Wonder Woman, only for the Flash to literally come out of nowhere and shoulder check him onto Hawkman's nth metal mace. Fate was knocked away, ragdolling on the ground. He started to get up, but arrows and batarangs sliced through the air, drowning his body in explosions. Manhunter rose up from the floor like a ghost and put him in a hold, which gave Zatara time to cast his spell. My Dlos Jidnib Gam. Glowing yellow ropes appeared in a small burst of mystical energy below Dr. Fate, ensnaring him tight. Whoa! That was epic. Their teamwork was awesome to see. But even with that, I could feel that the Lord of Order was just starting. Now the Justice League was powerful, but there was no way they could win this, not when another massive energy signature made itself known. I felt space crack from pressure, followed by a red scar in reality. The League turned to face the newcomer with the same fervor they had when fighting Fate. This new energy signature felt like a bunch of metal tools, lithium-ion batteries, hard metal concert, dynamite, sharp paper cuts, tsunamis, cyclones, and a messy room all put into a noisy blender and mixed together. Chaos. I released a tightly held breath and turned to the team. I could feel the restraint placed on a bigger boom tube creation ease somewhat as Fate seemed to be tied up. I am creating a boom tube for you guys. You need to get out of here, I told them sternly. What? No? Are you crazy? Artemis shouted at me, notching an arrow in her bow. Yeah. We're not going anywhere, Wally added, lowering his goggles. No, you don't understand. I started only to be interrupted by a whiny voice. Nabu, you old piece of scrap metal, I told you to wait for me. The faces of the team turned pale. None of us could forget that voice. I know, Tikal. It's not my fault this place is so easy to miss. Clarion the Witch Boy fully stepped out into the room. Zatara sucked in a deep breath before throwing Nabu an angered look. What is the meaning of this? A Lord of Order working together with a Lord of Chaos? He looked like he was 2 seconds away from punching Dr. Fate. Sacrifices must be made to ensure balance is restored. I do not need to explain myself to you, mortal. All you need to understand is that standing in my way is defiance against the natural order. What we can say? Zatara shot back, greatly incensed. Nothing. He's dead. Nabu's answer was cold and logical, and so shall you if you continue on with this fruitless endeavor. Give me the boy. Blah blah blah, this talk is getting boring. Clarion cut in, only for his cat to growl softly. Of course I meant boring, Tikal. I said boring, didn't I? Aqualad, you have to listen to me, the witch boy being here complicates things. We can't have a fight against the two of them. You're not used to working with anyone else except your mentors. They are too powerful. Let me send you away. Not happening, Wally stated, and he was off. Motherphew. We took Clarion down once. We can do it again. Superboy said and took a running leap. That was me, you idiot. I was the one who took him down, and that's only because I was juiced up in some order energy. Gah. Teenagers. I turned to the rest. Okay, fine. If you want to fight, then listen to my plan. If we can get them to my realm, the fight will basically be over. Aqualad nodded. Then let us do it. The League will handle fate while we take on Clarion. Or at least that was the plan. A second before Wally could reach the Chaos Lord's position, gravity increased exponentially. I took a knee and struggled to raise my head up. The others were in similar, if not worse, positions than I was. The League members closest to fate had it worse. They could do nothing as the magical bindings Zatara had placed upon him broke into motes of light and the Lord of Order flew up. It of Argus Airs. Zatara began only for fate to wave a hand and the magician to find his mouth similarly bound by yellow magical tape like he had done to the Lord of Order. I heaved, trying to rise up. Even breathing was a tall order. Was the gravity selective? The question rang through my head because I was aware that the Thanagarians would feel the effect lesser than the rest of us due to the nth metal they had. And also due to the fact that if this gravity was enough to keep me down, then it would crush Robin into a paste. Through my air sense, though, I could feel he was still alive. The gravity made no sense either, seeing as Manhunter and Miss Martian were also suppressed. They could phase and control their mass. I don't want to harm you. That said, I cannot have you interrupting. Nabu declared. Come on, do something. I shouted to myself. A boom tube appeared below the team and I, just as Nabu spread out his magical energy, causing an Ankh to appear in between the Justice League. Then the Ankh started pulling them in like a giant magical vacuum cleaner. One by one the League members were promptly sucked in. The boom tube finally manifested, just as Wonder Woman slung Connor and Wally towards where we were with her lasso. Their momentum in the air ended and they started getting sucked back into the vortex, only for my air rope constructs to pull them towards us. No! I have a bone to pick with you. Clarion cried out, sending a snaking bolt of energy towards my body that I couldn't dodge or block without letting go of Superboy and Kid Flash. Aqualad extended his water bearer with great difficulty, creating a shield that lowered the bolt's power a little but not much. The shield failed and the energy bolts slammed into me, burning away the upper section of my costume, leaving behind slightly reddened skin. I winced in pain but managed to ensure Connor and Wally both fell into the boom tube along with the rest of the team. I sighed in relief. The boom tube was layered. They were in Washington, D.C. by now. The Ankh disappeared as the witch boy started throwing a tantrum that he hadn't stopped them quick enough. Nabu floated down towards me just as the effects of the gravity wore off. Aden Strong, you did not escape with your friends when you had the chance. Why? An easy smile appeared on my face as I stretched languidly, my chest and abs exposed for all to see. Sigh, woulda wished there were girls left to admire my cut form, but oh well. There was a satisfying crack sound from my neck. Ah, that's the stuff. Equity appeared in my arms as I faced the two mystical lords. Escape? Why would I? That brought them up short. Oh, and Clarion, your shoes are untied. What? The witch boy looked down at his shoes in confusion. In that same motion, Equity came up and I pointed at him. Bam! Tikal gave a cry of pain as an ultra-thin beam of electric energy slammed onto his forehead, through his body and came out of his back. Clarion's body started fading. Tikal? He disappeared instantly after his familiar was destroyed. Nabu looked shocked, if his silence was anything to go by. I'll reiterate, escape, why would I? I chuckled. If I did, I would fail the first objective. Any way I see it, fighting head-on was the only choice I had. And the fact that the mission was rated at hellish meant I had a chance. Now without the junior team to get in the way, I could deal with this fast and move on to the other objectives. The League's help would have been welcomed, but even alone, I was confident with my chances. If I hadn't been concerned with creating a way to portal out Aqualad and the rest, Nabu wouldn't have known what hit him. You picked the wrong day to be a dick, Nabu. Chapter 153, The Final Act Part 4. I am going to beat the crap out of you. The words were accompanied by Equity changing form into a 2-meter lance that resembled Guy Bulg slightly. The red metal was glowing with heat. Steam escaped my mouth, the heat held tightly inside my body, which led to a flush on the skin of my open chest. Insolent. Fate spat out, as an ankh manifested above his head. Magic blasts showered down onto my position, relentless as I moved towards him. Electric energy sparked off my body while I dodged and weaved in between the machine gun like barrage. The floor cracked apart my position as I jumped over the chairs and remains of the large U-table belonging to the Justice League. Ah! I shouted and threw Equity towards his position. The spear met a shield of energy, but a layered boom tube appeared before the shield, portaling the weapon from his front only for it to appear behind him. Equity speared through Fate's chest, and I frowned when it turned out to be an illusion. An illusion that could apparently cheat my energy and air sense. I turned on my spiritual sense and felt the two souls, one belonging to Nabu and the other to his host, appear to my side. I flipped out of the way, chaining my somersaults and cartwheels to pull away from the absolute devastation the Lord of Order aimed at me. "You are nothing!" he shouted and flexed more magical power, pouring it all out into a massive beam of order energy. I was back to the wall, with the only direction being up, due to the debris covering the sides. Fuck that! Equity appeared before me without my urging, and I wasted no time grabbing it, raising the lance above my head and slashing the beam in the middle. Equity parted the magic beam to the side with barely any effort. The wall behind me was unfortunately destroyed, and without anything to anchor me, I was pushed through to the next room, which turned out to be the actual hall, which served as an Earth viewing point along with housing the Zeta Tube terminal. My legs dragged on the floor, stopping only when I used Equity to slow myself down. I breathed out slowly and straightened. On that first clash, it was easy to see that unlike Clarion, Dr. Fate was very aware of his surroundings. That means cheap shots and trickery will be unlikely to work. Shit, I didn't want to destroy the watchtower, but it seems that direct confrontation was the direction to take. Pushing him into my realm was also unlikely to work, seeing as he could sense when I created a boom tube. To further explain, the only sure way to put him down was to exploit the weaknesses inherent in all caster classes. Close-range bombardment. Fate had demonstrated that he had more than enough power to go all Dragon Ball on my ass, and while I knew I could also dish it out, there wasn't enough time to look cool and kick his ass. Because what's cooler than powering up while screaming? Do you really think you can defeat a Lord of Order? His voice left echoes ringing out as he flew in through the hole. Meh, Lord of Order, only SOSO. I stated while twirling the lance in my hands. Rude child. Can you fathom the depths of my power? I am backed by the full might of the Defenders of Order, Conquerors of Chaos. I could have called him out on his bullshit with a smart-ass comment about how much of a hypocrite he was preaching about upholding order when he had showed more than enough willingness to work with Clarion. But the thing is, with people like these, being petty pisses them off more than being insulting. You can fathom these nuts. I replied, and Fate went ballistic. You shall face a fate worse than death. Sparks of yellow lightning ran up his body before he threw them out. My speed increased and I was off to his side, pulling out in a circle around him faster than he could so much as blink. The lightning left a trail behind me, failing to catch up with my moving form as I ran through the room, then up the wall. A vortex of super condensed wind started forming on the palm of my left hand, held behind me. The wind currents spun in place, glowing blue and warping the space around the ball that I tightly held under control. I jumped off the wall just as Nabu stopped his lightning attack and threw out another beam of magic. Flame jets shot out of my legs, pushing me up and avoiding the telegraphed attack. At the apex of my jump, I twirled in place, gathering momentum and creating a massive ball of wind bubble that enclosed me inside its protective membrane just as I came down on top of Nabu. The Lord of Order took the opening to send another beam of magical energy straight at me. Equity escaped my right hand after a strong throw and cut through the energy beam, separating it into the parts that washed over me. Nabu had the good sense to jump away from the weapon as it dug onto the floor where I had been and release the energy I had sneakily put inside it. A cloud of dust rose up from the explosion, concealing my form while I dropped down towards Dr. Fate like a meteor. The Lord of Order stayed his ground and pushed his hands out at the last minute, creating an ankh. Only for me to smile and manifest a boom tube in front of the ankh and another one behind him, making him aware of what my plan was. I disappeared in his gaze, and he quickly turned around to reinforce the magical shield covering his back. Of course, he soon found out that it was all a feint. The boom tube was meant to make him think I was going to portal through and appear at his back, having seen the move before with equity. So when I disappeared into thin air, which could be attributed to the invisibility skill I had gained from airbending, he was fooled. My real attack landed on his back. The ball of spinning wind currents twisted the film of magic covering his body, not really breaking it but contorting his body painfully, before I unraveled the wind sphere and he was blasted away into the air. I blitzed off using my fast speed to appear ahead of his trajectory, pulled back my hand and bam! Slammed a bone-breaking fist onto the middle of his back. That would have destroyed anyone else. I could lift 110+ tons in my base form. How hard could I actually punch? Upon making contact, his body arched in pain as the breath was knocked out of him. A shockwave blasted from his front while I strained against the tight energy shroud covering him and decreasing most of the impact from my fist. He threw out his hand, sending an arc of mystical energy over me as I ducked and pulled up to his front. My right forearm blocked his outstretched hand as the left came up in an open palm and I let loose the equivalent of a flashbang, a skill I stumbled into when trying to mix my firebending and airbending. Fate cried out, blinded while trying to fly away. Where the fuck do you think you're going? I grabbed the bottom of his cape and swung him down. He smacked onto the ground heavily, letting out a pained cough. And then I gave him the Loki treatment in the hands of the Hulk. This smack is smack. Why smack? I smack. Hate smack. Capes! I punctuated the last statement with an even heavier slam to the floor. Despite that, the bastard's energy signature was still going strong. I swung him up by the cape and started spinning in place. The world passed around me in a blur, and with a grunt, I let go of the Lord of Order before digging my foot on the floor and speeding towards him like a projectile from a rail gun. Pulling up next to him in the air. My palm enclosed the helmet covering his face, and I drove him onto the chassis of the hull, cracking it from the fist of the impact. Then the air screamed as my fist shot out to land on his chest in a heavy barrage of punches. After images were left behind and the spider web-like cracks from the wall grew bigger. Loud booms sounded out as I lost all hope on leaving the Justice League's base intact once I was done. Muda! 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 I felt the structure behind him give away and we broke through, landing on the other side, which turned to be a garden. Nabu's costume looked to be in a state of disarray. The chest was battered and torn up, revealing dark skin which made me pull up short. The dark skin followed by the familiarity of the second voice were enough to make me suspicious on who I was dealing with. The only way to be sure was to remove the helmet. Upon a closer look, even the helmet seemed a little deformed under the grooves where my fingers had clutched. Enough! His energy signature instantly went through the roof and I belatedly realized I had done the biggest blunder anyone in a fight ever does. Gotten distracted. Fuck! I pulled on my lightning bending even more to increase my already tremendous speed. To ensure I stole back the initiative, it was time to pull a Savitar. 300 miles per hour. 390 miles per hour. 400 miles per hour. Then I hit the peak of how fast I could actually go without harming my body, around 656 miles per hour. The silence that came with increase in my perception was disorienting. It never ceased to amaze me just how awesome and versatile my abilities were. Turning to face Dr. Fate, equity changed into its katana form. It was time to end this. Fate's hands were held up and as a result, fast, slow-moving, yellow magic bolts were released by the Lord of Order. A boom tube appeared in the direction of one. Unfortunately, I had to discard it when its formation speed was so slow I felt like I could do it for hours. Instead, I slashed out with equity and watched the slowed-down destabilization of the magic as the bolt exploded. Then I ducked over the second, giving it the same treatment before arriving close to Nabu. I could see his brown eyes through the helmet widen imperceptibly upon my arrival, but it was too late. My hand reached out and grabbed hold of the helmet. Then, as if on cue, an indiscriminate blast of magic burst out of Nabu in a shockwave that sent me careening backwards towards the garden section. My form dug a groove through the soil, uprooting the trees and other plants before I smacked on the furthest wall away. I felt disoriented as I struggled up. Fuck, he had also set up a trap for me that I could not have avoided. I rolled out of the way, dodging the angst that hit the wall and stuck inside like sharp knives, slashing equity out in a wide fire arc that Nabu slapped out of the way. He responded with the same gravity spell from before, hoping to incapacitate me, but I sank through the floor using a layered boom tube, coming out from above him. This fight had gone on long enough. But now, I had him right where I needed him. A vicious smile appeared on my face. My hand shot out as I pulled on all I had from my inner fire. Sparks of erratic energy crept up my body, making my skin shine as my ears popped with a sudden hum sound. I had never poured as much power into a streak of lightning such as this. I felt like giving it a cool name. Like Thor's Judgment. However, all the concentration I could spare was utilized in making sure the energy didn't explode in my face. Dr. Fate turned to face me in the nick of time just as a massive 10-meter wide streak of electric current rained down on his body. The difference between us, however, was that while I could use my superior speed to simply escape the range of the attack, he was stuck watching as his defeat arrived. An ink appeared to shield him, but ultimately, it didn't even hold up for more than a second. The lightning fried his brains out. His screams of pain were loud as fuck and made me feel bad. Could this be considered as senior citizen cruelty? Fuck that. He tried to kill my ass. The surroundings below me were scorched and burnt after I was forced to stop, wary that I would put a hile through the watchtower. My body felt immensely tired. Channeling that much fire-bending energy through it was not a joke. But at least I was still standing. In the middle of where the attack had landed, Fate's body laid unmoving. His energy signature was dangerously dim, and I couldn't help but be thankful that the host he had was still relatively new. You see, there was a compatibility issue between them that I felt through my energy sense. Had I given them more time to solidify their bond, this fight would not have gone the way it did. Luckily, Fate without a host was useless. Why would anyone want their soul to be bound to a freaking helmet for all eternity, or at least close to it, is anyone's guess? I landed next to him, careful to note any changes through my senses in case of a sneak attack. My hands grasped the helmet around his head and I pulled. I sighed out, both in relief and sadness. It was just as I'd thought. I knew the identity of the dude behind the mask. It was Mas Ali, the chieftain's son who I had rescued along with his fellow villagers from Mammon. My first mission. How did Fate convince him to wear the helmet? From what I remember, this dude was very stubborn. In any case, I shook my head and moved on to the next course of action. With the first objective cleared, I could now try to find a way to get to Hell and complete the mission in one fell swoop. Oh, but before that, a boom tube appeared below Mas Ali and he was transported to an inescapable prison in my realm. A place where even Black Adam had failed to break out of. Now then, there was only one last issue remaining. Equity flew to my hand as I looked at the helmet in my other hand. No time to think about how dumb this is, and then promptly, I brought it to my head and put it on. I had to save the Justice League before leaving. And to do that, I needed to speak to Nabu. My world turned white. Chapter 154, The Final Act Part 5. So, this is where you hole yourself up? I commented, looking around. Might need some extensive interior decor. The helmet of Fate resembled the real-life one in that it was more banged up after our fight than before. Damn, I can't believe I could put out such a strength. Especially when you consider that he was probably capable of soloing the whole Justice League. Not easily, of course, but magic was versatile and potent. With enough ingenuity, you could take down anyone. Aden Strong. What do you want? Come a gloat? His voice even sounded weak and unsure. Could it be really that simple? Hit the helmet a few times and Nabu starts needing a timeout. Wow, the Lords of Order should have foreseen this and made it out of some durable material then. I'd suggest bullshit metal. Sorry, meant to say ant metal. Hardly. You put up a good fight. You lost, I won. That's it. I responded, still weirded out by the surroundings. I couldn't see the floor despite the fact that my feet were clearly standing on something. It felt like I was back at the gray space I'd been in before my advancement trial. Was it a soul thing or a mental thing? In fact, what is the difference between them? Was I in danger just by virtue of being here in either forms? Showing courtesy to an enemy. What brought on this change from your earlier uncouth behavior? Nabu questioned, clearly missing the fact that my mind was miles away. Coming here had been a shot in the dark. A risk I had been willing to take because A, I needed to know what was so important about me that the Lords of Order and Lords of Chaos put aside their differences and decided to work together. And B, find a way to save the League from whatever fate had done to them. Despite your current conduct, however, I do not regret to tell you that your actions have led you to the same situation I foresaw. His voice broke me out of my conjectures due to the smugness dripping from every word. I looked at him in amusement. Oh? And would you be so kind as to enlighten me on what you mean by that? He saw the slight smile on my face but chose to ignore it. You have put on the helmet of fate. As such, you are now under my control. He confidently replied. Right. What control are you talking about? I looked at him dumbfounded, before bursting out in a fit of laughter. What are you laughing for? Wait. Nabu asked, feeling insulted. However, a second later, his tone underwent a change. How? How is this possible? I cannot exert any control over your body. I didn't answer him. Instead, I closed my eyes and imagined a link forming to my body. The link established and I followed it. Opening my eyes, I found myself in the wrecked watchtower, though everything had a certain yellowish tint to it. Curious about the way I looked, I held up my hand and found myself clad in a form-fitting costume. It was colored a very dark blue that could be mistaken for black, with yellow on the belt, the cape and the clasp of the cape around my neck. In the middle of my upper chest, a crystal ball was stitched onto the costume. The suit didn't feel as if it was an add-on to my real costume. If anything, it felt light, despite looking compact and denser. It didn't obstruct any of my movements either. Bringing my hand to my face, I stroked the helmet and felt the depressions on its length from where I'd squeezed too hard. I wonder if Saga could fix it? Probably. This is impossible. Nabu's voice was full of disbelief. His presence was like a dim flashlight in the corner of my eyes. Or rather, the back of my head. I tried to shut him off and succeeded. His incessant and annoyingly formal voice disappeared and I was left alone, admiring myself. If I had his costume, did that mean I also had his powers? I tried but couldn't feel anything. Which made sense as I wasn't a Lord of Order. I turned on my energy signature and instantly felt faint as the crisscrossing lines of mystical energy from an absolutely massive energy source covered me from head to toe. Unfortunately, I couldn't access any of it. A headache started blooming as I dug in deeper to find out why I was blocked from some much-needed Order energy. From what I remembered, this stuff was fucking useful. It let me go toe-to-toe with Clarion when I could barely best Canary even with my powers a few months ago. My energy sense probed deeper and I saw a sort of energy block that originated from the massive source which separated my energy nodes from Nabu's. I snorted, finally getting an answer. Just like he couldn't steal my body, I couldn't steal his powers or use it if he didn't want to lend it to me. Finding that out dimmed my excitement by a lot. At the end of the day, your own personal power mattered the most. This was the prime example of how borrowed power could be taken away at any minute. With the mission hanging over my head, I stopped wasting time and unmuted Nabu. Blatant inconsideration. Never have I ever been subjected to such form of disrespect by a lower life form. I let him finish his rant, which actually went on for a few more seconds, and when he quieted down, I got right down to business. What do the Lords of Order and Chaos want with me? Nabu didn't immediately answer. Come with me and you'll find out. I looked at him weirdly before realization dawned on me. Wait, you also don't know? I was surprised. Of course I do. Nabu quickly interjected, which further added to my suspicion that he had no clue. I clutched my head, shocked. Oh my God, they sent you after me, made you fight the Justice League all without expressly telling you why? Are you their dog? I am no one's dog. Nabu's voice boomed out louder than I'd yet to hear him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just calling it like I see it. Either they don't have much regard for you or it's a strictly need-to-know basis. Which wouldn't make sense because you are a Lord of Order too. I looked at him unsurely before continuing. Unless there is an hierarchy in place? There is none. The aggrieved mystical powerhouse replied curtly. Upon my skeptical look he bristled in anger. I have my suspicions as to why they would want you, he said, more calmly. Inwardly I smiled. Nothing like manipulating someone to find out what they know. The other alternative was the stick which left distaste in my mouth when I recalled just how cold-hearted I could be. I had crushed Aang's copy with my words alone. I didn't want to be that guy when it wasn't required. Of course I would do so if it turned out to be a matter of life or death. I would be a fool not to use every single tool in my arsenal. Would it have anything to do with the fact that I rebelled from the Justice League? I played dumb. Which I kinda was, but still, that question was way off from hitting the mark. Which was done intentionally. Clearly asking direct questions wouldn't work on this guy. They would prompt the Lord of Order to figure out he was in a position of power due to the answers he had that I needed. Make it seem like a normal conversation, however, and he would treat it as such. You honestly believe that I would concern myself with such theatrics? Sodden with idiocy? He sneered. Actually sneered. I shrugged easily. The Lords of Order are not mere mortals. Our task is to conserve order. Whatever mortals like you and the Justice League get up to is none of my concern. He preached. Yeah, I get you. My face suddenly changed. As if I'd just stumbled upon a revelation. Then is it because of the fact that I refuse to be your successor? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge about that, told your superiors, and that's why they want to get rid of me? My words increased in volume. No! Do not disrespect my honor, mortal. I would never do such a thing. They only want you because you possess the unique essence of both order and chaos. Your potential is frightening, and they, along with the Lords of Chaos, might be wary because you truly have the power to instill balance to the universe, rendering both roles ineffective and powerless. Bingo! Nabu instantly went silent after that, but he had already said more than enough for me to get the full picture. The Avatar was the keeper of balance and master of all the elements. That fact was highly touted and preached all over the 4 elemental kingdoms of Avatar. Take that mantle and bring it over to a world like DC, steeped in both science fiction, divine energies, mystical energies, spiritual energies, psionic energies, and conceptual energies. You understand that the mantle suddenly has more relevance than before. And Rava was in actual fact the spirit of light and peace, while Vatu is the spirit of darkness and chaos. Now, it has already been established that neither can fully exist without the other. And furthermore, a dark avatar is still an avatar too. We already know I am not a conventional avatar. I didn't have a Rava spirit guiding me or something like that. I only had my avatar state/spirit, which was a different beast altogether. Much more powerful than a regular avatar state, I imagine. My thoughts led me to a possibility that was both frightening and made a lot of sense. What if I both had Rava and Vatu's alignment inside me, manifested in my avatar state instead? What if I wasn't traditionally aligned to one side of the evil versus good spectrum? What if I was a blend of both? Nabu had more or less confirmed it. I looked down at my hands in silence. Could I have just as much darkness in me as light? Was it why all my actions had had a bit of flavor of them both? Because I wasn't a true avatar? Does that mean I had the potential for just as much bad as good? Like Superman, would it only take one bad day for me to lose sight of myself? Chapter 155, The Final Act Part 6. I breathed in deeply. Using the spirit calming techniques that Iroh had showed me to keep calm, I was able to push the distracting thoughts away and focus. I propose a deal. Nabu stated, to which I shook my head in refusal. No deal. Not until you tell me where you sent the leak. You are in no position to demand anything from me, mortal. His response was full of disdain. I narrowed my eyes. Last I checked, you were the one on the losing side. Does your honor demand less than letting go of your wrongly imprisoned captives? The tension was palpable. And just in case you were wondering, Nabu, this is not a request. I gripped the helmet with my physical body and started applying a little pressure. The whole white space started shaking slightly. I will turn you into barely usable scrap metal if you keep testing my patience. So I suggest you think strongly on your next words. My eyes were as hard as my tone. For a second, Nabu seemed as if he was going to call me out on my bluff, but when I increased the pressure on the surface of the helmet, he relented. I rephrase, I cannot. I raised an eyebrow. Why not? Because you thought it prudent to separate me from my host. I need a wielder if I am to access the Tower of Fate. I nodded. That made a lot of sense. Okay, so this is how it's going to go down. I will allow you to take control of my body, and once the Justice League are safely out of your mystical tower of bullshit, don't know what anyone would want with that many stairs, we can negotiate and come to an acceptable compromise. Mach. Nabu hummed. I agree. Good. I answered, already thinking of how I was even going to accomplish taking a back seat and giving over the control. So far, the protection over possession that the Avatar state offered was seemingly absolute. Letting those walls down was a task I had no idea how to tackle. I also wasn't sure that this was a good idea. What if I couldn't take back control? Oh well, the other idea was to let Mos Ali out, allow him to wield Fate's helmet once more, and hope beyond all hope he listened to me. Nabu was a stubborn bastard, though. The chances of that happening were closer to nil. I calmed myself and pictured what I wanted. A few minutes later, Salem, Massachusetts, General POV, it was a calm evening in the park. The trees swayed gently in the wind and nothing seemed amiss. Up until a portal suddenly manifested in the open grounds. From within, a floating figure wearing a black and yellow costume appeared. The portal disappeared a moment later as the figure purposefully flew towards the middle of the open grounds. He stopped and held out a hand to the front. A glowing golden ankh appeared before him, the light washing out to reveal a brick tower that stood tall in the middle of the park, hidden from the view of non-magicals and common folk. Without a word, Dr. Fate sank into the tower, and 5 minutes later, the doors of the tower opened. The Justice League members instantly flew out. The ones with flight floated out of the ominous-looking tower that, in the corner of their eyes, seemed to shift out of focus, while the ones who couldn't were standing on a platform made out of Green Lantern Stewart's will. Ugh, it feels like we have been stuck there for days. Green Arrow commented once they landed safely on the ground. Barry took off running, to scout out where exactly they were. Ring, display current coordinates. No need. Zatara interrupted Hal's command to his ring. I know exactly where we are. Salem, Massachusetts. This flavor of magic, it is hard to mistake. The rest of the League looked over at him in question when he turned to their back and stared at the open, the huge tower none of them had noticed before stood prominent. Out of place in the middle of all the greenery. Was that always there? Hal asked in confusion. No, it's magic. Meant to befuddle those unwelcomed by the tower. Zatara answered, looking melancholy. I am just surprised about when I became unwelcome, as well as somber mood fell upon them all. Giovanni, I am so sorry. We all know you were very close to Kent Nelson. To not even be aware of his passing, it must be hard. Canary consoled and understanding. There was a sudden scarlet whoosh and the flash appeared. So I figured out where we are. He stared only to see the knowing gazes directed at him. Too slow flash. We already know, we are in Salem. Green Arrow told him with a slight upturn of his lips, making Barry deflate a little. We need to get back to the watchtower. Wonder Woman spoke up, getting them back on task. Zatara, can you teleport us to base? The Themysciran princess wondered, only for the veteran magician to shake his head. Fate would have no doubt accounted for that and restricted teleportation by mystic means. Wonder Woman nodded and turned to Green Lantern. How fast can you move? Wonder Woman inquired. Hal shared a look with Stewart before answering. Pretty fast. Give me 5 minutes at most to get there. Good. What about the nearest Zeta tube? Hawkman pointed out. It is too far away. Approximately 67 miles from our coordinates. Batman answered, displaying the readings from his holographic wrist computer. I can get there in less than 5 minutes. The Flash pitched in. Good. Go and find out if the Zeta tube works from this side. He saluted before turning to leave. Wait. Zatara called out. We have another pressing issue. The Flash looked in between the magician and the Amazon, waiting for a decision. What do you mean, Zatara? Wonder Woman questioned. I mean, our gracious host has decided to honor us with his presence. The vitriol pouring out of Zatara was something that none of the League had anticipated. They followed his gaze and saw Dr. Fate flying down from the tower. You! Instantly everyone went on guard, facing the Lord of Order. Atta! Wonder Woman's next words were cut off by a sudden rebuke from Martian Manhunter. Wait! Do not attack. His mind, he is not the Dr. Fate we fought. Wonder Woman frowned and then in a no-nonsense tone said, Explain. John is right, his magical signature, though barely noticeable beside the Lord of Orders, is dimmer than before. This is a different host. Does it matter? Fate is still the one in control, is he not? Hawkwoman said, twirling her mace. Zatara had to nod, but he also quickly added. Be that as it may, perhaps we should take a wait-and-see approach. I would rather not fight Nabu this close to the city. Zatara advised. Everyone else looked at Wonder Woman, who gave a nod, and they straightened up, ready to listen yet just as easily ready to fight. Dr. Fate floated down amidst their wary looks and gently touched down. I apologize for my earlier conduct. He started by saying, You will find your base more or less damaged, and to compensate for that, I shall allow you to call on me in times of grave need. Despite the apology given, Nabu managed to make it seem as if he was the one being courteous enough to even talk to them. And that fact was not lost on the Justice League. Wonder Woman bristled in anger, feeling her muscles tense in preparation to deliver a punch to the arrogant bully in front of her. Wait, is this guy serious? That's your apology? The Flash wondered, actually surprised by the mystical powerhouse. You break into the Justice League headquarters uninvited, insult us by blatantly disrespecting our authority, defy us by attacking one of our associates, imprison us in your tower for a long period of time, not even considering the fact that our assistance might be needed to help the innocent, and the apology you give is not even worth Stymphalian birdshit. How dare you? The air screamed as the Princess of the Amazons decided enough was enough and moved. Black Canary, who stood next to her, also had a cold look on her face. Normally she would try to calm down any of the members who went completely off the rails, but this was well deserved. A certain thwack sound was released when Wonder Woman's fist connected with the quick crossguard Nabu had elected. The force, however, was enough to carry him off his feet and slam onto the wall of the Tower of Fate. The tower shimmered brightly before dimming. All the energy from the impact was drained out. Dr. Fate slid down onto the ground and took a knee. Wonder Woman, however, was not done. Not even close. She stalked like a lioness towards him, twirling a sword in her right arm. It was clear she wanted to vent. In front of her, however, Martian Manhunter floated up from the surface of the ground to block her path towards the recovering Lord of Order. "Get out of my way, John." The threatening way she said it would have made a lesser man buckle under the pressure she was emitting. Manhunter merely smiled. "I understand your frustration. We all feel the same. But this is not the way, Diana." The president of the League, and arguably the most warrior-like, let out a shuddering breath to ease her anger before giving a curt nod and turning to the Batman. "Batman, can you please get a hold of the junior team? We need to know if they are okay, as well as get an accounting of what happened after our brief incarceration." Batman didn't say anything, but she knew the man had heard her, probably already done it, and was waiting for her to finish up with the immediate concern, meaning what to do with the Lord of Order before them. "Gamma team will proceed to the watchtower. We need to assess the damage and, most importantly, ensure Superman's welfare. John will stay. Flash, get to the closest Zeta 2's location and find out if the controls are functional." Stewart nodded, creating a shield bubble around Canary, Captain Atom, and Hawkman. Then they promptly flew off into the sky. Their speed jumped and the green streak of light disappeared. The Flash Mock saluted and blitzed off, leaving behind a trail of yellow lightning. "Now what?" Her words were cut off when a sudden burst of light escaped Dr. Fate's form. The golden light washed out, illuminating the surroundings greatly before dying out just as quickly as it had appeared. Before them stood a shirtless 6 feet, dark-skinned boy who was very close to being called a man, with an helmet in his hands. "Oh man, that shit was trippy. Note to self, don't ever do that again," Aiden commented while staring at the helmet of fate. Nabu had tried to exert his full control and had refused to give his body back. Fortunately, it wasn't as much of a struggle as he had thought. He didn't even need to use any of the countermeasures he had out in place to forcefully take back control. Aiden turned his attention to the front upon feeling the aggressive looks he was getting from the League. He held in a groan at Nabu's dead social skills, along with holding up his hands. "For the record, when I told him to apologize, I had no idea his version of an apology involved inviting someone to punch me on the face." "Explain." "Now." Aiden raised an unimpressed eyebrow at Wonder Woman's command. He really didn't like the tone she was using when he risked possession, not that he was in any danger, to save them. He was about to tell her off. Not rudely, of course. Rude was preserved for dicks like Hal or Green Arrow, when a soft comment from Manhunter stole the wind from his sails. "Aiden, please. Time is of the essence." He sighed, cursing the fact that John was too cool and oftentimes too right. Then he explained everything. And at the end of it all, Aiden clapped his hands and turned to Zatara. "Now for saving your collective asses, I need your help. Can you get me to hell?" To say the look on Zatara's face was equal measures surprise, disbelief, and shock was underselling it. Aiden, however, knew that if there was anyone who could do so, it was Zatara. After all, he was one of the most skilled mages in the world, and Libriomancy was broken as fuck. Chapter 156, The Final Act, Part 7. Aiden's POV. Wait. Let's backtrack and just stop. Leaving alone the fact that what you're asking is an impossibly stupid idea, where is the helmet of fate? Green Arrow interrupted Zatara, before could answer. I turned my eyes to the archer. It's someplace safe, where no one is going to use it for evil. He scoffed. And we're supposed to take your word for it? Hand it over, kid. I sighed. Looking at the rest of the League, it was apparent they agreed with Arrow. Look, I don't want you to take my word for it. Don't trust in what I say, trust in my actions. I rescued you, didn't I? If I wanted to use the helmet for selfish reasons, why would I go to the trouble of getting you guys out? In timely intervention, chatter came through Bat's earpiece. The strange thing was that I couldn't really hear it, even with my super senses. An energy field that disrupted sound waves from reaching a person a short distance away? Probably. Copy. He then turned his gaze to Martian Manhunter. John's eyes glowed green and fluctuations of mental energy told me he had just formed a link with all the Leaguers present. Green Arrow sighed. It's like clockwork, isn't it? I swear, they have to have a tracker that tells them whenever we are occupied. I frowned. And am guessing I'm not allowed to know what's going on? This is like summer camp all over again. Saying that, the attention was back to me. Though they all seemed less focused. Just give us the helmet. You have no idea the kind of havoc you can unleash by using it. I shook my head at Hal. Look, I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just from where I'm standing, there's no one better to hold it other than me. For starters, I am already powerful enough without it. And secondly, Nabu cannot control me. You even saw it for yourselves. Ask Zatara, he knows that I'm telling the truth. The middle-aged magician seemed to have swallowed a bitter lime when put on the spot, unable to refute my words. It is true, only Nabu can release you once you have placed the helmet onto your head. But, be that as it may, the helmet is a mystical object of untold power. It should not be in the hands of a child. The power Nabu promises might be too alluring to say no to. The helmet appeared in my hands from the hammer space. Alluring? I chuckled. He can allure all he wants. I'm planning to use it as a vase. Then I sent it back to the hammer space just to prove a point. Damn. I'm bad. You need to stop constantly challenging the League's authority. Using our own principles to get away with things will not always work, Aiden. Make sure you don't slip up. Batman cut in gruffly. He was right. I was acting kinda immature, but they were pissing me off. Here I was trying to secure Zatara's help to save someone from a fate worse than death, but they wanted to focus on the fucking helmet. I could do way more damage than Nabu even could. Maybe. Probably. I snorted. And you guys fail at getting your priorities straight, but I am not going to waste time arguing with you. As I just explained, a friend is in grave danger, and instead of focusing on that, you want to repeat the same old dance. If Zatara helps me out, we can talk about the helmet then. There was a brief silence before a thoughtful look appeared on Wonder Woman's face. Very well. You can keep the helmet with you. She gave a pointed look to Green Arrow and he swallowed his uproar. For the time being, that is. But be aware, we shall revisit this issue at a later date. When things have calmed down considerably. She warned. I nodded and turned to Zatara. Well, are you going to help me save a certain centuries-old Brit with the spirit of a demon imprisoned within him from hell? Zatara's eyes went wide. Blood. The first place we stopped by was Madame Xanadu's shop in New Orleans. The beautiful fortune-teller did not seem the least bit surprised by our visit. Giovanni, it has been too long, she said, getting up and hugging the magician. Zatara's face split up in a soft smile as well, happy to see Xanadu. Nimue, still as radiant as a rose in full bloom. He said with a bow, making me roll my eyes at the flirting I was about to be exposed to. Not to be a buzzkill or anything, but I doubt Blood is enjoying his tan in hell. That place does not seem like a good vacation spot, you know? That sobered them up pretty quickly, though I noticed an annoyed glint in Zatara's eyes. I sent him an apologetic look for breaking the bro code and cock-blocking him. His eyes showed me he accepted my apology and that he was ready to leave it all in the past and move on, or that was all just in my head because I was totally bored when the two of them started triangulating Blood's location through arcane means, while throwing around magical theories, speculations, and words that a noob like me could barely understand. Not the first time I wondered if I should learn magic, then after remembering that it would take me away from mastering my own abilities, I shelved that idea for later. Stuck with nothing to do and buzzing with nervous energy as the two mystical practitioners talked, I walked around Xanadu's shop just looking at stuff. I arrived before a shelf with old antique books written in runes. Don't. Zatara's voice came, making me curl my outstretched fingers into a fist and letting the hand fall. Sourpuss. I left the bookshelf and moved on to another one which housed a row of potions. This shelf I could tell was for show. There was a vial labeled love potion, another labeled good luck charm, and a few other mainstream potions. Things that a normal magic enthusiast would be all gung-ho about. I raised my eyebrows at a particularly eye-catching pink potion labeled aphrodisiac and turned to look at Madame Xanadu in question. The mystical woman felt my gaze and winked at me. Okay, gotta pay the bills somehow, and I don't doubt that few things would sell faster than magical Viagra. Fortunately, it didn't take long for them to divine Blood's last location, which had also given me enough time to think a lot about my plan once I arrived in Hell. If the mission's difficulty was any indication, this was not going to be a cakewalk. Alright, let's move. The sooner we are done with this, the sooner I can go see my daughter. Zatara said. You have a daughter? I asked in feigned interest. The look he gave me made me raise my hands up. Whoa, Mother Bear, I didn't mean anything by that. He snorted as we made it out of the shop. Of course I knew he had a daughter. It's hard to forget Zatanna. Beautiful and much more powerful than even her dad. What is not easy to recall about that? But there's a certain thing people do called making conversation, and Zatara was one of my favorite characters that didn't have something tragic happen to him like all the time, as it seemed to do with most superheroes. Dude was chill. Could perform magic tricks and had a banging daughter. So yes, I wanted to get to know him better as a person. Plus the real reason could be summed up in one word, NDP. We made it to an abandoned alley and stopped. A look of concentration appeared on Zatara's face as he held up a necklace with a red gemstone in the shape of a tear before him. An object infused with a charm to locate someone. Nis Salt saw Jason Blood Eru Ot Sutroplet. There was a shimmer in the air before we disappeared and found ourselves falling from midair. I slowed us down through airbending and we floated downwards towards the ominous jungle below us. We stepped down on the moss-covered ground, just as the pendant in his hands glowed brighter towards one direction. Our left. Where are we? I questioned. Somewhere in the Amazon rainforest. If I had to hazard a guess, near Peru. Mosquitoes were already buzzing around me. Why would Blood come here? I wondered, trudging after him through the foliage. Places like these contain what we call old power. This girl he was pursuing must have been searching for something. I nodded before adding, Angel. Zatara threw me a glance. What do you mean? Well, I sensed angelic presence in her, and Blood explained that she was an angel bound to a human girl by the cult of Naren. An angel called Serial. I could see his interest. Constantine chose to take her in because she had nowhere else to go. At the name drop, his hand tightened imperceptibly. Oh! Is that right? Yes. I stopped him with a loose grab, thinking of something. So I'm guessing you're quite aware of what you're getting yourself into. He gave a nod and turned to proceed forward. I didn't let go. It's going to be dangerous, demonic, and dastardly. That's 2 more D's than needed to explain how fucked up it's going to get Zatara. I insisted, to which the magician asked dryly, What's your point? I know that look on your face. You hero types are all the same. You intend to follow me to hell, don't you? The silence all but confirmed it. Look, Zatara, I know you know that I know you don't need me to explain to you how much of a bad idea that is. I stressed out the word bad. I am coming with you, and that is final. He stated, shrugging off my hold to walk away. I blocked his path by standing in front of him, our eyes level. Though he seemed a bit shorter than me, emphasizing just how tall I had gotten. I know your honor or ideals compel you to want to go with me, but trust me, this is unlike any mission you have ever gone to. He narrowed his eyes. Are you insinuating I am incompetent? I rolled my eyes. Stop trying to look for ways to change the subject, Zatara. In case I haven't made it clear, are you ready to leave your daughter all alone? His gaze instantly turned sharp. Yes, because that is exactly what is going to happen if you follow me. I will be facing Hell Lords. At that, some of his conviction died out. You're not a coward for staying back and choosing your daughter, Zatara. Let me do this alone. I am more than powerful enough to escape if things go south. He sighed. You do not understand. Blood, he saved my life once. What kind of friend would I be if I leave my debts and favors unpaid? I nodded in understanding. Blood told me about that. And he traded that favor over to me for saving his life as well. Zatara looked up a bit surprised. We had deal that he couldn't complete due to some urgent matters. I waved my hand to indicate I was talking about this whole thing. So he told me to look for you and ask for a favor. For Chronizin. Zatara sucked in a breath. That is double the reason why I should not let you go alone. I shook my head. No. Look, you can repay your favor to me when I'm back. I don't need your help for this. I am more than prepared, are you? Zatara snorted. I am a member of the Justice League. I'm always prepared. Okay, first of all, it's called humility. Learn it sometime. I tilled him with a huff. Secondly, goddammit Zatara, think of the time difference. 1 day here might be a week there. Can you go that long without seeing your precious daughter? He looked thoughtful at that, so I pressed on. Not to mention, what if I get stuck there and need someone to pull me out? Zatara looked indignant but couldn't argue against that. Finally, he sighed and nodded. All right, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but you win, my boy. I sighed in relief. Good. Now how about we get this show on the road? We kept on walking for a few more meters before arriving at an open area in the jungle that looked absolutely devastated. Instantly, my senses were assaulted by a torrential pool of power. Natural magic even greater than could be found in the swamp where Poison Ivy and the Injustice League had made their base. So much mystical energy seemed to undulate in this space. The area also seemed to have the debris and ruin from an ancient settlement. I wasn't as familiar with ancient civilizations, so I was stumped. Clearly, Blood had followed Alyssa here for something. But for what exactly was the question? One I didn't know we could answer, seeing as a nuclear bomb seemed to have gone off there. The fallen trees were still smoking and the ground was heavily scorched. The faint smell of sulfur was also prevalent in the area. My God, Zatara said, bending down and running his finger through the charred ground. This ash, it's the remains of a demon exorcised back to hell. A fight. The charred ground. This ash, it's the remains of a demon exorcised back to hell. A fight occurred here. He informed me before moving a short distance away. Zatara sucked in a deep breath. I hurried to where he was and widened my eyes as well. There, on the ground, was a pentagram or the remains of one. He bent down to study it before frowning and holding up the pendant. It's this, but on a larger scale. I bent down as well. You mean a locator spell? Yes. I can't tell much from the rest of the magic circle, but it was global-wide locator spell for something. Probably the fountain. I nodded. It made sense. Blood had said that she had stolen something from him, a star compass. An object that could help someone locate places with a high density of magic. Could this be where the compass had led Alisand Blood as well? I relayed that information to Zatara and he nodded. Yes. This whole area sings with the magic of the old powers. It's a nexus. A node in the ley lines. Using a locator spell here could give you the necessary amount of magic to increase the range to a planetary scale. It was what she was planning on to find out the location of the Fountain of Imperium. He rubbed a little bit of soot away and pointed at the edge of the magic array where a few runes were curved. Look at this place, it says, lead me to that which cannot be found, hidden deep under layers of magic, the rest of it is unreadable. But that statement alone speaks volume on what her intentions were. And then something happened. I concluded. Yes. My guess is that they started fighting and were ambushed by demons. It would make sense that the cult of Naren would keep an eye on her, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Or maybe it was a different faction. Lord knows Blood does not have fans down there. If they found a way to bring him back to hell, they would definitely do it. Zatara sadly made a lot of sense. And with a start, I realized that Naren might be one of the demons I would face. Now what? I wondered. Zatara had not really given me the full details about his objectives. Now, I collect a sample of Blood's energy signature before I start fully preparing you to go to hell. He shook his head as if he couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. On the other hand, I was confused. Wait. I thought you were simply going to open the portal or teleport me there once we got here. I pointed out, feeling a bit disappointed. Zatara leveled a gaze at me that made me feel like an idiot. Hell is infinitely large. If I created a portal or teleported you there without using a beacon to ensure you appeared as close to Blood as you could be wandering around, lost. This is not an exact science. Magic is fickle and needs to be taken seriously. So be patient and let me make the necessary preparations. I took a second to internalize his answer before sighing and running a hand down my face. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm just worried that the longer we leave him there. The rest of the words went unsaid. Zatara stood up with a serious look on his face. Believe me, I understand. But, your safety is important as well, my boy. If you can't do this the right way, then you are not only dooming him but also yourself. I looked at his sincere eyes and finally agreed with a nod. Excellent. Zatara smiled. Next stop, my house. He cast the teleportation spell and I felt a thick film of magic pass over me before we appeared inside a big personal library. Maybe this delay wasn't such a bad thing. I needed to inform Iroh, the twins and Breeze that I'd be gone for a while anyway. Daddy! A surprised voice came in through the doorway. Turning our attention to the source, I could immediately see that Zatanna had to have more resemblance to her mother than she did with her dad. For instance, Zatara had green eyes while Zatanna's eyes were a bright blue. All in all, this girl was more than comic book pretty. She would grow up to be beautiful and the magic coming off of her was bigger than Zatara's even at her age. Just, less refined and crude. Oh Zatanna, my darling daughter. Zatara closed the distance between them faster than the flash and hugged her gently. He stepped back and looked at her sternly. Did you finish your homework? The girl rolled her eyes. Of course, if you can even call it that. Dad, I want something challenging. Something truly worthy of my time and effort. Zatara did not look convinced. He must have been immune to the puppy eyes she was currently using. You will get there in time, Zatanna. Magic is fickle and should not be wielded carelessly. Yes, I've been hearing that since I was 7. She said in a little frustration. So you do listen? The older magician said with a snort. Occasionally. She stated cheekily. Then her gaze turned to me and our eyes made contact. She scrutinized me, before looking at her dad and asking in confusion, why can't you hang around less weird people, Dad? First the League and now the Cape Killer. I felt like laughing at the insinuation. Yup, Zatanna was nothing like her dad. Chapter 157, The Final Act Part 8. Cape Killer? I wondered out loud. Zatanna looked at her dad then me, as if contemplating something, then she ran out of the library and came back with a laptop. She hit play on a clip posted online and instantly, I became annoyed. Seems like dear old Lex had chosen to die faster. To be completely honest, this was more of an inconvenience than a hindrance. Cape Killer, huh? Funny title. Still, I was bound to go public sooner or later. This just hastened some of my plans. Cool, they got a nice pic of me. Though, I'm stumped where they got it from. Zatara closed the laptop and turned to his daughter. Do not trust everything you see, Zatanna. Now, I believe introductions are in order. Aiden, this is my daughter Zatanna, and Zatanna, I would like you to meet Aiden. Hi. I waved at her lazily. Zatanna eyed me with no less suspicion than when I came in, but at least she had the decency to keep it polite. Hello. But then, she ruined it. I don't trust you. she added. Zatanna Zatara. Her dad admonished her. I didn't bother to hide the laugh that bubbled out of me. Then you're smart. I wouldn't trust me either. Zatara sighed, shaking his head. Could you please excuse us for a second, Aiden? I need to have a few words with my daughter. I shrugged. It's cool. In fact, I was thinking about stepping out for a minute. There are a few things I need to take care of before we can begin. Zatara nodded. I don't see a problem with that. I'll be done with the array in a half-hour or so. Dad, what? Zatanna's words were cut off when a boom tube appeared on my side without warning. The young girl's eyes were wide as saucers as she looked on, intrigued. Without another word, I jumped in through the portal. The first thing I noticed was that Hawkeye and Breeze were playing in one of the pools located near the middle of Sanctuary, and that Saze was strangely enough at the Skoniad Tower, just sleeping. Iroh, on the other hand, was meditating in one of the mountains in the air dimension. I had decided to give him full access to both realms, barring a few private places. I would have enough time to see the spirits later, so I chose to have a conversation with my master first. My body disappeared and I found myself surrounded by clouds from every direction. I gently flew down towards a particularly tall peak and touched down behind the old master. So, you're back, Iroh said as a way of greeting. I walked forward and sat next to him, legs dangling off the edge of the peak. I always forget how beautiful this place is. I've always had a love for highlands, I told him, breathing in the fresh and cold air of the air dimension. My spirit felt at ease. And there was truly no better place to meditate other than here. Mage. Iroh hummed. Is something troubling you? He questioned, making me stare at him weirdly. What? Do I have something on my face? His voice was laced with confusion. At that I laughed. No, master. I'm just a little surprised. You're not normally that direct. I always have to navigate a jumble of cryptic statements, hanging metaphors, and deep crevices of wisdom to get at the meaning. The old man looked at me from the corner of his eyes. Well, I have to conserve the image of a wise and knowledgeable teacher, don't I? His words made me snort. Personally, I think you just like to torture me for the fun of it. Oh, and also that, he added cheekily before a serious expression appeared on his face. Well? He looked at me expectantly. I have to save a friend of mine from hell. I judged his reaction and found no change in his expression, so I continued. And this time, I am so out of depth it's not funny. I honestly have no idea if I can do this, Master Iroh. I am confident in my abilities. I have grown stronger and my skills more refined yet. Doubt remains, as does fear. He finished for me. I took a deep breath and nodded, admitting to him what I was afraid to admit to anyone else. Even myself. Yes. I'm afraid. And to make matters worse, I refused help from someone who offered it with no real reason behind it. Iroh blinked his eyes. Why? My fingers tightened into fists as I mulled over the question. Why did I actually turn down Zatara? Could it be because of sentiment, as I told him? At first glance, my suggestion for him to stay back seemed reasonable, but I wasn't sure that was just it. I guess I just got so used to fighting all my battles alone that the offer for help felt foreign and uncomfortable. Saying that, I realized just how true it actually was. I felt a gentle hand land comfortingly on my shoulder. No avatar has ever had it easy. Their presence is followed closely by calamity and danger, interchangeably at times, but they always face some form of obstacle that they overcome. I held his gaze as he continued. Doubt and fear have a place inside us just as confidence and bravery do. You cannot have one without the other. Do not be afraid to feel. Every emotion has a major role to play in unearthing your potential, my young student. After giving that solemn advice, he smiled. If an avatar has it easy, they would not be the figureheads of order and balance. Chaos will forever buckle against your control. Well, that wasn't ominous at all. I was expecting you to end it on a high note. A word of encouragement so strong, my powers will be stoked by my steely resolve and determination, I commented dryly. Iroh laughed in good nature. I am surprised as you are. I must be getting rusty. We spent a few more minutes talking before I decided it was time to go. There was something I wanted to ask him, but I figured it could wait for when I got back. Not if, but when. I stood up to leave, only for Iroh to stop me by clearing his throat. Aiden, I might be gone for a short while when you come back. I stopped in place, my heart sinking. Gone? Gone where? I carefully asked, dreading his answer. There is something that needs my attention. Something that cannot wait. He must have sensed my disappointment because he laughed. I will be back. I have still not seen everything I can of this world. I would be remiss as a knowledge seeker to abandon that endeavor. I gave no outward reaction except for a smile, but inwardly I was happy. Iroh had quickly become a figure of importance to me. He was someone I could confide in whenever I felt overwhelmed. And the things he was teaching me about spirit attunement as well as the various pointers about bending was not something I could do without. I wasn't ready to lose any of that. See you when I see you then, Master. I threw over my shoulder. Oh, and Aiden, take care of yourself. Iroh's voice traveled to my ears just before I teleported out. The first one to notice me was Breeze. Which made sense because she was basically connected to all air. A light breeze ruffled through me and I instantly noticed that I only had on a thin jacket offered by Madame Xanadu and nothing else beneath it. Fate had destroyed my trench coat and upper half of my costume during our fight. Maybe I should clean up before going to hell? Nah, I've kept blood waiting long enough. I took a few minutes to interact with my spirits, with Hawkeye complaining about the fact that Sazae spent all his time napping these days. I assured her I'd check up on him and left the two girls alone to continue playing. Touching down near the tower, I could see the gentle movement of Sazae's torso as he slept. The incident where he called me Dad was still fresh in my mind. I honestly didn't know what to feel about it. I was only 17 for Chris Sake. 18 in a few days, but still. Whatever come may, I knew the important thing was that I wasn't going to let anything happen to my spirits. I gently ran my palm over his scales, simultaneously using the action to see if there was anything wrong with him. My eyes widened after using spirit attunement. Sazae seemed to have formed a spirit link with Match, who was inside the stabilization pod. Tower, display current progress of Match's DNA stabilization procedure. I quickly gave the order. Primary directive at 62%. The answer appeared before me. Holy shit. The progress had jumped by more than 20%. Seems like the raw data gained from scanning Superman's physiology helped immensely. I evaluated a few of my future plans. It seems like our weird little family was about to get another member. I wiped the slight steam that had gathered on the glass making up the front of the pod and my belief grew stronger. Match had seemingly de-aged. Before he looked like Connor, at most 18 years old. Now, he was a little over 15. There wasn't a lot of time and I still had one final thing to do before leaving to Zataris, so I simply rubbed Sazae's snout with a proud smile and disappeared into a portal. I stepped out into my room at the Lux. Looking at the time at the corner of my eyes, only 3 hours had gone by since receiving the mission. It had probably been more for the League while being stuck in the Tower of Fate. This also brought up another interesting question. What should I do with the tower? I mean, as the current wielder of the Helmet of Fate, I was the sole owner now. Meh. I'll figure that out later. I still hadn't decided whether I was going to hand over the helmet or not. Right now I was leaning on not. The League needed to show me I could trust them instead of the other way around. I still ended up taking a shower and cleaning up. Then I dressed up in my backup costume courtesy of Batman's over-preparedness. While the costume was size and shape adjusting, I could feel it was only a matter of time before it started getting tight, ABD obstructing. I had not only gotten taller but also bigger. My dad was a huge dude, so no, I had the genes for it, but this felt strange. As if my body was speeding up to compensate for something. H. I need a costume change anyway. Once I get back, I will commission the Skoniad Tower to produce a much more durable costume than I currently had using materials from the realm. 10 minutes later, I was off to the last spot I needed to go, the church. I didn't forget to pick up some sweet donuts for the priest in charge of the parish. That old man and I had become amiable friends. It was good to see he didn't treat me any different despite the fact that my mug was plastered all over the news. In fact, he had a few words of encouragement before he excused himself to go absolutely break the commandment of thou shalt not kill. From the way he was eyeing those donuts, they were done for. Left alone in the church, I closed my eyes and spread out my senses. A second later, I felt him. I opened my eyes and came face to face with the hornblower, the Archangel Gabriel, provider of the blueprint to create reality. People usually forget how powerful Gabriel is when matched up against his two elder brothers, but something told me that this angel was no less dangerous than either Lucy or Michael. It was in the way he carried himself. I had seen the same body confidence and control in only Batman and Black Canary. Gabriel was a martial badass. This time he was not dressed in the combat armor he had on the first time we had met. Instead he had on white robes. His body hovered a few inches off the ground and a certain light was exuded from his presence. An aura of great presence. I called upon my inner flame and run it through my body to get rid of the awe of the light. I had touched upon this energy before, so it was easy not to get lost in its splendor. Gabriel. I nodded in greeting. The hornblower studied me curiously before responding. What are you? His first question threw me out of loop though. Last we saw each other, you were burning with the power of an elite being and now, you feel human. He explained himself, making me laugh. Yeah, tell me about it. That form isn't something I can access whenever I want. It's unreliable. His feet touched down. I do not understand. How can it be unreliable when it allowed you to stand up to heaven's greatest? Surely you jest, human. He responded. It's Aiden. And trust me, if I had complete control over that state, I wouldn't have come here. I read his expression, and based on the fact that you came to see me, I can guess that you understand what I've come to ask. Gabriel looked at me for a few seconds before nodding. You have come to ask for the authority of heaven. A way for you to have a solid backer and valid enough reason to ask for the courtesy of a guest, as an emissary of one kingdom to another. You seek to make use of the old powers and ancient laws to have an audience with the monarch of the infernal realms, Samuel. Precisely. Otherwise there is nothing stopping any demon from attacking me the second I step out there. Gabriel laughed at my words. A surprisingly gentle laugh. The look in his eyes changed. I am impressed, Aiden. Few would think that far. I shrugged. Well, it's my life on the line, so. We entered a brief moment of silence before Gabriel gave his answer. After that the angel's presence disappeared off into heaven and I left the church after procuring some holy water and stashing it in my hammer space. The next portal had me standing out of Zatara's mansion due to the wards around his home not letting me in. I walked up to the front door and knocked on it gently. It opened to reveal Zatanna. She ran her eyes over me and smiled. You clean up nice. I walked in without waiting for an invitation. Thanks. Where's your dad? The door closed behind us and she led me to the basement. Follow me. We took the stairs down before approaching a metal door at the bottom. Opening it, an outpour of magical power hit my senses like a freight train. Whoa! How come I didn't sense it before? Zatanna giggled from where she stood. The basement is covered by mystical energy concealing wards. Interesting. I commented, walking in. You know, I can show you some magic if you show me how your portals work. A sort of trade-off, what do you say? She asked me, a little hopefully. I say, ask your father first. The young girl bristled a little as I left her in the doorway to focus on the only other person in the room. Red candles were arranged around a massive and complicated array drawn on the ground. The pendant Zatara had used to locate blood was on one point of the magic circle. It had changed color from red to blue, containing blood's familiar energy signature. The man was standing on the outside of the magic circle, yellow light pouring off his walking cane and into the magic array. "Oh Aiden, let us begin." Chapters 158, The Final Act Part 9. Aiden's POV, this magical array is special. A normal one would put you within short distance of where blood is, but depending on the strength of the magic wards where he's being held captive, might be a few hundred meters or even miles. I nodded as Zatara explained. What makes this particular formation unique is that it turns your body into a ray of energy, allowing you to move through the layers separating our reality from hell, undetected and closer to blood than a normal realm transmission spell. What about the wards? I questioned. I was getting to that. The magic coats your body and turns it into formless and neutral mystical energy, allowing you to oscillate in the same vibration frequency of the wards. So that means I'll be able to slip past the wards without restriction. Furthermore, it saves time. I wouldn't have to look for blood, I would just spear right to where he is. That's brilliant, Zatara. I complimented. Zatara hummed in appreciation. Yes, quite brilliant. You can thank Nimi for that, she came up with the idea. His face changed a little. But it's not all good news. For starters, this might not be a direct route to hell. Due to the nature of the spell, you will have to cross through a few dimensions bordering our reality before you get to hell, which I theorize is a few realms away in general placement. And you will be particularly eye-catching. He paused to let that sink in. The trade-off was honestly good. This way, I could get blood and cereal out before anything else, which was the main objective of the mission. Dealing with the Hell Lords would go over smoothly if I didn't have to worry about the two of them. Let's do it, I confidently said. Zatara then handed me a brown parchment of paper square in shape. And this is for? I wondered, accepting it. A way out. I raised my eyebrows in question. I am aware of your portals, so this is just in case something goes wrong. The parchment contains a magic formation. The ink used is made from the ashes of an okami tree, an extinct but incredibly mystical tree whose roots can stretch and grow past this realm into others. If you tear it, the spell will activate, and short of a truly powerful being far above the level of the Lords of Order and Chaos, no one can stop you from leaving. I eyed the simple parchment, turning it over in my hands to see a shimmering rune inscription on one side. It looked beautiful in its construction, with precisely drawn lines, curves, and edges. This must be very valuable, I observed. It's practically a life-saving tool, thank you. I wasn't going to be dumb and refuse it. Zatara nodded with a solemn smile. He knew the time had arrived and was probably wrestling with the decision to knowingly send a miner to a dangerous place. Thank you, Aiden. And, Ford. I cut him, feeling a bit uncomfortable. It's fine. I smiled reassuringly, I got this. Zatara stepped away from the circle and immediately, his persona changed. He was now the sole magician in the Justice League. A powerful individual that had battled the worst of the worst. His experience shone through his hand movements. Zatara had allowed Zatanna to stay behind and watch, and I could feel she was awed just as I was by how expertly Zatara was controlling every smidgen of his powerful magic reserves. The incantations this time were made in a language I didn't understand. His voice flowed, commanding reality to bend to his will, and reality listened. The array below me lit up in a red light. Power flowed through the whole structure, forcing me to tone down my energy sense just to avoid the extreme sensory input. Before long, I felt an energy clad my form in its entirety, and a click sort of went off. Instantly, I felt weightless, as if I was floating in a cloud. The last thing I saw was Zatara's grim and serious eyes, then I was falling. Well, not falling exactly, more like hurtling or shuttling through a myriad of realms, most of whom were just crazy, incomprehensible spaces of existence. Some made sense, and a few stood out particularly, one of which was beautiful. A land dominated by a wondrous environment, filled with greenery, impossible creatures, and a faceless figure whose features unraveled into sand, leaving behind two statements. Be careful. I'm watching. Then I passed through a grayish space where my body was rendered timeless and eternal. A place of great suffering. The only thing I spotted was the shocked look on the figures of what appeared to be humans. Then I disappeared into a couple more realms that made no sense to my awareness. A realm full of swirling clouds and vortexes of different colors. I could feel had I stayed there, I would have become a part of the wondrously beautiful dimension. I crossed over into another strange realm. This time a beautiful figure that called onto every debaucherous thought and lust traced my movement through the folds of space. The only thing I got from him was the feeling of being watched by golden eyes. Oh, a new plaything, see you soon. I hope you survive, little brother. The thought was funneled into my mind along with an unnerving laugh, then the presence disappeared and with a soft pop, I finally breached the layers of space into a grayish and dead realm. The air was both sweltering hot and chillingly cold, despite the fact that I was in an ethereal form. That's how hell felt like. My senses spread out far and wide, and if I had eyes, they would have been wide with shock. Wow, this shit just got real. Hell pulled out all the stops for this one. Over 1 billion energy signatures appeared in my senses. All of them more powerful than Red Arrow and base physical parameters alone. Half felt stronger than an Atlantean and a quarter were on the Justice League level. That was just from the aura of strength they put off. A small fraction, on the other hand, were stronger than Superman. Thankfully, that was a very small fraction. Then a handful of them, that I could only detect due to concentrating my spiritual sense on the Black Castle all the demons were gathered before, were much more powerful than Dr. Fate. I'm willing to bet those are the Hell Lords. My trajectory was aimed for the center of the demon horde. After carefully spreading my energy sense out to understand why, I found out that the party had begun before me. Etrigan was fighting as best he could against a torrential wave of unending demons. He stood defiantly on the bodies of dozens of demons, dark blood pooling around the smoking area. His mouth spewed flames that spread out to keep the demons away, while he swung a huge sword to attack those who made it past the fire. A unique behemoth of a demon, standing in a crazy 50 meters, stomped his way towards him, wielding two giant swords, both dripping with hell flames. Tusks that speared from the bottom of its jaw to its face, along with the claws and sharp teeth, made this particular one look more menacing than even the rest. Problem was, in a party comprising of over 1 billion demons, I could spot a couple thousand of this type of demon. Well timed to make an entrance. A few minutes ago, General POV, a cloud of darkness swept through the room, whispers trailing behind it in an ominous cacophony of different voices mixed together to create a truly scary being. It stopped a distance below Lucifer, who barely gave any indication on its presence, content to watch through the balcony as the demons grew restless and more impatient. Fights were already breaking out, and it was amusing to the high-tier being to see them mindlessly battle just for the sake of it. Maze was the only one to acknowledge Azazel's presence with a slight cock of her head. She was not in the least bit impressed by the Hell Lord. To her it was clear what he wanted. "My lord, I have a request to make." The cacophony of voices went silent as one grim one spoke from the cloud of darkness. Eyes and mouth started sprouting from deep within, making the already eerie visage of one of the strongest beings on Hell even more unnerving. "Well, don't keep me waiting. Get on with it," Lucifer answered. It grated Azazel to be spoken to with such utter disregard. And judging from the royal consort's face, he could feel she was ridiculing him. He was Azazel Goddamit. He could command an army of trillions. The demons near the palace were simply but a small tiny portion of the forces of hell. Why should he take second to one such as he? Azazel, however, said none of that. His voice was level and supplicated as he stated his intentions. "Our forces call for an appetizer before the full-course meal. They demand the blood of the son of Belial to sate their bloodlust while we wait for the alignment and the toll of the last hour to execute the angel in defiance to the Silver City in him. For a unified hell, I believe this to be the favorable course of action." Therein was the start of the scheme. Azazel and the rest of the interested parties knew that Lucifer did not want the angel defiled, ravaged, and killed. It wasn't a matter of good or bad, it was a matter of pushing for it in a way that made him oppose them. To that effect, Azazel could highlight his stubbornness as incompetence and traitorous to the general public, plunging the whole dimension into disarray once more. That would open up the avenue for many of the plans they had for the Earth to continue on without a hitch. The best thing was that everything was turning out perfectly. The Morningstar either choosing to follow their demands, veiled as suggestion, or not was of little consequence. All that mattered is that all roads led to the same result. Chaos. Heaven would not be silent if an angel died on hell. There would be consequences. And hell would not be silent if the angel didn't die. It was a win-win. The dirt on the bottom of my shoes. Lucifer calmly replied. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Azazel questioned. A second passed, then Lucifer turned to face the demon Hell Lord. That is where you are. Beneath the dirt on the bottom of my shoe. The fallen angel smiled in amusement. You believe yourself clever enough to outsmart me, Azazel? Where do you get the defiance to stand before me with your poorly hidden intentions and plans to undermine my influence? The air started getting heavy. Azazel felt pressure deep to the core of his being, but just as quickly as the pressure had come, it disappeared. The demon felt true fear. It was easy to forget that behind that facade of unassuming demeanor, he was no doubt facing someone who could undo him and his with merely a glance. Lucifer had a winning smile. Fine, do it. Offer the rhyming demon up to the crowd. Let it not be said that I am not a gracious and generous lord. Lucifer suddenly said, My lord. Maze looked at him askance. The Morningstar waved her off. It's fine, Maze. He grinned while staring at the sky, his eyes flashing red. If anything, it's perfect timing. Azazel, do what you must. He threw behind him. Azazel studied the Morningstar's back for a second or so, before disappearing. A couple of minutes later, Etrigan found himself standing on a raised platform in the middle of a ravenous, bloodthirsty, and murderous horde of his brothers and sisters. The rhyming demon's face split up into an excited smile. A dull-colored and wide bastard sword, that was slightly curved at the end, appeared in his hands. Now this is my kind of fun. He didn't waste time with a rhyme. Instead, he shouted and ran forward, jumping up to battle the sea of demons. And the waves rose up to meet him. The battle went on for a few minutes, and the rhyming demon had racked up quite a number of dead foes below him. However strong as Etrigan was, the numbers were nothing to scoff at. And sooner or later, he knew he would be overwhelmed. He just wanted to have as much bloodshed and mayhem as he could before that eventual reality. It's time, Maze. It is time for the final act. Lucifer spread out his hands, the ashy clouds covering the skies of the realm seemingly parted before a ray of light speared through. Too bright for anyone to miss. The ray spoke of power and potential. A small smile appeared on Maze's face, mirroring the one on Lucifer's. Well, I'll be double damned, the kid actually pulled through. Lucifer laughed as the ray of light landed on a particularly large demon, splitting it apart from head to toe. Trust me, Maze, you are about to witness something you have never thought possible. Chapter 159, The Final Act, Final Part. It was a conscious action to shift my form into my physical body. As I reformed in midair, the stench of sulfur, cinder, and unwashed bodies, all hidden behind a faint scent of blood that grew prominent, assaulted my nose. In addition, my emotions took a turn for the negative. Doubt, fear, and anger. I reinforced my mental defenses, taking into practice what Iroh had told me about doubt and fear. The feelings assuaged, and I was left with a steely resolve. The determination didn't help with the smell, and I felt like throwing up for a second, before deciding to take it out on the demon below me. Something about the nail that sticks out being the first to be hammered down. In this case, I was the hammer, or more like the cleaver, as equity appeared in my hands. I gripped the sword tightly as it changed form into a massive form, the broad side growing wider into a kubikiribocho mimicry that was stronger than Zabuza's sword could ever hope to be. Equity hummed in my two-handed grip in appreciation at the mental compliment. My sword, similar to me, was growing stronger. To add more momentum to my fall, I spun, the air providing no drag or friction, increasing my already crazy speeds to insane levels. The top of the head of the demon appeared closer and closer, my target none the wiser. Every demon concerned with Etrigan. With a sudden downward motion, Equity split the demon into two, although it didn't quite reach the other side due to the huge size of the gigantic creature, extending a sheath of air on Equity's pointy end more than made up for the difference. Hot blood sprayed out of the two separate parts, dousing everything close in a reddish-black liquid that stank of sulfur more than the surroundings. Everything stopped. The activity going on around me ceased for a few seconds. More than enough time to do what I needed to do. Lightning sparked off my form before I disappeared from my position. Etrigan's sword swiped out to land on the broadside of Equity. Great instincts. He pulled back to slash me from the side, but I spun out of the way faster than he could react to and stepped to his back. Stop! As soon as the words left my mouth, Etrigan paused. I could feel him straining against my control. The teleportation talisman appeared in my hands, but before I could tear it apart, something huge dove down towards our position. I couldn't be sure if the talisman's activation was fast or not, and when I tried to use a boom tube, I couldn't accurately connect with my realm without a few precious seconds. All that mattered was to get blood out of here, whether Etrigan wanted to or not. A torrential wave of black flames poured down from, I kid you not, a mega-huge gray dragon. The teeth looked the size of my arms, so the beast was fucking huge. Not quite the size of the behemoth I had felled, but close. Atop it stood one of the figures I had judged as stronger than most of the league. They had on a spiked helmet with glowing red eyes. A gyrating vortex of air manifested above us, disrupting the flames and spreading them to the sides, to fall on the low-ranked demons that were only now rousing from their surprise at my entrance. The demons cried out as they burned from the oil like flames. The dragon turned back and came back for a second attack. My outstretched hands suddenly closed into a fist and thin air strings tightened on the dragon, biting into and carving it to hundreds of huge pieces that rained down around us. Etrigan buckled against my control and snarled, swiping out angrily with a clawed hand. I leaned back and kicked him away, saving him from the spear in the hands of the demon with the spiked helmet. I rolled away, evading the impact from his landing while sweeping out his legs from under him. The stranger demon was skilled just as he was strong. He used the butt of his lance to flip away, ducking over Etrigan's fire breath that was so hot, I had to coat my body in a film of flame energy. A lull entered in the battlefield, giving me some time to hear what was going on around me. Is that a human? Pray! Devour him. I want his blood. His soul, his soul. His lordship. Fight, kill, kill. Devour his soul. Valuable soul. Lots of chance about my soul being precious and valuable. Which made sense since souls made hell go round, and as the Avatar, although my spirit was weak, its quality was on a whole other level. Despite the clear ravenous desire to jump me, they held back. Afraid to step a foot within close proximity of the helmet demon. The three of us faced off against each other warily. Equity changed forms from a huge sword to a short blade. Agog. Etrigan spat on the ground. Still following Naren's orders like a loyal dog. Agog leveled his lance at Etrigan. Standing this close to the guy, I could tell you he was imposing and had an aura that spoke of tremendous strength. His muscles were huge. His body fashioned in battle. A dog with a purpose. The demon smoothly shot back. His voice was deep. Deeper than even Stuart's. Which is more than can be said for you, son of Belial. Shackled to a mere human to do his bidding. You are a disgrace to every demon alive. Etrigan looked about ready to attack, but something held him back. He looked almost cautious. Something I wasn't sure he could feel. Agog looked away in contempt, turning his gaze towards me. His red eyes narrowed. Human, you have a death wish to intrude upon the infernal lands before your time. For that, you will curse your brazenness." Then he lunged. A sonic boom erupted from his position, his body poised to crash right into me. Fortunately, something else occurred. Agog had the wind knocked out of him when he collided into an air shield. The shield rippled with force. I distributed the power of the impact through its structure and then reflected it back to the source. A massive shockwave rang out, blowing Agog away into the air. His form carved a trail through the demons at his back, leaving behind a picturesque wake of destruction in his uncontrolled flight. Broken bodies and splattered organs. The boom tube I had been trying to create all this time manifested below Etrigan without his knowledge, and he fell through with a surprised yelp. His eyes screamed of retribution and anger. "Damn you!" The words were cut off as the boom tube disappeared. The portal was connected to my fire dimension. I couldn't have him running around in Sanctuary. 39 seconds to create a stable portal to my realm. That automatically cancelled the usefulness of my boom tubes in a high-speed battle. I also had that, but Gabriel had warned me to only use it sparingly. The power of a being almost on par with Lucifer being wantonly unleashed can cause cracks in reality. Cracks that might take time to heal, cracks that might provide a way in for things outside the making. Keyword being wantonly. The horde of demonic entities all converged upon me after seeing me blow Agog away. Their momentary fear all but gone as each scrambled to get a pound of flesh. I stood in place, waiting, feeling like a reed before a tsunami. Despite Gabriel's warning on using it, I couldn't see any other way to officially announce myself. To be realistic, although I could probably fight and maybe take out thousands of the Legion of Hell, my stamina was not nigh infinite. I could do it for a few days, but the numbers would overwhelm me in the end. No, the plan had always been to fight smartly. I still had an angel to save, and this time it couldn't be done with pure brute force. I waited until there were a few more meters separating me from any of the demons, and then a horn appeared in my hands from my hammer space. The horn was a short chauffeur that felt smooth and warm to the touch. It looked normal, felt normal to my senses even, but a feeling of trepidation fell on every demon in the vicinity. I brought it to my mouth, and then blew it. It had been long since I'd used my sonic abilities. To be honest, I could probably take that ability to its absolute peak of devastation if I didn't almost blow out my throat every time I used it. Trying to channel the sonic waves through other parts of my body was not as effective as my mouth. There was just something instinctual about it. Like how you could use your hands to move forward in a handstand, but your legs were much more suited for that task. So I had never been able to see the peak of what the sub-skill could do. Gabriel's horn was the Archangel's symbol of power. Gabriel was the one to impose order and complexity into the making, which was another word for creation. Hence, his power rivaled that of his two brothers. And the horn I had in my hands was an expression of his unique abilities. The horn could open portals, take command of beings with a lesser will than you, even the odds between you and your opponent no matter how strong they were, by elevating you to their level, marshal up the heavenly host for the final battle, restrain an opponent, and basically a lot more of high-tier crazy stuff that I was barred from using. I chose none of those skills. Here's a thought: what would happen if I combined the horn and my sonic sub-skill? I took a breath, brought the horn to my mouth and blew it. A loud rumbling escaped out of the small horn. The sonic wave rippling out from my position as the epicenter and destroying anything it came close to. My ears rang, my skin sang, and my body shook. Another wave erupted from the horn. The ground was destroyed, blackened soil and dust rising up in a moniker of a mushroom cloud as I blew upon it once more and for the final time. I couldn't feel anything in my range of energy sense anymore. Every life had been cut off. Destroyed by the angelic object in my hands. Millions of demons, snuffed out like a candle light. I waved a hand and the cloud dispersed, the dust fell to the ground, revealing a catastrophe. I stood on a lone pillar in the middle of a crater spanning hundreds of miles in every direction. The depth of the cave was tens of miles long as well, revealing a magma river flowing at the bottom. On the outskirts of the crater, a wall of blackened flesh along with sections of soil and rocks surrounded the edge of the crater, forming a long pile. One attack. I looked at the horn in my hands and my palm trembled. So that was the peak of what my sonic abilities were capable of when there wasn't a risk of blowing off my throat, huh? I was suddenly gripped by fear. If I went bad, God help the world. Turning back to the devastation caused, I knew I had made a loud statement. A show of power that made the upper echelon hesitate. I looked at the black castle a few thousand miles away and horned in on a figure standing at the highest balcony. Lucifer had a devilishly proud smirk on his face as my enhanced eyesight made contact with his. He was losing yet, it didn't bother him at all. My eyes left his and fell on Maze, standing next to him. Maze looked happy to see me. I smiled and winked at her before I turned my attention to a raised platform on the courtyard of the castle. A platform with 9 thrones. Some were unoccupied. Others, well, let's just say that despite my confidence even with the Horn of Gabriel, beating them would be a tall order. None of the hell. Chapter 160, Formula Challenge. You are sure of it? Iroha's voice rang out through the library. A typical tea set was placed at his front between him and the huge black owl perched on a metallic stand. What exactly are you calling to question, Iroh, my honesty or my observation skills? The owl asked in a stiff voice. Iroh rolled his eyes. After centuries of knowing you, one would think you'd loosen up that stick stuck so far up your. Iroh cleared his throat awkwardly, then sheepishly offered, have some tea to calm your nerves down. MMPH. One Sher Tong snorted and started flapping his wings. A blast of wind swept out through the room, ruffling the tablecloth set below the teacups and kettle. Iroha's beard was blown into an unruly shape, just as the owner of the library disappeared off into the rows upon rows of bookshelves. Make no mistake, Iroh, something used the link you have with this strange new place to cross over. You better inform the dwellers there that a great evil shall be soon released. An evil with no precedents. The words were the only thing left behind as One Sher Tong's form flew out of view. Iroha's face was solemn. He looked at the tea in his cup worriedly. Aiden. Aiden's POV, my heart beat fast at the thought of my next move. I knew that what I was about to do would spell my doom or salvation. All eyes were on me, but I only had eyes for one figure. Alyssa had changed. Gone was the haughtiness of your typical magician. In its place was a demure and gentle angel. A shy girl with white wings, covered with patches of black and red at random intervals. I established eye contact with her and saw the despair warring with hope. Then I remembered what Gabriel had told me. Save her from an undeserving fate. Save her and heaven will honor you, Aiden. He had given me all the tools needed to turn this from a losing battle to one I could win. I smiled softly at the angel, hoping to ease her worries. I am not going to leave you here. Not with these monsters. I promised myself. Denizens of the infernal lands, I am Aden Strong. I amplified my voice to reach the castle. As stated before, only a few thrones, to be precise, 4 were occupied while the rest remained empty. The first throne had a curvaceous woman with red skin and horns twirling up in the air gracefully. She looked like dangerous, unhealthy sex. And the sadistically lecherous grin on her face as she stared at me left no question as to exactly what I was in for if I landed in her hands. Goosebumps appeared on my skin as I shivered in disgust. The second throne had the most bizarre demon I had ever laid my eyes on. It was a dark cloud filled with eyes and teeth all over its form. To better explain, he reminded me of Kurogyri from MHA, a show I'd watched back in my Earth. Just a purplish smoke-like being. The next throne was unoccupied. As was the second one after that, but the next had a demon lord that was no less strange-looking as the last one. He was in the shape of a gigantic bug. A fly. Well, a flyman to be exact. The wide compound eyes and the antennae on its head made it creepier than the others. Fuck, I might be racist, speciesist. I moved on to the last demon seated on the throne. Instantly, a feeling of maliciousness that hit me like a 12-wheeler truck going at top speed slammed into me. My chest seized up and I started wheezing a little. What the fuck, is this? I widened my eyes and groaned as the pressure increased. My legs shook and I took a knee, trying and failing to raise my head up. Anger bloomed inside me from within the avatar state. But no matter what, I could feel that it wasn't going to intervene. The mission difficulty was tagged as hellish for a reason, and if the avatar state took over, the mission difficulty would go down. It was all a theory, but it was a theory that made a lot of sense. All in all, I'd resolved to always act as if I was alone in this, and now I truly was. The horn in my hands pulsed with a gentle light, and I felt a gentle wisp of energy enter my body and cast away the oppression I was facing from the last demon. I stood up to find my body soaked in sweat. The demons that had been riled up by my brief show of weakness settled down in caution as the horn glowed with power. The archdemon smiled at me viciously. He had blonde hair, cruel eyes, a hard face, and was dressed in a green and white costume. Power just seemed to roll off him in waves. I knew who this fucker was. Naren, the Prince of Lies. Zatara and Nimue had briefly explained to me who I was mostly going to face opposition from. Naren was responsible for most, if not all, of this shit. And he was much stronger than the rest of the demon lords sitting beside him. What that meant for me, however, was that I was fucked without the avatar state. And even with it, this was their home ground. Such a fight with beings close to being literal reality warpers was not good for my health. Luckily, it wasn't all hopeless. With my momentum briefly cut off, I cleared my throat and started again. I am Aden Strong, and with the authority vested in me as Heaven's emissary, I hereby formally challenge you for the freedom of the angel known as Serial. By the ancient laws and the first circle, those who stand vigil in upholding the foundations of reality, Naren the Prince of Lies, do you accept? General POV, silence. The whole battlefield fell into an atmosphere of astonishment and surprise. The eyes of the female demon narrowed. Her interest had been piqued. The cloud-like demon, on the other hand, made no reaction, and the bug-like demon started screeching in laughter. But the last Hell Lord's reaction was the most priceless. Preposterous. Naren rose up and shouted in rage. To think that a mere ant would dare. Ha ha ha, what, Naren, are you scared of a mere ant? The bug-like demon mocked. Laughter followed among the rest of the demons. Uproar. Such an intriguing human. How does he know of such things? Lady Blaze pitched in. Azazel shifted in his seat, one of his numerous faces sneakily looking back at the balcony above his head and behind them. He could think of such a way, but Lucifer was not much of a schemer. He had power. He was imposing, but he had never been the type to strategize against those weaker than him. This, Azazel knew. So it meant Gabriel or the Silver City were responsible. Yet, Azazel couldn't shake the feeling the devil was involved in some way. Sit down, Naren. Getting so easily worked up over something so trivial is unbecoming of your stature as a Hell Lord. Azazel ordered. Naren rounded up to sneer at him. Do not talk down to me as if I'm one of your servants, Azazel. Then act like it. Lady Blaze took a dig at the blonde demon with a small smile. You're embarrassing us. It's unseemly. Naren's eyes shot towards the female demon. What would you know, half-blood wench? You're only on that throne due to Lucifer casting Belial out. If anything, a duke should have taken over. You are nothing. The words were filled with as much mockery as Naren could inject in his tone. Lady Blaze's smile widened. Oh really, Prince of Lies? If I am nothing, then what does that make you? You had the chance to take over hell when His Majesty was occupied. She tilted her head, bringing one long-nailed finger to her lips. How did that work out for you? With every word, Naren's eyes grew ever more angrier. Such grand ambitions. You have corrupted so many pure souls throughout millennia, and what do you have to show for it? Nothing. Just empty air. Naren's aura burst out as he started burning in a green fire. Beelzebub and Azazel instantly went on guard. The demons below them, those weaker than them, shivered as the oppressive power of a demon lord started crushing them. A nasty smile spread out across Naren's face. "Fucking bitch, I am going to slice the flesh off your bones." Slowly. Lady Blaze rose up as well, a murderous intent no less than Naren's exploding out of her. "Big, strong, they've all fallen before me." She narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. "You want to join the list? So be it." The tension was almost tangible. To add fuel to the fire, Beelzebub, the Lord of Flies, started laughing. "Oh, this is fun. Fight or fuck, but do something already," he boomed out, riling both of them. Beelzebub stopped, inciting the both of them. "Blaze, Naren, is this the picture?" Azazel started, only for Beelzebub to interrupt. "Why, shut your trap hole, you two-faced swine. If they want to fight, let them. This is hell. Chaos incarnate." And so Beelzebub and Azazel both ended at loggerheads, just like Naren and Blaze. The demons gathered all started murmuring in discontent as the different factions of each of the Hell Lords present begun trading barbs and insults as well. It didn't take a genius to see where this was headed. Aiden on his side was surprised by the sudden turn of events. It seemed like he had faded into obscurity, tossed aside for the bitter politics of hell. He almost felt like his presence was unnecessary. He was even considering the fact that he used the wrong move. Sowing discord was proving to be a more effective strategy than any great show of power he might have demonstrated. And just as fast as it started, all the arguments and squaring off stopped. Is this what my generals have been reduced to? Bickering like mortal children in a playground. A soft voice sounded out. It was not overwhelmingly loud yet, it reached Aiden's ears clearly, as if the one who spoke was making a light-hearted conversation. Aiden could feel the reverence and fear spread out through the masses. The whole horde of hell seemed terrified of him. Lucifer hovered inches off the ground before the thrones of the Hell Lords. Grand, the demon lords and thrones might have been, yet they lacked the sheer presence before the morning star. Satan, the king of hell. Forgive me, your majesty. I got carried away. It will not happen again. Lady Blaze lost the arrogance that had been apparent on her face. She bowed her head and stepped back. Lucifer's expression was devoid of all emotion. See that you don't. Otherwise you will be joining your brother. A brief flash of anger appeared on her face, followed by another flash, this one of fear. As you command, my lord. Blaze's tone was shaky when she replied. Lucifer's sight next landed on Naren. He narrowed them. You forget your place, Naren. He then glanced at Azazel and Beelzebub. As do you two as well. Forgive us, Lord Lucifer, conflict is inevitable once in a while. We are but creatures of habit. Azazel spoke up calmly. Ha ha ha, yeah, what he said. I sometimes get fired up over the smallest things. Beelzebub added with a nervous chuckle. H. I see. Very well. Lucifer then directly addressed Naren. You have nothing to say for yourself? Naren tightened his hands in rage before he forced himself to be calm. His green eyes made contact with Lucifer's own red orbs that spoke of power beyond anything Naren could ever hope to gain, and the Prince of Lies understood one thing. Lucifer only needed an excuse. One flimsy excuse, and Naren would join Belial, Mammon, and the rest of the occupants of the empty thrones in the lowest pits of hell, where regardless of who or what you were, all that awaited you was unending suffering. You couldn't hope to escape, no matter how powerful you were. It was truly the hell of hell. It was so cold that it burned. So the Prince of Lies swallowed his pride. He had managed to avoid a direct screw-up. What had saved him from Lucifer booting his ass over there was that he covered his tracks well. And Lucifer understood that should he do that, it would only mean more work for him. He was trying to bring hell back into a state of relative calm, and Naren was indispensable in such an endeavor. Demons followed him due to his charisma as the Prince of Lies. I apologize, my lord. He lastly bit out, feeling aggrieved by the whole situation. That's a good doggy. Lucifer mocked with a small smile. Naren fumed, livid inside. Despite the joke, none of the Hell Lords dared to laugh. The King of Hell turned his back to them, mocking the Demon Lords even more. It was customary to never show your back to a demon because of their traitorous nature. Hence, for anyone to do that showed that they considered you a non-entity. Weak. Something not to be worried about. One day, Lucifer, one day. Naren vowed inwardly. Lucifer turned his head to throw him a look over the shoulder. I'll be waiting then, little demon. Naren's eyes widened, stunned beyond belief. His thoughts had been accessed without him being aware of anything. The rest of the Hell Lords figured out that something must have occurred between them, but apart from the curious glances they threw at each other, none said a thing. After reaching a sufficient height where Lucifer could be seen by all, his black wings spread out behind him majestically. Like a bright light in a dark room, all eyes were on him. My loyal, devilish subjects, a formal challenge has been issued. He let that soak in. His eyes found Aiden and his smile widened. This human, standing before us, holds the horn of Gabriel, my younger brother, and claims to be heaven's emissary. He made no effort to disguise just how funny he thought the whole thing was. And just like expected, an uproar escaped from the crowds of billions of demons. Shouts of tearing up Aiden from limb to limb to devouring his soul, to molesting his dead corpse rang out, showing just how ruthless the denizens of the infernal realms could be. Lucifer raised his hand. Preposterous, just like Naren stated. He announced, seemingly in agreement. The look on his face turned serious. Aiden's grip on Gabriel's horn grew tighter as he was subjected to such a look. A look he had never seen from Lucifer ever before. But he called upon the ancient laws and the first circle as witnesses. Had his claim been a falsehood, his soul would have been immolated. A true death. Anything making Aiden Strong would have disappeared into nothingness. A void of unawareness stretching out into the unending shores of infinity. Aiden felt his heart shake. Holy fuck. Had any of what he said been even a little bit untrue, then it would have been game over for him. Gabriel had told him to say all that as way to back up his claim, but to know that he had been so close to the end was jarring. Even Lucifer's words seemed like a warning to him. To never swear on the first circle lightly. Clearly, the boy's claim is true, seeing as he stands before us, unaffected by the gathering of what humans have been afraid of ever since their conceiving. A few scattered laughs sounded out. And so, the challenge is valid. Despite all of them seeing it from far away, another uproar arose. Naren particularly looked as if he had swallowed a bitter lemon. His hard eyes found Aiden's across thousands of miles and promised retribution. Aiden, on the other hand, smiled softly. He breathed out a sigh of relief, mentally thanking his luck that the challenge had been deemed valid. Lucifer allowed the complaints to continue for a while before he raised his hand again. Silence immediately dominated. Satisfied, the Morning Star turned around to address the Prince of Lies. Naren, you are the one to capture the angel whom he seeks to save. As such, you are the challenged one. Naren stood up. That gives you a few advantages. For one, you have the benefits of choosing 2 out of the 3 customary challenges. Furthermore, due to the challenger not clearly stating what he shall offer in return. Aiden's heart dropped as a slow smile appeared on Naren's face. You can decide what you want from him in case you win. So tell us, what is it you want in a stake? A proud chuckle escaped Naren. He cleared his throat and used a voice-amplifying spell to announce. For starters, I choose the first challenge to be a one-on-one battle of skill against my chosen champion. Only 1 weapon shall be allowed to each combatant. No spells or powers. Fuck. Aiden muttered. Things weren't looking too good now. He could feel the shackles imposed on him from the claws given. Once the first challenge begins, he would truly be confined to the stipulations given. Even energy sense, spiritual sense, and air sense would be restricted. It almost made Aiden wonder if Naren knew his weakness lied in his soul, body strength, and weapon skills. Naren seemed giddy at the expression on the boy's face. The second challenge shall be announced after the completion of the first one, Lucifer declared. On to the last matter, what have you decided to ask for? Lucifer questioned Naren, impassively. The Prince of Lies in turn simply closed his eyes. A few seconds passed before he looked straight at Aiden and asked, "What is the most precious thing you have? The thing you hold dear above all else?" Upon asking that question, Aiden's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't known what to expect, but this was almost out of his depth. If he lost then, he considered lying, but the ancient laws forbid him from knowingly or unknowingly doing so. Everyone gathered waited patiently and in interest. Lady Blaze in particular leaned forward. She could feel something was different in this human. He wasn't like the rest. Something set him apart. Something hidden deep inside him. Aiden briefly thought about what he held most precious. A few images appeared in his mind. His family back on his earth, his realm, his sword, Sazay, Hakai, Breeze, and Iroh, his memories, his powers. He wondered if any of those were what he held most precious. But when his mouth opened, Aiden was left astonished. The words left his lips, ringing with honesty. They resonated with him so much he felt himself tear up at the thought of losing it. Me. I hold myself as the most precious thing I have. Me and nothing else. I could lose my loved ones, the world could burn, my powers gone, my sword destroyed and my limbs cut off, but as long as I am me, not corrupted, not controlled, not shackled, then hope would remain. Hope that I have something despite the bleakness surrounding me. A will to brave the eternal void forever, as long as I am me. The statement shook everyone present. Their view on the human instantly changed. Such was the strength of the young mortal boy standing in front of them. A strength not born out of the codependence all creatures of emotions seem to share, but one born out of an altruistic selfishness that was so relatable and endearing. Aiden actually won a few fans due to that. General POV, in the deep reaches of space, the STOA star system located in Sector 0, OA calmly floated in place. It was the home of the Green Lantern Corps, housing the central power battery. For a brief second, the emerald green shining forth from the core of the central power battery flashed an aqua blue color before reverting to its former color. It was so brief, most would have thought they'd imagined it. All the rings connected to the will emotional spectrum failed for a few split seconds, not enough to make a difference, but enough to leave one sole Green Lantern dead from an attack in the Kalium sector in a fight against a mysterious foe. As was protocol, the ring escaped his finger, leaving his floating body in space before shooting off into one direction. The trajectory was aimed at finding a new successor, but something was different this time. The ring was not headed towards a life form, the ring was headed towards a vortex of strange energy. In the planet Autumn, a gray-skinned figure dressed in a blue costume displaying the symbol of the Blue Lanterns floated serenely in place. His legs were set in a cross-legged position and his eyes closed in meditation. The central power battery behind him seemed to briefly pulse in a different color, and this roused St. Walker. He looked out into space in contentment. And so, hope blooms anew, ushering in an era of change. In the planet Ukura, Larfreeze was throwing an angry tantrum. "Mine! Mine! Mine!" he shouted, trying to use a construct to block the wave of energy resonating out into space. The energy rapidly rippled and escaped from the sole orange lantern to disappear towards the void, leaving Larfreeze feeling very aggrieved and promising retribution to the thief. All these incidents went unnoticed by most. The sole reason why they happened was still reeling from the statements that had come out of his mouth. The truth that he'd never thought he could utter, yet all of it was unfiltered. Naren's laugh was boisterous. "Good! That's more like it. If you are to lose this challenge, I choose you as the prize." Aiden ground his teeth. He now understood why Naren had asked him that question. It wasn't that he particularly needed Aiden's powers or abilities, no, this was to ensure that he made Aiden suffer for disrupting his plans. Aiden closed his eyes and called on his inner fire. He ran it throughout his system to filter out the negativity. The warmth underneath his skin was comforting enough that he even forgot where he was. He centered himself, and when he opened his eyes, his determination was undeterred. To avoid losing himself, Aiden guessed he would have to beat the crap out of whoever the opponent for the first challenge was, then move on and complete the last 2 challenges as well. Naren narrowed his eyes. He had expected to break the human spirit, but if anything, his resolve seemed much stronger. Lady Blaze looked on in appreciation. The boy just grew more and more interesting to her. Lucifer's lips turned up in a small smile, whole gazing down at the young man he had come to like. Aiden truly thrived in conflict, and Lucifer could not wait to see how far he would advance. The first challenge shall commence immediately. Are you all ready? Lucifer riled them up. The crowds of demons chanted and shouted in loud voices that would have burst the ears of normal humans. Good, then we shall move this to an appropriate arena. He snapped his fingers and the surroundings changed. Aiden blinked his eyes and found himself standing in a sand-filled stadium with numerous seats surrounding him from all sides. The seats were only occupied by high-ranking demons and dukes, and on one side, 4 huge thrones were placed strategically, offering the one seated on them the best view of the activity about to happen. This was the first time Aiden had ever stood so close before the demon lords, and the power coming off of them was simply astonishing. His skin felt pricked by their passive aura alone. The Hell Lords also stared at him in different emotions. Naren was eager and impatient to torture Aiden for the perceived insult. Beelzebub was curious to see how Aiden would stack against Naren's chosen champion. Azazel couldn't care less and only saw this for what it was, a move by Lucifer. He was already thinking of countermeasures in case the boy actually won, and Lady Blaze was studying him up close in a way that made Aiden particularly uncomfortable. He would have even been more uncomfortable if he'd known that she was looking for a consort. Naren, who do you choose as your champion for the first challenge? Lucifer's voice rang out. Aiden trailed the source and found him standing before a more massive and grander throne set above the Hell Lords. Naren simply stood up, running his eyes through the gathered high-ranked demons. I choose a dog to represent me in the first battle. Anyone else would be too overkill for this pest. His arrogant words were accompanied by a loud cheer from the horde. The Avatar paid them no heed, content to keep silent in quiet confidence. They would soon find out who they were fucking with anyway. The horn in Aiden's hands disappeared into his hammer space, and equity appeared in its place. He twirled it just as the huge bars to the arena opened up to allow Agog in. Aiden knew this fight was probably going to be the hardest fight he had ever been engaged in. Already, he could feel the ancient laws working to restrict all the rest of his powers. The compulsion felt ironclad and something he couldn't break out of. Not alone. Maybe with the help of the Avatar state, but with the mission difficulty set as it was, that was not likely going to happen, so he really was all alone. Agog stopped before him, his lance dipped low, silent and waiting. Aiden adopted his own stance, following instinct given to him by equity on how to hold it in its short sword form. The 2 fighters stared at each other, eyes clashing in midair. Begin! Chapter 161, First Challenge. For the first time in ever, I felt my bending leave me. No, not leave, but simply get locked away. The familiar heat I had grown used to below my navel had cooled off considerably. Up until then, I'd never realized just how much I relied on my bending abilities. It wasn't all bad things, I suppose. Agog before me grunted a little, leaning on his lance for support. The restriction had also hit him hard. His demonic energy was similarly shackled, leaving the both of us fighting in an even playing field. Begin! Once the word was dropped, dust rose up behind Agog as he took a running leap. He reached 20 meters at the apex of his jump and came down with the force of a wrecking ball. Yarg! A metallic clang rang out as I used the broadside of equity to block the strike. The force pushed me to my knees with a grunt. Agog pulled back and shot his foot forward, aimed at my solar plexus. I spun out of the way, still on my knees, and swiped out equity, lengthening the blade to a saber form. The edge of the blade met the long shaft of his lance and sparks flew out. I used the impact generated from the clash of weapons to pull away in a roll, standing up swiftly just as the pointy end of Agag's spear shot towards my head. I leaned back and watched the bladed end sail over my face, then get pulled back to aim for my neck. Equity changed to its short sword form and diverted the shaft of the lance to the side. I grabbed his weapon near the blade and tried to haul his body towards me using my superior strength. I had him just barely beat out in that category. Yet he outclassed me in my base speed. I could have traded my strength for his speed in this particular fight any day. Speed was key in a weapons fight. The moment I touched the lance, spikes appeared on its length and stabbed into the hardened skin of my palm. I winced in pain and let it go just in time. He had tugged it, aiming to shred my skin into strips of flesh. Ducking under the fast stab of the spear, I pointed Equity at him and the sword suddenly lengthened from 12 inches to 50 meters. Agag tipped back out of the way and stepped to the side just as Equity changed form into a heavy sword, slammed down onto the ground and cut into the arena. Agag twirled his spear to his right hand, then blitzed towards me, covering the distance in a split second. Equity changed form into the short sword once more and I brought it up to block his slash, only for him to pull his hand back and throw the lance at me. I widened my eyes as the lance hit the handle of my weapon in such a precise angle that I was forced to let go. Both weapons flew away to land a few meters from the two of us. Agag came in with a devastating punch to my right cheek. I intercepted it, but was too slow to evade the next combo, which was a second fist aimed at my kidney, and once I doubled over in pain, an elbow strike to the top of my head. I blocked the elbow with my forearm, feeling the muscles of my hand seize in pain. The distraction caused by the pain kept me from seeing the knee strike to my face that threw my head and body back. I almost blacked out from the hit. My body sailed through the air disoriented, but not too out of it to use a technique Canary had taught us on how to tuck and roll. Surviving a fall was the first lesson we had had with her. I got back to my feet, ready for his follow-up move. My forearms came up in a guard across my chest, successfully blocking the hard double kick from the demon. The force behind the attack sent me flying towards the wall of the stadium. A breath of air escaped my chest at the tough hit. Everything was beginning to hurt now, but I wasn't done. Not even close. Even as I said that, my condition looked sorry. My nose was broken and I had a split lip while my opponent looked no worse for wear. Agag! 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 The horde cheered for him. The noise shook the stadium, reminding me of a football match, only this was much, much crazier. They adored him while all I could hear about me were insults and threats. Oh well. You can't have it all. I left an impression of my body on the hardened stone and flipped away from his knee strike. While in midair, I held out a hand, landing on the ground just as Equity flew into my grip. Agag had meanwhile bounded off the wall and was coming down on top of me with his fists held together for a hammer fist. Equity was held behind me, concealed. His fall brought him closer to me and I waited until he was almost on top before slashing out my sword to horizontally split him into two. The swing was unfortunately diverted by a timely intervention from his lance, which sped from the side to knock Equity back. He gripped his lance while I used the momentum from the pushback to spin. Equity changed form from the saber to a replica of Thor's Stormbreaker. As it was a bladed weapon, Equity could take on its form. The only difference was that the hammer side was much bigger than Stormbreaker's. I heaved and with a grunt landed a massive strike to his side using the hammer. Agag shot off like a bullet escaping a gun. He slammed onto the bars closing off the arena from the outside and bent them. Equity changed form into a katana as I took a second to rest a little. The crowds that had been cheering for Agag were now a bit quieter. I could feel their shock and surprise at the turn of events. None had expected me to make a comeback from the heavy onslaught Agag had dealt me. To be honest, that attack had mostly been a lucky hit. But they didn't need to know that. I eyed Naren, who was sitting imperially on his throne, and brought a hand to my nose, fixing it in one swift jerk. My eyes teared up and I blinked to clear my vision. A drip of blood fell down my nostril. Lazily wiping it off, I pointed Equity at Naren. The demon ground his teeth but said nothing. Those few precious seconds I'd bought helped get rid of my fuzzy vision. Agog could hit, all right. It felt like I was fighting someone much physically stronger than me despite having the definite edge in terms of raw power. In other words, he could leverage his strength better than I could. And it all started and ended with his footwork. Somehow the way he moved allowed his muscles to all work in tandem to exert the level of force required, and that was it. If I was to win this, I needed to somehow get to that level over the course of our fight. That or find a way to hit him with another surprise attack. Something that was definitely easier said than done. Agog fell to the ground after extricating him from the now folded bars with a wince. A hand held his chest gingerly as he eyed me from across the distance in a cold, frustrated anger. You are unrefined. Like impure iron. Had you been given enough time, then this battle would not be over so quickly. As it stands, I have over a millennia of experience. Give up, human. Those were the first words he'd spoken to me ever since we both faced off in the arena. The crowd roared in approval. Mostly. It was surprising to hear Agog get insulted as a few demons shifted sides to chant my name. Hello, Mom and Dad, you won't believe this, but I'm famous in hell. All jokes aside, I smiled a little, feeling my injuries get healed by my enhanced healing. So it only takes one hit to get you talking, huh? Good to know. Agog narrowed his eyes and stated, fuck you. I raised an eyebrow at the uninspired insult and shrugged. Uninspired it might have been, but why fix something that isn't? I didn't have enough time to complete that thought as Agog decided the time for talking was over. He gripped his lance on his right dominant hand and sent forth slashes and swings that had me scrambling backwards to evade. This time he was relentless, abandoning conventional skill to just go at it using his experience. It almost felt like he was teaching me how to fight using a lance. The possibility of it being a trick entered my mind, but when I jumped away to make some distance, equity flowed out and changed forms from a short sword to a replica of the lance on Agog's hands. A brief smile of satisfaction flashed on his lips before his face changed into an expression of anger. You dare, human! His spear dipped low and rested on his right leg for a split second before I looked back at his face, all the while paying close attention to his hidden message. Watch my footwork. He leaned forward and I immediately dodged to the side, the lance in my hands coming up to deflect the slash aimed at my chest from the right. Agog pulled back while shifting his left leg. I jumped over the swing from the shaft, aimed at sweeping my legs from under me, and slammed the lance in my hands down at his form. Agog brought up his own weapon in a slanted positioning, causing equity to slide off the length of his lance in a shower of sparks. Agog shoved me away, to which I transitioned into a low roll and got back up a few short meters away. Agog came in fast. The pointed end of the spear was dipped down, the broad side facing me for a reason. He lacerated the ground with the blade, leading to dust rising up and covering my eyes. Knowing I was fucked if I couldn't see, equity immediately changed forms into its dragon slayer form and blocked my front. The swing of the spear landed near the handle of the large sword and scraped by my shoulder, leaving behind a torn sleeve of my trench coat and a gushing wound. Luckily I'd timely blocked the hit that was racing towards my heart. I ducked and turned equity into a whip sword, slashing out in a spin to send him back while I blinked my eyes open. The sword whistled through the air and I heard a wince come from my right side while I blearily blinked my eyes. They cleared up and I was finally able to see more than a blur. Agog was cautiously walking around me, looking for an opening I'd wager. My heart, on the other hand, was slamming inside my chest. That had been too close for comfort. It was clear that while he was willing to show me a few pointers, probably to make the fight more interesting for him, his main priority was still to win. And the fact that he had almost skewered my heart with his lance due to a dirty trick showed me I wasn't fighting at my level best. And I didn't know if I could. He was a demon, deviousness was in him. Enough posturing. Agog, finish him. Naren spoke up from his throne and Agog stiffened. He looked back up at his lord and nodded his head. When the helmet-wearing demon turned to me, he was deathly serious. I breathed in to center myself and bring my full focus to surviving this. Equity hummed in my hands comfortingly. It was time for the final clash. In an unseen signal, we both disappeared from our position. There was a clash in midair, which resulted in a massive shockwave that raised the dust in the arena and blew upon the demons in the stands as we used our full strength to fight. The impact threw us both back. I landed, my feet digging furrows under me, and shot back towards Agog. Our strikes made the air hum. A slash was deflected here by a hack. A stab aimed at my belly was diverted to gouge flesh off my hip. A kick was evaded in favor of leaning back and colliding my fist with his chin. He moved with the action but was out of it for a few seconds, his spear coming up through instinct alone to block my own from stabbing through his chest. Dark blood poured off his chest from the slash I had inflicted on him while he flipped away, using the butt of the spear to ward me off. I moved in with purpose. I could win this. I could actually. My feet faltered. The knees lost strength and I was left clutching my chest in agony. Pain squeezed the breath out of me, while my skin started feeling hot and feverish. What was happening? I looked at him where he was holding his spear, pointed out straight at me, and came to the likely conclusion that I had been poisoned. Your spear is poisoned? I questioned. The wounds inflicted on me by the spear felt numb. How had I not noticed it before? I looked at the skin of my injured palm and saw the green tint coloring my dried blood. The wound was still healing, but not nearly as fast as it should have. Instead of answering the question, Agog snorted, his eyes shining with ridicule. This is hell, and I am a demon. What did you expect? A fair battle? Yield or die? I swallowed. No matter how stubborn or confident in my skills I was, this was my loss. It was already getting hard to move. Though I could tell my body only needed some rest to flush it out of my system, but as stated before, in a high-speed battle like this, the slower one would probably lose. I looked Agog in the eyes, and although my heart burned in rage, both at myself and my opponent, I muttered the words I had been afraid of ever since the fight had begun. I yield. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see y'all on part 8. Peace.